dare taunt the God King? So be it.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Relax. Just let go.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
The sweet tones of misery.
Minions have spawned.
Whose mind shall we snap?
Who is it that will protect you from my ire?
Torment comes in so many flavors. is the worth of a soul?
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
The sweet tones of misery.
An enemy has been slain.
What is the worth of a soul?
An ally has been slain. Turret plating will fall soon. Turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Cast you out!
Eternity we shall slay.
Forsaken!
An enemy has been slain.
The sweet tones of misery.
An ally has been slain.
Relax. Just let go.
has destroyed a turret. Slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Like a worm on a hook. Eternity we shall stay.
Slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. turret has been destroyed.
Quite likely.
Been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Eternity we shall spend. The sweet tones of misery.
Has been slain.
Torment comes in so many flavors.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Mad. Quite likely.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I am the big hunter.
Enemy killing spree. An ally has been slain. destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Aced.
Relax. Just let go.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Aced. Has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected. Summoner's Rift.
Echoes from the deep.
30 seconds until minions spawn. Minions have spawned. An enemy has been slain. Has been slain. Shut down. Turret plating will soon fall. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill. Your turret has been destroyed.
Left to die.
Killing spree.
Down the rabbit hole.
Shut down. Your turret has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An ally has been slain. Aced. Enemy killing spree. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Defeat. Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
None will control me.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
The world may crumble, but I shall remain.
Minions have spawned.
Emotions are only distractions. I stand at the brink of infinity.
First blood.
I see the forces that hold the universe together.
Okay.
I will show you true power. I am the will of man, unbound by flesh.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Behold my power.
Rampage. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
The affairs of mortals are beneath me.
An ally has been slain.
Control me. The world may fall, but I shall remain.
Unstoppable. Shut down. The enemy has been slain.
I stand at the brink of infinity.
An enemy has been slain.
Doing.
An enemy has been slain.
They will remember.
has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Slain. Killing. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
All mine alone.
Turret plating will soon fall. Killing spree. Unstoppable. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
But I shall remain. Emotions are only distractions. I stand at the brink of infinity. that hold the universe together.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
The world forgot me. Now they will remember. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. You cannot fathom what I am. The secrets of magic are mine alone.
Shut down.
Cannot hold.
has destroyed a turret.
Sacrifices must be made. I stand at the brink of infinity. I follow the path to power. I see the forces that hold the
An
universe.
enemy has been slain.
Their wrongdoing. They will remember.
An enemy has been slain. Destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. An enemy was slaughtered. You have slain an enemy. Enemy killing spree.
I will show you true power. I am the will of man, unbound.
You can choose to raid the caravan, or you can choose to guard it. This is a game where slaying monsters are not the only...
All right. That's, so I feel kind of bad because you just heard some great preaching. And look, I'm a badass. I say bad things. So look, let me just start out by saying this. Sometimes I use a bad word, sometimes I'm harsh. But if I offend anybody here tonight, I don't give a shit. Okay. So look, this is the second time I came out of retirement for President Trump, who happens to be the greatest president in my lifetime. So I was the first guy the president called, and I remember after the election, I'm out to dinner with my wife, and the phone's sitting on the table, and all of a sudden it rings and says, POTUS. My wife says, shit. She goes, he's going to ask you to come back. So I walked outside, and first thing out of his mouth was, Tom, you've been bitching about it for 4 years. You want to come back and fix it? He says, you're damn right. Let's go. So look, Joe Biden took the most secure border of my lifetime under Trump 45 and unsecured it on purpose. The first president in the history of this nation who came into office and unsecured a border on purpose. Wasn't an accident, wasn't mismanagement. So where are we at today? Tonight, as I'm talking to you, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation. In the history. Illegal immigration down 96%. That means 96% less people are coming. With 96% less people coming, how many women aren't being raped by the cartels? How many children aren't dying making that journey? How many pounds of fentanyl isn't getting to the country to kill Americans? How many women and children aren't sex trafficked, unlike the last administration? President Trump's policies are saving lives every day. And look, I wake up like a kid in a candy shop every day because I'm working for this guy, and you know what? Every day is an adventure because I knew he's going to let us do what we do to not only secure the border, but remove millions of illegal aliens that Joe Biden let in this country. On top of the success we already had, the last administration, 500,000 children were trafficked into this country. The last administration lost track of 300,000. Trump's already found thousands of these children. Some of the children were with family members, but some of the children were in sex trafficking and forced labor. Matter of fact, one person we found, one male, had custody of over 20 migrant children, many females. And this administration allowed that to happen. President Trump and myself are not going to be satisfied till we find every single child and save them. The last administration simply didn't give a shit. They didn't. And it's just terrible. I don't care what side of politics you're on. When you got a child trafficked in this country for forced labor and sex trafficking, all hands should have been on deck. Under President Trump, all hands are on deck. And look, I always get asked the question, why did they open the border up? Why did they do that? Why did they release people? Let me tell you the secret. They played the long game. Let millions of people cross the border, and let's release them. Let's put them in a hotel room at $500 a night. Give them 3 meals a day. Give them free medical care and give them work authorization. That brought the whole world to the greatest nation on earth. We left thousands of empty ice beds at $127 a night, empty. Thousands of them. They released them to NGOs at $500 a night. Why did they do that? Because they knew if they're in ICE detention, they get a hearing within 40 days, 90% lose their case, they get sent home. That is not what they wanted. They're playing the long game. Let's release them in the community. Wait 3 or 5 years. Pardon me?
Are you an MS-13 member? It says so.
Hey, that's okay. That's okay. I got a question. No. I got a question for you. Why don't you come up here and hand me that picture? Bring it. USA! USA! All right. You got morons like this all over the country. This guy wouldn't know it's like the surface nation. This guy ain't got the balls to be an ICE officer. He hasn't got the balls to be a Border Patrol agent. This guy lives in his mother's basement. The only thing that surprises me, you don't have purple hair and a nose ring. Get out of here, you loser. And you're such a badass. Meet me off stage in 13 minutes and 50 seconds. I guarantee you, he sits down to pee.
What's up, guys? Aldo here with PragerU. Illegal immigration is among the top issues for voters. So today, I'm in Beverly Hills, California to ask people if we should deport the millions of illegal immigrants in our country. Then I'm headed to Compton, California to ask the same question. Should be interesting. Let's do it. The question we're asking Americans today is, should we deport illegal aliens?
No.
Tell me why.
Because at the end of the day, we're all immigrants here. And I think if you're contributing to society and not harming it, why not?
No, I don't, because they have their reasons that they came here, yeah.
If they're escaping something, you don't know how bad it is for them to come.
Well, probably so. You got a lot of guys that's come out of jail and everything else, you know.
I would lean toward deportation. I'm against, that's the whole point, illegal. So if you're going to enforce any laws, you might as well enforce that one also.
Yeah, I believe so. They treat the immigrants better than they treat our people. They give them more benefits than they give us.
There have been over 7 million illegal immigrants that have crossed our border. 3 in 5 illegal immigrants are on taxpayer-funded welfare. It costs the U.S. taxpayer about $150 billion a year.
Of course, it costs more money. You know, it's gonna cost more money because you're giving it to them for free when we gotta pay for it and struggle and work hard.
With that money, we could have fixed Flint's water crisis 240 times over. We could have given each, unhoused veteran $4 million each. So it's more of a question of not if they're good people, but do they have a right to be here, and is that unfair to struggling Americans?
Honestly, if they're, like you said, legally immigrating, then I feel like it is like an issue.
They're not really taking care of the people that's here in America legally. You got illegals come here and they give them a place to stay, they give them money, they put them on welfare, and I don't think that's right. You take care of your own first.
I think we are living in one world, and we are all human in the end. So it doesn't matter where we come from. And since they came to the United States illegally, they have serious reasons to be here.
Do you think there is a number that's too many?
No.
About 100 million. Is that too many?
I would say that's a third of our population, and it could get concerning.
What would you say to the people that I talk to in Compton that are frustrated with the illegal immigration?
I would say no one can take something that's yours. So if they're coming and taking your job or superseding, maybe you should work harder and figure out some other talents. If you take my job, I just feel like it was yours, or I need to like shape up.
You can't go to no other country. You have a time limit. And I've been all over the world because I work for an airline. And when your time is up, they come and tell you a few days that you have to leave a certain date. And you got to be gone.
Currently, it's a felony to cross the border illegally. Do you think that's an outdated law?
I'm going to say yes. Probably outdated from day one.
Probably a little racist back then.
A little bit, you know, and that's me being generous.
Obviously, we need to strengthen our borders. And I mean, if you're an illegal alien and you commit a crime, go home, like straight up, like, you know, like they have to go home.
I'm sure it is not a great thing to have them on taxpayer money and then have them reap if they're coming only to reap those benefits, obviously that's not good. I don't think that's the main reason they come.
Why is the government like kind of like incentivizing illegal immigrants to come? That's the thing. That's the question we really got to ask.
I was just in Compton, and a lot of people there were saying that they think people should be deported.
I don't think I can talk about this in here. Yeah, maybe because they're racist. Yeah, that's why.
I ain't got nothing negative to say. They not wrong for fighting for what they believe in, but we got to fight what we believe in too.
I think that in the end of the day, our taxpayer money should be going towards citizens first, and I think that it shouldn't be like a radical idea either. Like it should be going towards us, and it should be going towards public benefits.
Well, guys, that's it for this episode. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. Do you think we should deport these illegal immigrants? If you guys enjoyed this video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and share it with your friends. Be sure to follow me and PragerU across all social medias, and I'll see you guys in the next episode. Hey guys, thanks for watching this video. PragerU is a 501c3 organization. Help us keep our videos free by making a tax-deductible donation today. I appreciate your support.
Guaranteed. Don't. Sanctuary cities. Let me talk about sanctuary cities real quick. Sanctuary cities are pushing back against the Trump agenda. Sanctuary cities are sanctuary for criminals. So sanctuary cities from day one, Chicago says Tom Home is not welcome in Chicago. I was in Chicago within 24 hours. I've been to New York City. I've been to Denver. And for those folks from Seattle and Portland, I'm on my way to Seattle and Portland. Assholes like this guy think they're going to vilify men and women of ICE, and they're going to intimidate or scare us. I'm not going anywhere, either as the men and women of ICE. We're going to do the job that President Trump gave us to do. And let's talk about the hate. I've never before seen in my career such hate against the men and women of ICE in the Border Patrol. That gentleman just standing here, he ain't got the balls to put a badge on and go stand there and take the criminals on. The men and women of ICE have a dangerous job already. I was one of them. I was the first director of ICE that actually came up to the ranks. The 20,000 men and women that worked for me, I never asked them to do anything I didn't do myself because I was one of them. I wore the green uniform. I was a Border Patrol agent. I know what it's like to stand on a dirt trail at 3 o'clock in the morning. A sensor goes off. What's coming north? They don't know. Is it just an illegal alien looking for a better life? Or is it a heavily armed drug smuggler? They don't know, but they're going to stand there and take it on. These are the bravest men and women this nation has. I'm actually kind of happy right now. When I pulled into the event tonight, there was no protesters. I love protesters. I love them. That means your message is getting out. My detail will tell you, if protesters don't show up, I'm extremely disappointed. But the hate is incredible. It's just moved from protesting, which I support. You want to protest ICE? Shame on you, but have that. That's your First Amendment rights. You want to disagree with Trump policies? Okay, you have the right to disagree. But I said from day one, you cross that line and put a hands on an ICE officer, you're going to jail. You impede an ICE officer or Border Patrol agent, you're going to jail. You put hands on them, you're going to jail. You harbor and conceal an illegal alien, you're going to jail. I don't give a shit who you are. Well, the danger facing ICE and Border Patrol right now, I've never seen before in my career, and I've been doing this since 1984.
Working in law enforcement and in juvenile detention centers, I got to see the back end of it, like how kids are getting here, but I wanted to see the front end in a sense. I would say to anyone who's looking to further their career with GCU, take a leap of faith and just trust the process. Stepping from one career into the next, that purpose that I was looking for, GCU literally brought it front and center. GCU was able to give me all the help and support I needed to graduate and reach my professional goals.
For most of us, payday is essential. It's how we put food on the table, gas in the car, and a roof over our heads. But something's off. It's called wage theft, and it happens every day. There's no pay stub. The deposit is missing. Your final paycheck's going to be late.
At the Oklahoma Department of Labor, we're here to help. No matter your job or your background, you have every right to be paid for the work you've done. Protect your pay.
Throwing Molotov cocktails at officers. The other day they tried to ambush officers in Alvarado. Almost a dozen people, many with automatic weapons. Trying to kill an ICE officer for what? For enforcing the laws of this country? You got members of Congress comparing ICE to Nazis and racists. You got Tim Walz, another loser, who compares them to the Gestapo. And understand this, these members of Congress that are vilifying them, the ICE officers are simply enforcing the law that they wrote, that they enacted. If ICE officers are racist for enforcing the law, what's that make members of Congress? They wrote the damn law. So we're going to prosecute every person that crossed that line. Last night, I was sitting on my couch, actually had a few hours off. I got a tough boss, he don't give me a day off. Last night I'm sitting on the couch, my phone rings. POTUS. He was watching TV and he saw the stones being thrown at ICE vehicles while they're departing an operation. He said, Tom, I'm sick and tired of this. We need to take action. I said, I'm with you. So he sent a tweet out last night. ICE officers will use whatever means necessary to arrest every one of those people that throw a rock. The games are over. I'm tired of this shit. And for those people that want to protest ICE, I feel bad because just had someone preaching and I'm up here, whatever, right? If these protesters, these people with purple hair with a nose ring live in their parents' basement who don't work and want to go protest ICE, who are getting paid by people, if they think they're going to stop ICE or stop Border Patrol from doing their job, they got another thing coming. Because every time they double down, we're going to triple down. I had 1,000 protesters at my house about a month ago. Good for them. I wasn't even there. My wife's in Italy, so what the hell are they doing? They said they weren't very smart. But they don't understand. We're on a mission to make this country safe again. Every public safety threat, every national security threat we take off the streets of this country makes this country safer. And for those people who say, well, this mass deportation operation, what a racist and un-American thing to say. No, 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 no. We just spent 4 years of massive illegal migration where 10.5 million illegal aliens came to this nation, to our borders. They're demanding due process. They're demanding the right to claim asylum. They demand the right to see a judge. Okay, but at the end of that process, he says you're going home, you're going home. Because that's due process. We don't have a choice. What's the choice? Let them stay? Is that the choice? Because if you don't show consequences, you're never going to fix the problem, and the next president comes in and undoes all the success we're doing. Bottom line is, we're going to enforce the law, unlike the last administration. We're going to hold people accountable. We will continue to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats because they're the most important, they're the most dangerous to the community. But I'll say it again, if you're in the country illegally, you're on the table. It's not okay to enter this country illegally, it's a crime. It's not okay to ignore a judge's order of deportation, we're looking for you. We got over 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal records walking the streets of this nation. We got 1.4 million illegal aliens who had due process at great taxpayer expense, were ordered removed and never left. They became a fugitive, and we're looking for you too. We're going to run this operation because President Trump was elected for this issue. Let's talk about President Trump for a moment. I say this all the time, media goes nuts. President Trump is the greatest president of my lifetime. Under his leadership, we got the most secure border in the history of this nation, and we did that in 7 weeks. President Trump did in 7 weeks what Joe Biden couldn't or wouldn't do in 4 years.
We give up so many freedoms as a service member when we deploy that 99% of the country just doesn't know.
Every time I choose to help a military person, I get the opportunity to stand for something greater than myself.
The military lifestyle is still so relentlessly challenging. We need as many people as we can, all hands on deck, to make sure that we're taking care of these folks, because they're taking care of us.
Your ED could be in your head, but for too long, outdated ED meds have been obsessed with your plumbing, giving no thought to the spark that starts in your brain way before anything even twitches. That's why we made Rougiette Ready, the first ED med that works on both brain and body, with sildenafil and tadalafil to help optimize your body's natural response, and apomorphine to complement that reaction in your brain. So don't just get a reaction, get ready.
President Trump, I was at the RNC, I made a statement at the RNC, said I think President Trump's going to designate the criminal cartels of Mexico as terrorist organizations. And you know what? He damn well did it. They are now designated terrorist organizations. And President Trump will wipe these cartels off the face of the earth. On a personal note, the biggest hero of my life was my father, war hero from WWP. But I spent hundreds of hours I've spent hundreds and hundreds of hours with President Trump, either in the Oval Office on Air Force One or outside events. I love this guy. I respect this man. He loves this country like I've never seen anybody love it before. He wants an American flag on every front porch. He wants the laws enforced. He wants law enforcement to be respected again. To me, that makes him one of the greatest presidents ever. He brought me on the second time. My wife's still pissed off. I came out of retirement the second time. Absolutely, she's still pissed off a little bit, but she got over it. Because she understood what Biden did to this border. 10.5 million illegal aliens to this border. A record number of terrorist watch lists, over 400. Over 400 people, terrorist watch lists were called to the southern border under 4 years of Biden. Under Trump 45, we had 14. Biden had 400. How many we had since January 20th of this year? 0. How many releases that we had? 0. Let me give you the comparison here. So yesterday I was look at the numbers, and under Joe Biden, on an average day, 1,800 gotaways that we knew about. 1,800 people cross the border. We don't know who they are, where they came from, or why they're here. 1,800 a day. You know how many there was yesterday? 11. 11 from 1,800. How many people crossed the southern border yesterday? It was 15,000 under Biden some days. Yesterday, 9 were arrested at the border and immediately returned. 9. Sex trafficking has plummeted because the border is secure. Fentanyl overdose deaths have plummeted in this country because we have a secure border. We have already arrested thousands of national security threats and deported them from this country. And the men and women of ICE have already arrested and deported 150,000 illegal aliens, most of them in conviction. Now I'll say this: I get a lot of mail. Say, Holman, that's not enough. We want more arrested. We want more deported. Well, let me tell you this: we got the big, beautiful bill. You think we're doing good now? Just wait to see what happens. And for the haters, let me leave, I got 1 minute left. Let me leave a little message for the protesters, the haters, the criminals, the ones that want to threaten ICE officers, threaten their wives, threaten their children. They're doxing not only the officers, they're doxing their spouse, they're doxing their children. They're being bullied in churches and schools throughout the nation. I get death threats all the time. You know what? I'm sick of the assholes. You want some? Come get some. And I'm tired of it. Tired of it. For the men and women of ICE, I deserve your respect. They're the finest 1% the country has. And Tom Homan isn't going anywhere. Tom Homan isn't shutting up. Tom Homan going to run the biggest deportation operation this country's ever seen. Take it to the bank.
Carl's Jr.'s got a new frozen blue sour berry and frozen strawberry lemonade? Sweet or sour? Sweet or sour? Get a free frozen drink with any purchase on the app. Only at Carl's Jr.
What would you say to men who think therapy is a sign of weakness?
When you have a proven plan for finding support and help, whether that's reading the manual when you're fixing your car, or going to get coaching for your business, or in this case, going to sit down with somebody and say, I've never said this out loud, but everyone around me tells me I'm hard to be around and I don't know what to do. You choosing to not go into those spaces is ego and arrogance. It's a choice to be more miserable, and the challenge with men is they often carry a lot of weight in their homes, in their workplaces, in their local churches. Going to therapy is often the bravest and most courageous thing a man can do.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy is unstoppable. An enemy dominating.
I will show you true power. The world may come, but I shall remain.
slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
I see the forces that hold the universe together.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I stand at the brink of infinity. Emotions are only distractions. All mine alone.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Double shadow. An ally has been slain. You have slain an enemy. Your inhibitor has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down. has respawned. Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. Enemy double kill. Aced.
Unleash the power of precision with Diablo's Wood Demon Ultimate Polished Finished Blade.
They're not doing things the legal way, and you acknowledge it.
You should pick up a book and learn how it works.
Supremacy is no longer a major issue affecting the black community in America today. We have a country now that is probably one of the best countries on the planet to be a black person. We also have organizations like the Ku Klux Klan. They're obsolete. They no longer have serious membership. They are not to be taken seriously. We have one of the best countries on the planet to be a black person. And there's more opportunities in America for African Americans than any other country right now on the planet for black people. And that's why they continue to move here from Africa. That's why the black population continues to rise. And the biggest issue affecting the black community in America today is their own culture and not white supremacy.
Unfortunately, I think we probably are going to have a lot of overlap here, I think, in terms of what we agree on. I'm not going to sit here and say that America's a horrible place to live in if you're a minority or whatever. I think that's a little silly sometimes. I would argue that there are a lot of, if you're arguing there are cultural issues, it's not necessarily wrong, but I would say you could probably trace a lot of that back to like actual racist stuff in the United States that was kind of in the past. So like, for instance, like adversarial relationships with cops based on where you live, things like redlining, like policies of lending money or not to people based on race, like stuff like that, I think can filter down to how communities today express themselves. So like it's stuff that needs to be addressed, but I don't know if I would say we're like a white supremacist country. That's not like a position that I personally have.
Wait, so do you believe that over-policing is an issue in the black community?
Maybe a little bit, but I think it's largely overblown. I think it's largely overblown. I'm not going to have, we're probably not super far apart. I don't have like an ultra-progressive stance, I think, when it comes to like white supremacy or anything like that.
And when you were speaking of like major issues, adversarial relationships with the police, do you think that there are negative things within black culture? So what? Oh yeah, do you think that there are negative things within black culture that are affecting that relationship? For example, this constant projection of how people tell people to interact with the police that is completely counterintuitive to how a logical person would interact with the police. Things like never speak to the police, no snitching, all of those things allow more crime in your community and they do not build up your community.
Yeah, I think those things can definitely be negative. I think most of that advice is pretty cringe. I would say on the conservative side, there's a lot of cringe stuff when it comes to how they view like our intelligence agencies and stuff like that. I think everybody kind of plays into their own political stereotypes when they're giving advice on how to deal with different agencies. I think a lot of the advice given about like if you get pulled over by a cop, you're going to get killed or whatever, I think is kind of stupid, yeah.
So you would say that like police brutality is not a major issue affecting black people in America?
Nowhere near as much as I think people say it is, yeah. But that's our policing. Yeah.
Would you?
But I would also say, like, I guess, like on the flip side, I would say things like illegal immigration are massively overhyped on the conservative side, or things like trans sports are massively overhyped on the conservative side, such that they will try to make these like singular focal points for elections, and then as soon as they're elected, they don't really do anything substantive to address, I think, a lot of the major issues related to it. I kind of gave two topics there, but
would you say that abortion is overhyped on the conservative side?
I think abortion is a hard one because I think people can come down on a very strong moral stance on that. Like, if you think it's legitimately killing kids, then that's a pretty rough one.
Wait, so it's not legitimately killing kids?
Well, I wouldn't say so, obviously, but because if I did, I'd probably be anti-abortion completely, yeah.
So, explain to me how it's not.
Well, I mean, for an abortion position, I would say that the experience that we're trying to protect is the kind of the conscious experience that we have as humans, and that if that hasn't emerged yet, or it's not like a thing, you're not really killing a person to speak of, just a thing that has to develop the capacity for that, I guess, like human sentience yet.
So wait, are we arguing that they are not a person, or are we arguing that they're not human?
I guess not a person. I mean, human is kind of whatever, like, is a finger human? I mean, it kind of is, but, I mean...
Is a baby human?
A baby? I would say, yeah, probably, yeah.
So killing a baby would be killing a human?
Probably, yeah, but baby is generally defined as, yeah, things that are born from the ages of 0 to 1 or 2, I guess, yeah.
Why choose Solitaire Manufactured Homes in Ardmore for your next home? It's quality. At Solitaire, we build quality homes with delivery much faster than a site-built home. Our homes are crafted to provide energy efficiency and long-lasting value. With our customizable options, you'll find the perfect fit for your lifestyle. It's selection. We get all the new prototypes. Check out the first...
Okay, so at what point do you think a person is a baby, or a baby becomes a person, I guess?
I think it depends on what you read, but anywhere from like 16 to 24 weeks when you have like all of the brain parts in place to begin to deploy like a conscious experience. So like that thing that where we can say what it's like to be. I think at that point, I think there's probably an experience that's worth protecting. So sometime like in the second trimester, I guess.
Right, but a baby doesn't know what it's like to be. What's your earliest memory? I can promise you it's not 20 weeks gestation.
No, but I think we can say pretty safely that babies probably know what it's like to experience things. It seems like they have all the parts in place to experience things. Can we wait, for everything mixer guys, can we turn the game down just like a smidgen on both so it stops doing that weird feedback thing? Sorry, go ahead.
So you would say you're pro-life at 20 weeks or 16 weeks?
I guess, but I mean, most people probably say it's pro-choice for the first or part of the second trimester.
But would you say that it's wrong for someone to abort a 16-week?
Once you got all the parts in place, yeah, so like 24 weeks probably for sure.
For convenience, for abortion.
For any reason.
For any reason, you would say it's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. So I guess our disagreement's going to come with, I believe that it's wrong to abort a baby at any age, at any period of gestation, because I believe that we have a moral obligation to protect human life under almost all circumstances. I think once someone starts taking other people's human life, then their human life is no longer worthy of protecting.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I just think it comes down to when you define, I guess, like the start of a human life and the end of a human life.
All right, so I'm going to ask probably a dumb question. Do you think there's something we would disagree on more so we can actually debate?
I mean, I think the first, however long we are into this Trump term, I think he's been a disaster in almost every conceivable way. You can point to like Russia, Ukraine, I think he's been a disaster there. The whole tariff trade scheme has been disastrous, I think.
So let's go to the principle of a tariff. Do you believe that a reciprocal tariff is a good idea or a bad idea?
I think it can be a good idea, but then the tariffs we did were reciprocal. They were calculated entirely arbitrarily, so we can't start the conversation, I think.
So you think that they should have been reciprocal?
I mean, saying reciprocal tariff is a bit...
So do you think that we should be paying, that other countries should be paying us what we pay them?
Probably about that, yeah.
So you think that's fair?
Generally speaking,
so generally speaking, you are pro-tariff.
I wouldn't say tariff. Like generally, the way that these things appear aren't just going to be like a straight tariff. It might be like a government subsidizes some local industry, or they have some other competitive advantage that they get through some government or some non-competitive things. Not usually be like a straight tariff, you know. But like those are things to cut down. Those you have to do these as part of like complicated and sophisticated trade deals, like we had with Mexico and Canada. But apparently Trump wasn't happy with trade deals, so now we threw it all up for just flat tariffs, which I don't think are like you can overcome a tariff with government subsidy you really want, and that doesn't even ensure fairness there. So.
Okay, I actually just thought of something I'm pretty sure we're going to do. I think that it was good that Trump brought a tax cut to people making over $600,000 a year because of the high percentage of taxes people that earn that dollar amount pay. And I think our tax system currently in the United States is unfair. I think if someone making $15,000 a year pays a 10% tax, then someone making $1 million a year should pay a 10% tax. That's a fair tax across the board. What do you say?
Well, I feel like the 10% of the money on the person making $15,000 a year is going to meaningfully and dramatically impact his life. The 10% on a person making $1 million a year, you might not even notice it. So I think that there's a big difference there. The reason why we have a progressive tax system is because people that are making out of a certain boundary of money, consumption doesn't usually scale 1-to-1. Like a guy making $1 million doesn't consume 100 times more than a guy making $10,000. So even if you have the same percentage tax, the person got
yes, they do.
What?
Yes, they do.
I don't think so.
Okay, how many people do you know that make $10,000 a year that are hiring a person to clean their house, a person to detail their car, a person to do their lawn care, a person to do their service their air conditioning? If they have multiple cars, you see, when I was making $9,000 a year, I wasn't consuming very much. When I made my first $1 million, I was consuming a lot, and I was employing a lot of other people. And my effect on society changed dramatically to the point where if you have half a dozen people that rely on you for their wages, it's going to change drastically. It's going to change drastically how you affect your family. Somebody that has 5, 6, 7, 8 families eating off of that salary because of they're able to make that much money, it's monumentally better for society for them to have more of their money. Because fundamentally, taxes are the government taking your money. It's better when the government takes less of your money. Would you agree?
Not necessarily, but
why not necessarily?
Just on the consumption.
What does the government do better than the private sector?
Final statement. Wait, is somebody scheduled here?
I think you want to go?
Yeah, it's like 4 minutes. Yeah, 4 minutes. With the okay, I think the issue is that like if you are incredibly wealthy, if you want to hire people, that's not taxable anyway, right? And that's going to be right on. You're going to follow through with it.
No, you're going to pay payroll taxes on those people.
You'll pay, I guess, their half of the payroll taxes, but then the Trump tax cuts are reducing FICA anyway, so it's
right, which is good. I believe that people should be able to retain as much of the money that they earn as possible. And just because you make more money, it's not fair for you to have to give more of it to the government.
It's a fundamentally different question on whether or not taxes are bad, which is what it sounds like you're arguing, versus are progressive tax brackets more fair than just flat tax brackets?
No.
Okay, well, there's two different questions, right? I think a progressive tax bracket is more fair. Do you agree that it would hurt somebody making $50,000 a year losing $5,000? That's going to hurt them more than a person who makes $1 million a year losing $100,000. Somebody makes $50,000 a year, you tax 10% of their income flat. You take $5,000 from somebody who's making $50,000 a year versus somebody making $1 million a year. If you take $100,000 from them, 10%, like one of these parties is probably going to be impacted a lot more. Right?
No, because my observation has been, and I'm not saying this to pat myself on the back, but I've helped a lot of people in my life, and what I've learned is giving someone more money who is bad with money does not change their situation. If someone is homeless, most of the time they're homeless for a reason. And if you just handed them $100,000, they would be homeless again.
Isn't this an argument against tax cuts then? Shouldn't the government be taking spending it for them if they can't spend it anyway?
No, because that's not their money. The government has an obligation to provide some services, like obviously like roads and stuff, but a perfect example would be everything that I know that the government runs terribly. If you get in line at the DMV, and you get in line at Chick-fil-A in the private sector, do you get your driver's license or your sandwich transfer?
Well, one is a driver's license requiring a database of identities that are verified in order to be compliant with so much regulation.
But they could have
just fast food.
No, they have no incentive to be excellent in service because they know you're going to use the service anyway.
Well, yeah, but you could vote out people or vote people in based on their ability to deliver basic social services.
You can't vote people out of the DMV.
You absolutely can affect.
How do you vote somebody out of the DMV? Do you know how hard it is to fire a government employee?
Well, if you vote somebody in differently, it's pretty easy. It's called an election.
Have you ever been in line at the post office and seen how unmotivated and lackadaisical the employees are versus in line at Chick-fil-A where they're like right on it?
Compare like to like. Like I've been in line at the post office and I've seen tons of videos of UPS drivers that are destroying packages. They throw them
They're destroying packages, but nobody ever accused UPS of being slow.
Well, it really depends on what you're shipping. I mean, the post office is not slow, right? They're every government. It takes them 2 days.
If I could find a government office that is currently being operated efficiently and well, I mean,
the problem is you have to compare like to like, right? The DMV is a place where you go for services that have to be rendered in a particular way.
Actually, I take back part of my statement. Here in Florida, we have for-profit DMVs. And the for-profit DMVs that you go to get paperwork done, they are fast because they have an incentive to be, because the more customers they serve, the more money they make, obviously. So I think, but then again, I would go back to what I was saying about something in the private sector being done better than the government. I think the government would be way better off if they subbed out things to the private sector at a higher rate, because when there is a profit motive and a profit incentive, things are done better.
I mean, things aren't done better. Things are just done to make more money, right?
No, things are done better.
It doesn't have to be better. If you find a way to cheat, or if you find a loophole, if you find some way to make more money that doesn't improve your actual customer service experience, which makes you more money, then people could do that, no? If I had 100 people that come to my office and I find a way to 2x the cost, and I lose like 40% of my customers, that's a win for me. I would do that as a profit-seeking entity, but I'd be serving less people.
But the government has no incentive to be better on either of those.
The government does. It's called elections. We elect our officials. If they mess up too much, then they get voted out.
But we don't elect government processes like the wait times at the DMV. We don't.
Nobody's ever voted for a politician based on wait times at courthouses or wait times at DMVs or wait times at.
And did they change anything?
I'm sure in some local districts they are. I don't know every local district in the United States, but where do you think these people are hired from? Do you think they just like pick names out of a hat?
A lot of people don't even. Yeah, a lot of people don't even vote in most elections. People don't even know who their judge is for their district. They don't know who anyone. People just look at the presidential election and then sometimes like they know who their state rep is. But unfortunately, people are not involved enough in politics.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that there's an issue with like local politics is not very sexy. The national level stuff is like way more attractive. People like to pay attention.
But it affects you a lot. It affects you a lot more.
So I think there should be like more of a push for kind of like local involvement and everything. I agree with that.
I would agree with that as well. Do you think that the government needs to take over more services and the government needs to be running more things than they're currently running, or do you think more things should go to private? I personally, I would go to a 10% sales tax, get rid of all other taxes, and make every road a toll road. Because no one's if you have people dealing drugs in your community, they're not paying income tax, but they're going to pay that toll if they have a license plate. You know, I mean, they're going to pay sales tax when they go buy something from the corner store. So I think that the system that we have set up for taxation is disastrous, and I think the percentage of what they're taking.
What other country on the planet has a system like that?
What do you mean?
Where they only do like sales tax and no income tax or whatever.
Well, they don't, but they should. I'm saying it would be better.
How would you even know that? It sounds like it would be worse if literally not a single other country's doing it, no?
Oh, because it would be sales tax would be an unavoidable tax. Everyone would pay it, even people doing illegal activities.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that maybe there are reasons why, like no other country on the planet employs that type of tax.
Oh, because they're collecting too much in income tax.
Do you think that every single service the government offers, like a private company could offer just as well? Like could it do so like Social Security or...
Well, Social Security is a disaster in and of itself, but every single...
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea and a drive to bring it to life. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
How much should good car insurance cost you a month? $80? $120? Nope. Try $38 a month. So there's a comparison shopping site that finds you lower car insurance rates based on your info. You just put in some information that the site needs to find you lower rates, stuff like, where you live and your driving history, then boom. You get recommendations directly from the site and can receive your quote. I mean, it literally takes 60 seconds to see what lower rates you qualify for. Try it for yourself and see how much you can save.
How is it a disaster? We've got more people taking out of it than are paying into it.
Social Security is reliably paid out since its inception, and it's done so what
is Social Security providing? Yeah, is Social Security actually providing people with actual money they can live on? Who lives on $3,500 a month at 65 if they have a family?
First of all, you're taking care of a family at 65 with just your Social Security check. There's a lot of things that's going wrong at that point. But Social Security is not supposed to be just for Social Security is not supposed to be just for sustaining somebody with no other income for the rest of their entire life. But like, you're getting $3,400 a month. That's enough to live on. At least you're not like out on the street because you're only to save for retirement.
Right, but if the government didn't take the money from you in the first place, then you could save for your own retirement.
You really think the most people would do that?
I think the government could very easily, well, this is probably not a good argument for small government, the government could very easily take the money they would have spent on your Social Security and invest it for you at birth. They do put $10,000 into the market, and then at 65, they give you back the money that you earned from the interest. That would be a better system than the Social Security system we currently have.
All right, final statement. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree. I think that not only do you want that money invested, it's the investment strategy that you're going to utilize when things start to like, you want to be involved in risk investments when you're approaching retirement, you kind of want to, it's almost going to take work pretty well for what it does right now. Like, it's incredibly popular. Most old people defend it to their death, even companies who invest in it. And I don't think it's fair to compare like private industry to government when they offer like fundamentally different services. And then to say the government private sector.
What's the private sector industry that the government? What's a government? What's a government entity that the private sector cannot offer?
I mean, I would say like deployment of military.
I would agree with you. Yeah, the military, but the military is heavily privatized. There's a lot of private companies that provide
technology for it.
Yeah, provide weapons and equipment and stuff to the military.
You make me wrestle the mic out of your hands. All right.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Don't forget to take off your mic. Everyone come up next. Thank you.
Of objective morality, guys, okay, first of all, can y'all hear me? Is that good? All right, so my claim is as follows. The left's rejection of objective morality, absolute truth, and the nuclear family is exactly why they lost in 2024. You cannot lead a nation if you can't define what's right, what's real, or what a family is. That's my claim.
Which one do you want to start with?
I'm gonna give you the floor. Whichever one you want to attack first.
The family one seems strange. If the conservative movement was supporting a guy who is very non-traditional with his family, which is Donald Trump, and then his second in command for a while was Elon Musk, who is incredibly non-traditional with his family, so it seems like that's not a huge value for conservatives, or do you think he reinforces founding values despite not living any of them himself?
So Donald Trump has a unique past. However, that doesn't escape or negate the fact that conservative values as a whole have always typically advocated for a strong nuclear family. And in fact, when African Americans, to be specific, were actually more Republican as far back as the 1960s prior to the switch that we did, the black family was at its strongest when we happened to be voting Republican more than at any point in American history. Donald Trump, though his past is very unique, his conservative values that he talks about promote the nuclear family, which is a traditional family.
Which conservative values does Donald Trump talk about that promote the nuclear family?
Well, how about this? How about the fact that he wants to start a Trump savings account for people that have children, up to $5,000? Let's start there. Or the fact that Elon Musk, well, you made him...
Family, right?
I'm sorry?
Children, you can have children out of wedlock, right?
You can.
Not do necessarily with a nuclear family.
Well, you can, but what happens is when cultures have children out of wedlock in mass within the confines of the United States, those children typically suffer more, especially when fathers are not with their children in the house. There have been a multiplicity of studies conducted where when children grow up without a father in the home, those children have higher instances of...
I think it's good to have two parents in the home. I don't think that, it doesn't seem like Trump supports that very much. Like what like Biden during the COVID stimulus time, we had that extension with child tax credit for like $6,000, but then that disappeared under the Trump admin and they brought it back. So I just don't see where Trump's...
Well, he just brought back like I said, he brought back the Trump savings account, but that doesn't refute my point. The fact that Trump doesn't...
policy yet, right?
I'm sorry?
I don't think that's policy
It's
yet.
not. It's being worked on, but that's not the point. The point that I'm making is if Trump's advocates for it, you don't necessarily, no perfect politician. There is no perfect politician. You're not going to find any politician that 100% lives out every single ideal to the fullest.
Yeah, that's not about any of them. The guy doesn't know the difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. Doesn't that bother you?
You say that part about the Old
Trump doesn't know the difference between the Old Testament and the New Testament. He doesn't have a favorite book. You couldn't name a single Bible verse, not even John 3:16. That doesn't bother you?
He did name John 3:16. He's quoted that plenty of times. And one thing that we do have with Trump that we haven't seen.
Hold on, you admit that he only brought that up after he got
No, I don't admit that. Trump has referenced God multiplicity of times on several other podcasts, Justin, and you can't make that claim.
Okay,
Trump has stated the fact that God saved his life.
You're going to talk about the defense of absolute truth, but we can't even agree on like what truthful events are. Donald Trump was asked in 2016, do you have a favorite book of the Bible? Do you have a favorite Old Testament?
There was a point. I will grant you that there was a point where Trump even stated that he was not a Christian. So there was a point where Trump claimed he was not a Christian. Now, after his assassination attempt in Butler, he made an amazing statement where he claimed that God saved his life, and he quoted put this in the inauguration. So it's very possible if he didn't believe at one point to a full degree that his opinion could have changed on God. And that's what we're saying. We have seen Trump now, at this moment, host prayers to open his cabinet meetings, which he did not do at all when he was first elected in 2016. So what we're actually seeing is a religious and a spiritual evolution of Donald Trump that we didn't see before.
How would you tell the difference between a religious and spiritual evolution, like genuinely, versus him just trying to pander to religious votes?
Well, what is he? Well, the problem is there's no need for him to pander still. He's already been elected. He's already secured the vote. So if he's still meeting after becoming the president of the United States, if he is still opening his cabinet meetings to this day with prayer, that would indicate to me a genuine change of faith, not political pandering for voting poll points because he doesn't need them anymore.
What happens in the midterms about having a strong Congress that his votes follow?
That's not my point. We're speaking of one man's individual faith. Trump has already secured.
How do you differentiate between him? Because I view it as an obvious pander, but you view it obviously as a genuine change of faith. How would you tell he's going to do?
I hate that I can't keep this a secret. I canceled all my food delivery subscriptions and upgraded to Cook Unity, and it's totally transformed the way I eat because every meal is crafted by award-winning chefs from across the country. The variety is unlike anything I've ever seen, with over 100 menu options to choose from every week, so I can always find the exact global cuisines I'm craving, whether it's Thai, Japanese, or Italian. So I can have Chef Christy Flores' signature grilled spicy salmon bowl for lunch, and Chef Mark Forgiani's incredible rigatoni with mushroom bolognese for dinner, and all at 50% off if you click now. To meet my health goals, I've been using the app to easily filter through dietary options like vegan, keto, and even high protein. So I get the nutrition I need without ever stepping into a grocery store. And on my busiest days, they offer convenience I can count on. Meals are freshly prepped, delivered right to my door, and ready to heat and eat in minutes. And the best part, it fits my budget. Right now, Cook Unity is offering 50% off your first week. If you do the math, meals start at just $5.55 with select plans. Get this deal today because it won't last long.
After millennia, I am free.
Well, Destiny, here's how we tell it, because his tone about God changed rapidly after going back to the Butler, Pennsylvania incident, which, by the way, is the only interview, or that's the only rally, and it's CNN decided to cover for obvious reasons. Well, I've never wondered about that. They covered the one interview when Assassin's Bullet is about to take Trump out. After that event, he then changes the narrative that he has on God. Now, about the midterms, that's a completely different argument. We're speaking of one man's individual faith. Now you're trying to say that he's trying to pander to secure his base, when we know that one of the primary reasons, to be honest, that the Republicans are in danger in the midterms is because of his failure to release the Epstein file. But that has nothing to do with Trump when we're speaking about his faith from an individual perspective. You can't use that.
Sure, I'm not using the Epstein files. I just think that it's obviously pandering. I think trying to say that Trump's life was saved by God is really weird way of throwing that firefighter under the bus.
Why is that a weird way?
God guide the bullet into the firefighter.
The odds, the mathematical odds, the mathematical odds. Have you ever fired an AR-15?
Yeah.
So you fired 5.56. The mathematical odds of him surviving that are infinitesimally small.
They're infinitesimally high if it misses him. Or great is here.
If he doesn't turn, what you're failing to acknowledge is that if he does not turn his head to the exact degree that he needs to have the bullet strike his ear versus his temple, there's no reason for him to say, take a look at what happened, and if his head is even 1/2 of an inch in the opposite direction, Donald Trump is dead, Kamala Harris could very well win the election, and we'd be having a completely different conversation. So it's impossible
that's reality. Like things can always go a different way. It doesn't prove anything one way or another, right?
Well, what we have is circumstantial evidence, and it doesn't necessarily prove it outright, but it definitely proves that something, at the minimum, very, very odd and non-coincidentally happened. We've never seen
planes with really bad turbulence before. It doesn't mean that God guided us to the landing.
Turbulence and an assassin's bullet are two completely different things. There's no way that you can compare the two. Turbulence and the bullet of an assassin are completely different things. We knew where the sniper was on the roof. The Secret Service, for whatever reason, was aware where the sniper was, failed to take action until someone's life was already taken. So I suppose that was it a random act of violence that someone's life was taken, or what's your response to that? Because someone else did die that day also.
Yeah, I think there was an assassin. He tried to kill Trump. He stuck, he shot, he missed. Then somebody else died instead. I mean, that's as simple as that, no?
So, no, he doesn't hate firefighters. So you're telling me that there's no, we need absolutely no possibility, none at all, that a supernatural act at minimum or something very divine at best could have occurred to save Trump's life. And then we've also gotten away from our original point, which is, again, that the left's failure to acknowledge objective morality, their failure to care about the nuclear family, or for that matter, even define what the hell gender is one of the primary reasons they lost the election. Trump gained more with younger voters than any previous Republican president in the past 2 elections. How do you account for that?
I mean, there's a lot of different reasons you can account for that, but I don't think young men are supporting the nuclear family. They probably support because he's epic and base.
Oh, I don't know, because people
lives on Twitter and stuff. Like, I think that's more to do with, because again, what does Trump do to support the nuclear family? Aside from
well, once again, you have the child care tax credit that he's looking to extend. You have the Trump savings account that he's looking to $60,000
So the Trump tax credit is much smaller than Biden's, right? Yes.
The Trump tax credit is smaller than Biden's?
Significantly smaller than the Biden Trump tax credit. It's like $6,000, I think, for a single child. It's a scam.
Okay.
So that tax credit is smaller. The Trump savings account, that's never going to materialize. That won't happen.
How can you say that? He's still in office. There's an opportunity for that. If he's able to sell citizenship for $5 million, the idea that a Trump savings account couldn't be created is that's not that far of a stretch, Destiny. You have to give Trump a little bit more credit.
I mean, the State Department issuing citizenship is the thing that the president's powers are, like decently well.
He's going to have
this thing, but creating savings accounts for kids, I don't know if the president has the authority to do that.
Well, he would have to go to Congress to get it approved, but then again, that's what he intends to do, while he does have a small majority in the House and the Senate. So the idea that this is something that could not be done is a very, very far stretch. But once again, the core point, which has not been addressed, is that the left cannot even define what gender is. They couldn't define it. They propped up a candidate that was unable to, one, be authentic to who she was, be authentic to her accent. She would switch it up wherever she campaigned, saying, you better thank a union member for this, you better thank a union member for that. And I was cooking collard greens in the bathtub when I was in college, but couldn't give you an actual economic plan. Couldn't give you one. By any stretch of the imagination. That failure and the ability to switch up narratives based upon what state you're in is exactly why her inauthenticity led to her defeat in November.
So I don't think she was inauthentic. I think she was pretty on message most of the time. You're going to talk about the strength of an economic plan. Trump's economic plan was literally one word, which was tariffs, which have been an absolute failure.
There was more than tariffs. The Big Beautiful Bill has a lot more than tariffs. I got to tell you.
Sorry,
the Big Beautiful Bill's got a lot more than tariffs.
Tax cuts. How's it dealing with the deficit?
Well, it added $3.2 trillion to deficit. That I'm not a fan of. However, it extended.
Why did we care that we were able to help the economy by that's the deficit?
The problem with you wanting to reference deficit spending is this. That just cuts at a deeper issue that Trump is now trying to address by replacing the Federal Reserve Chair. What we're not going to do, or what I can't do in this debate, the Federal Reserve absolutely does. The Federal Reserve loans every dollar that we have to us with an immediate debt attached to it. And that has been the case. That has been the case since 1933, when Franklin Delano Roosevelt stole what little wealth Americans had with an illegal executive order that forced American citizens to turn an all gold bullion to the Treasury at the rate of $20 an ounce. Since 1933, the United States has operated under a debt-based fiat currency just like the rest of the world. Trump has done the best that any president can, because his powers are tied, to limit the power of the Fed to deal with quantitative easing, which is exactly why he's now calling for the current Fed chair to be removed. So before we talk about deficit spending, or the fact that we have a multi-trillion-dollar deficit, what we would need to address is the real issue, which is the existence of the Federal Reserve.
First of all, do you think that Donald Trump wants to replace the chair of the Federal Reserve for a more conservative policy? That's the opposite of what he wants to do. He wants to have more QE. He wants to have lower interest rates. He wants to increase the velocity of money as much as possible. That's completely in the opposite direction. Number one. Number two, if you're talking about your debt being your deficit, that's if you know what Congress spends versus what Congress takes in. The Federal Reserve has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, that's what it does, yes.
Absolutely does not. You don't
Since 1933, let's talk about the fact.
Spending cuts, and because he didn't care about spending cuts, he increased the debt and he increased the deficit absolutely for no reason. Because the economy's doing well. Just like right now, he came into the economy.
Destiny, every president since the Federal Reserve came into existence has increased the deficit. If you look at the money supply prior to, listen, if you look, Destiny, if you, a budget surplus is not a deficit reduction. The fact of the matter is, if you look at all right, if that's the case, then answer this question. $1 in 1913 required $21.60 in 2007, for example, to match value. There is a positive correlation between the amount of money that exists in our money supply and the amount of debt there is. That has been the case since the Federal Reserve has come into existence. So if you make that argument about that budget surplus that Clinton had, what was the national debt during Clinton, when Clinton exited? Somebody fact check that. Look at the national debt. Challenge me. Because we love talking about that budget surplus nonsense. Look at the national debt when Bill Clinton was president. You will discover that we were not in the positive by any stretch of the imagination. Donald Trump's attempt, what Donald Trump has done, hold on, what Donald Trump has done, because the only thing that you can do when you're dealing with the Federal Reserve is lower the rate of inflation. When Donald Trump left, inflation was holding at a rate of 1.96%. Right now, as of February of this year, inflation is still holding lower than it was when Joe Biden.
B級ハンターは A 級ダンジョンの荷物持ち。
なんて数だ。これだけのハイオークが外に出たら、どうして俺たちをここに呼んだんだ。岡園さん、一つだけお聞きします。ここにいるモンスターは。
さっきの魔力がダンジョンボスのものだとしたら、彼らの命が危ない。
なら、お前の魔力が尽きるまで破壊するまで。
膨大な魔力と遠距離広範囲の魔法で近づかせないつもりか。さて、いつまで。
Left office. That is irrefutable. So if you want to talk about the Fed and the deficit spending, fine. You have to first address the real enemy and the real snake which continues to rob the American people of its wealth, which is the Federal Reserve. Period, point blank in the story. And again, just to close this last
Hold on, so just to be clear, you think that, walk me through, how does the Federal Reserve influence the budget from Congress?
I didn't say, see, you keep talking about the budget. I'm talking about the money supply itself.
The debt increases.
Here's how. Because the Federal Reserve, when the government wants to create money, they go
Why
in
does the government need to create money?
Because we exist in a fiat currency.
No,
because once again, our wealth was stolen.
Because Congress is spending more money than they're taking in. That's called running a deficit. Donald Trump comes in and he spends more money than he takes in, which he was doing at historic levels even before COVID, right? Because he did a huge tax cut without pairing it with a spending cut, because Republicans love to talk one thing and do another thing. He did that. He increased the debt a monumental amount. He had those tax cuts carried through Biden's element, where that also increased his deficits and the debt a monumental amount. And now he's made those tax cuts permanent again without pairing.
So what I would ask you to do.
Anything to do with the Federal Reserve.
What I would ask all of you to do right now, fact check me on this. Look at the document published by the Federal Reserve called Modern Money Mechanics. It was published in 2008. And what that document does is it breaks down the monetary creation process of the United States. When our government wants to create money, they go to the Fed, they issue the Fed Treasury bonds, which are instruments of debt.
What do you need Treasury bonds for?
To create.
You need Treasury
look
bonds
at somebody pull
your
it up.
deficit. The reason why the government issues bonds.
If you look at going back to my original point, Destiny, that I'm not going to let you run from. Prior to 1933, if you look at a dollar bill, it says it is redeemable in gold. If anybody in this room right now pulls out a dollar bill, that bill will say it is legal tender, which means that it is backed by absolutely nothing. The only thing that who cares? Who cares?
What are you comparing 1933 to today?
Destiny, as an American,
better lives in 1933 than they do today?
Their money was worth more back then, Destiny. That's the point. Every president from Trump all the way down to FDR and everyone else. The minute that FDR took our gold from us in 1933, the United States dollar has been, to be quite honest, I know it's been shit. There is a reason.
The standard of living was better then or now?
Well, if your money, let me see, Destiny, if your money bought more back then, don't you think you would have a better standard of living?
What did it buy? Did it buy them cell phones? Did it buy them internet access? Did it buy them?
We didn't have internet.
Did it buy them? Yeah, exactly. We didn't have any of that. So why is it every single country in the world has somehow decided to move to a fiat currency system?
You know why?
Nobody uses a gold standard system anywhere.
You know why? You know why? You know why? Because when big bankers come in and they gain through central banks, which is what the Federal Reserve is. Let me ask you this: before we even continue, is the Federal Reserve a public or a private institution? It's about as federal expense. That's rhetorical.
Sure, it's a private institution with a federally nominated head.
Right. But who does it answer to? It answers to the member banks. The fact of the matter is this, and this has been the case once again since FDR took our gold from us in 1933. The fact that I just told you that $1 in 1913 required $21.60 to match value, which means that the U.S. dollar has lost 97% of its purchasing power since the Federal Reserve came into existence. That is an instrument of debt. The United States is controlled by its system of debt until the Federal Reserve is restructured, at minimum brought under the Department of the Treasury, which constitutionally, that's supposed to be Congress's power to coin and print money anyway, which speaks to the fact that the Federal Reserve bankers and the bankers have more control over our system than the American people are supposed to.
What system would you look to emulate? Why does nobody else on the planet utilize this amazing gold standard-backed currency?
Because central bankers don't allow. When Abraham Lincoln, Destiny,
all of the banks on all the governments all over the world.
There are three presidents I'm going to give you. There are three presidents. Let's start with Abraham Lincoln. When Abraham Lincoln rejected the offer by Europe to have a central bank established in the United States and it began to issue greenbacks, he was killed shortly after that. When Andrew Jackson rejected the offer to have a central bank established in the United States, he was nearly assassinated twice. When John F. Kennedy, with Executive Order number 11110, passed in 1963, when he began the process, which was a direct order by the president to issue silver bullion certificates, that he was taken out right after that. The fact of the matter is, there are forces within our government that have been in existence since Woodrow Wilson.
Talking about our government, I'm talking about the rest of the world.
The rest of the world.
country has decided, why didn't the Soviets or China or any of our enemies, why don't they move to a gold standard back currency?
Well, let's see. Because they exist, they have a fiat currency. That's
why don't they use it? It's so much better.
Because it's easier to create instruments of debt where you can create money and create it out of thin air without it having to be backed by anything of substance.
It is backed by something of substance, backed by the strength of the ability to pay back in the future, right?
Okay, so where does the money come from? Where does the money to pay for the debt we already have?
It comes from the future activity of the U.S. economy.
Future activity, which requires more what? More printing. So what we have
Do we not have real things that we make in the United States?
Destiny.
Do we not make cars and spaceships, and do we not manufacture goods and services?
The instrument through which...
I understand you're repeating the same thing over and over again.
Well, because it's obviously going over your head, so I have to keep trying to repeat it. The fact of the matter is...
engage with anything I'm saying. I'm asking you, why did no other countries on the planet utilize this clearly superior system?
It's not a superior system. It's nothing more than an instrument of debt. Have you ever read the book Confession of an Economic Hitman?
No.
It is well documented that central bankers, going all the way back to the time of Woodrow Wilson, again, we're referencing the United States because that's the country that we live in. I don't know about you, but I care more about what goes on in this country than what goes on,
So do you think we have a more stable economy back when we had like a Great Depression than we have had in 100 years going forward?
You're referencing the exact thing that I'm trying to lead you to. What was the reason that FDR took America's gold? It was under the guise of attempting to end the Depression.
So when was our economy more stable? Was it pre or post fiat currency?
It was definitely pre-fiat currency.
Impaired driving is a danger to yourself and other Oklahomans on every road. So remember.
By what metric? How would you say that in an era where we're having great depressions?
Look at the purchasing power of the dollar.
About the purchasing power of the dollar.
I don't know about you, but listen, question. How long have prices been increasing in the United States? Because under Biden, I don't know, prices got a lot worse under Biden. They got a lot worse under Biden. It was terrible. It was terrible.
Right? But we earn more money now too, yes?
Earning more money, if the value of the money you're earning is still less than what it was just a couple of years ago, that speaks to the fact that the U.S. dollar has lost 97% of its purchasing power, and it continues to get worse for my children, my son's generation, and the generations following him will have less money to spend on housing, less money to spend on food than we have now. Why? Because our government continues to allow the Fed to print money at a ridiculous rate, which is exactly why.
Absolutely nothing to back it up with besides saying the same thing over and over.
I gave you sources. I would encourage you.
I'm asking for the first reason is why does nobody else use a gold standard? You haven't answered that.
No, I did because other countries in the world have en masse adopted the fiat currency system as a way. I'll tell you, as a way to print unlimited money without responsibility.
So is that a better way of running an economy or a worse way?
No, it's not. It's a worse way. It's absolutely worse.
So the question is, why has every economy on the planet decided to run their economy in a worse way?
This is where you get into the control issue. This is exactly where you get into the control issue of central bankers.
All of them?
Yes.
Do they have like
how many countries in the world have a central banking system? All of them. You think it's not? So you don't think it's odd that every country in the world refuses? Even smaller countries like Sweden, Switzerland. I think there may be 1 or 2 countries on the planet that have a gold-backed currency. And those countries, it's amazing that they experience zero inflation, zero to actually negative inflation. Why? Because if you allow, let me ask you this: what is the benefit of being able to print money unlimited? What is the benefit?
The benefit is if you're able to ease your boom and bust cycle. The benefit is that if you're having times of great economic disparity, so for instance over COVID, you're able to produce a whole bunch of stimulus so everybody doesn't go homeless when their businesses are closed for 6 months. Or if you look at 2007, you're able to stimulate your economy enough such that people aren't literally in civil war on the streets and starving to death. Notice there aren't people writing books like they did about the Great Depression. They're not going to write those books about COVID. They're not going to write those books about 2007. That's the difference.
So you're telling me that it is better to print money to get out of a situation that could have been avoided in the first place. Why, let me ask you this. Hold on. Wait.
If you have a theoretical world where you can avoid all catastrophe, then that's the better world, of course, but that's not the world that we live in.
No, Destiny, one simple question. Why did Woodrow Wilson admit to the American people that he regretted signing the Federal Reserve Act into law?
I don't know, because Jesus told him in a dream?
No, Jesus had nothing to do with it. Jesus had nothing to do with it. In fact, I would actually argue that Jesus would have told you to use gold coin, actually, because he was actually back when money was backed by something. But Woodrow Wilson said, I unwillingly admit that I have now signed this nation over to be controlled by its system of credit. Period, point blank, end of story. And that is what the United States has been controlled by since the Federal Reserve came into existence. So if you can't even create a solution to a national debt problem, it would seem to me that there's no point in talking about.
The solution is easy. You just spend less money than you take in in tax receipts. Donald Trump is.
Why has no president been able to do that? Why has the national deficit increased? Destiny. A budget surplus is not the elimination of the deficit. That's what you keep. You have to quantify.
When you say deficit, what do you think a deficit refers to?
What was the national debt under Clinton?
Wait, what is a deficit? Do you know what a budget deficit is?
The amount of money that is owed to somebody by somebody. In this particular case, the United States government owed to its debtors. Here is the story.
Now, so then, when you have a budget, you have an income, and then you have like your outlays. You got how much money you make and how much money you spend. When you spend more money than you make, you have a deficit, a shortfall. You have to borrow to make up the deficit, right? That's.
Well, I was a child back in the
1933, when they had so much more purchasing power, what was everybody buying? What were they buying? They had so much purchasing power. What were their money?
They were able to buy property back then, Destiny. The prices of goods and services were cheaper by comparison to today's dollars. My entire point.
So you think people had a better standard of living in 1933?
I didn't say standard of living. I'm speaking of the prices paid for goods.
What is if the ability to purchase goods for cheaper? What is that? Not a higher standard of living.
So if by your definition, okay, right, higher standard of living, sure. Higher standard of living. So if the people back then were able to purchase goods for cheaper back then, I would argue, yes, they had a higher standard of living. They may not have had the same technology, but that's not what we're speaking to. If you cannot refute the point that the dollar has lost its value since the Federal Reserve has come into existence, and that the only way truly to combat high inflation is to eliminate or at least restructure the current organization of the Fed, then there's no point in continuing the conversation.
I can't comment on that point because I think what is true. I just think it matters. Inflation is built into our current monetary system.
So you're acknowledging my point in real time to say that inflation is built in.
Yes, inflation is built in. Everybody understands that.
Right. So that means that Austin is right. If inflation is built in, you just proved my point in real time.
Because your point is that it somehow makes economies worse.
He literally just proves it in real time.
Every single economy in the world chooses to run their economy.
That is a problem, Destiny. What I'm calling for.
Who? Nobody agrees with you that it's a problem.
Oh, a lot of people do. A lot of people do. Ron Paul did. There have been HR 2345, which is a House bill. You can go look this up. HR 2345 calls for the reinstatement of the gold standard. So there are members of the House of Congress right now that agree with my philosophy. If you think I'm lying, look it up. HR 2345 calls for the reintroduction of the gold standard. And what that would do is kill inflation overnight. It would kill inflation immediately. You know why? Because it would finally bring into control the out of control spending of the Fed. It would finally once and for all.
That's not irrelevant.
Oh, right. Sure it does.
Spending is what you have to worry about, right?
But let's call it everything with curtail all of it, Destiny. Do you know, have you looked up HR 2345?
I don't need to look at HR.
You do. It's a bill. It's on the floor right now. It's a great bill. That's a big, beautiful bill for you, by the way. That's the one you want to look up. HR 2345.
Okay, stop the Fed spend money. Okay, slow down. All right. Okay.
In a world where you've constantly been told what you can't do,
who will you choose to be when presented with something different? Be inspiring. Paint your own story of what life could be and what you want out of it.
be authentic, embrace who you truly are and hope to be, as someone who is unapologetically you.
Be thought-provoking. As someone who's been there, share the importance of being your own advocate.
Because schizophrenia shouldn't change who you want to be.
would they know that word?
However, she is certainly confined somewhere.
Does that mean I'm really in outer space right now?
The Great Reset.
Unfortunately, the third eye game is not that simple.
Date, you gotta help me!
You think you can handle it?
Yes, it won't be a problem.
Tighten your seatbelts. I'm going in!
I would advise starting with some questioning.
Do you know about Iris? Iris Sagan? Iva, let's look around with X-ray.
Very well.
Did you try using Wink Sync?
We can win this.
Okay, counting down until entry. But you can only be in Somnium for 6 minutes.
Date, you've got 5 minutes. Better take this seriously.
This Somnium world has 5 mental locks.
So we have to unlock them, huh?
Yes, doing so will enable us to sink into a deeper layer of this person's consciousness. Who is that?
We gotta time it. Basically, using it lets us speed up or slow down the flow of time in Somnium, right?
Somnium!
Are you just messing around?
I'm locked in! Date! Help me!
You need help with the escape game again?
What is this? Oh? So if we find something it fits into, we might be able to use it.
I guess we'll need Ota to help Iris escape.
Tessa, how are things there?
Unknown. We do not currently have enough info to link it all together.
Now, use your third eye to escape this predicament.
Wasn't there supposed to be a third way out? I don't get it.
I'll save her, even if I have to blow someone's head off.
You're the only one who can do it.
But it just wouldn't be home without you.
I'll be right behind you, Mr. Date.
Date, get a grip.
Yeah, I knew you could do it, partner.
What I'm asking is okay. Actually, let's run.
I'll be running since 2030.
Let's say hypothetically we went back to the gold standard.
Yeah.
Do you think that trade deficits are a problem?
They're absolutely a problem. Absolutely.
What would you do if the United States economy had no more inflation and every other economy continues to operate as normal?
So that wouldn't happen. That wouldn't happen. Because the United States dollar is currently the reserve currency of the world, assuming that the U.S. dollar maintained its status, which, by the way, under the gold standard, I'm sure it would, because the price of gold as set in the bill would be set to $10,000 an ounce, which would allow the United States...
If there were trade deficits, you can't buy U.S. debt. How is the United States the reserve currency of the world?
Definitely. What I'm telling you is this. At present, the U.S. dollar is... No. We gotta walk this through, right? You asked the question, allow me the space to answer. Is the U.S. dollar currently the world's reserve currency? Yes or no?
Yes, because people still hold extra USD because we have trade deficits.
Okay, you're correct. I'm not denying that. Under the HR 2345, it speaks to the trade deficits. The price of gold would be restructured to around $10,000 an ounce. So the trade deficit, we would still be able to trade with relations, deal with our debt. It would simply be revalued. That's all that would happen.
Yeah, but what would happen is if other countries' economies
would adopt.
Other countries' economies continue to inflate, but not be able to buy U.S. goods because they won't be able to afford anything here. Our currency will be too strong.
Definitely. If our dollar was backed by gold, the purchasing power would return. If you admit, do you agree? First of all, before we continue, do you agree that the U.S. dollar has lost 97% of the purchasing power?
I think that's a naive and a crude analysis.
Bullshit. So how much money have we lost? What is
it doesn't make sense to say how much money. Like,
how much value? Stop.
It's not about that. No, it doesn't make sense to say that.
How much value?
The problem is you don't have a concept of any of these economic ideas. You're just memorizing lines. No, because when you say we've lost 97% of our purchasing power, well, then what I'm looking at is money is worthless. At the end of the day, you can eat a dollar bill. What matters is what you can buy with it. Right. It matters the goods and services that are available to you for having your dollar. What can you trade it for? If I go back to 1933, when we had a gold standard, if I go back to the Great Depression, and I compare the standard of living then to any of the standards of living now, or even through our current economic crises, we are ahead in every single conceivable metric. So it seems like, despite a difference in absolute purchasing power, despite the inflation, the dollars can still buy the things that we need, and that's all that matters. At the end of the day, the currency is just a barter system. It's a way to buy and sell things between other people.
Currency's always been a barter system. The problem is when it's backed by nothing, people tend to suffer.
Suffer, but I'm asking you, how do we suffer?
We suffer because, let me ask you this, what's the average income of today's Americans? The fact that 90% of Americans are with one paycheck away from a serious financial crisis should let you know that people are suffering around here. The fact that most Americans now live with their mother or father, when back then, in my mother's generation, my father's generation, you could buy a house, should indicate that something has happened to the purchasing power of our dollar. If my mother could purchase a house back then, my grandmother, my great-grandfather, they could, but now my generation can't, that seems to be one word. It's a lot of bullshit. That's just the bottom line. So if you don't think that that's suffering, then we have a serious problem.
So the idea, the illusion.
Do you admit that that's true? Do you admit that
No, that's not true. There was no time in U.S. history where every single person had a house with a wife and get that. You need to watch less sitcoms and look at more actual data for how people own houses. The idea that if you want to talk about the types of houses that they own, you can find those houses today. They're in rural Nebraska, Missouri, Utah, Montana. If you want to go buy a house there, you're welcome to do so. You probably
Box.gg is the ultimate collectibles experience. You can unbox a variety of rare trading cards from your favorite TCGs like Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, and even One Piece. Transparency is at the heart of everything at Box. They have a provably fair system, public odds. I'm gonna open this and let's see which one we get. Hopefully the Umbreon, but let's see if we get something crazy to see this. Oh, what is that? We got the Rayquaza V, I'll take that. I can actually get these shipped to my house, which is insane.
real cheap. There are plenty of places in the US you can do that. If everyone wants to live in these huge cities where the cost of living is going up, which it is, and even when
why is the cost going up?
That's my back because there's very few people, or there's a lot of people competing for very few homes.
You're willing to no, that's because corporations, who are multi-billion-dollar corporations, by the way, which we need to overturn Citizens United, but that's another story. They're buying up properties in mass, being able to jack the rent up on apartments, luxury towns, condos, you name it. That's the problem. The money has been monopolized into the hands of a select few, which takes away the common man's ability to earn a living, earn an honest wage, work in a company for 20 years, get a house, get the picket fence, get the door. That's the problem. That's the thing you're not willing to admit. You're willing to tell me the truth in one aspect, that our dollar has lost power in its purchasability, but now all of a sudden, well, no one's ever been able to buy a house. Now all of a sudden, this moral relativism is somehow supposed to pass, which I call, again, BS.
Do you think that people earn the same amount of money they do today that they did?
No, they don't.
So our paychecks are also increasing as the inflation increases.
Everything
has
to increase if everything is worth less.
Correct.
You keep literally proving my point in real time.
Except I'm not, because you're just taking it for granted. You're saying that those things are bad, but the United States economy since 1933 has only become more dominant across the entire planet. Our standard of living has only increased since then in every single metric. There is no country in the world that is deploying the economic ideas that you're insinuating. Even when they've been our absolute enemies. The Soviet Union didn't use a gold standard. China didn't use a gold standard. Now Iran doesn't use a gold standard. None of these other countries are deploying these superior economic measures for some reason. So
you're telling me, wait a minute. You're telling me that you would argue right now that the standard of living in the United States has increased when we have seen some of the worst homeless epidemics that we've ever seen in the history of this country within the past 3 to 4 presidential administrations. You're really telling me now that the standard of living has increased in this country when the average American is incapable of buying their own damn house?
Do you think that the average American
will you
today...
concede? No.
Has increased since 1933?
Will you concede?
Yes.
Will you concede
most
the
people
point?
are not homeless.
Oh,
we don't in California. Listen, most people are not homeless.
Well, let's not talk about California. You don't want to talk about California. You don't want to go there. That's not a good conversation. You're willing to sit here and blatantly say that most Americans can afford a house today.
Probably not today, but most Americans have never been able to afford a house.
How many different times can he prove my point without
not proving any point?
You admit you just admitted 3 times.
Their own home. That's never been the case.
Destiny, has there ever been a point in our country's history And as a matter of fact, let me take you back to 1968 once again. This is a classic. When black people were at our economically lowest, we actually had higher ownership rates while we were more oppressed, earning less, by the way, because our dollar was still backed by something. To quote Dr. King, in fact, in 1968, the annual collective net worth of the American Negro was $30.63 billion a year, which was more than all of the exports of the United States at that time and more than the national budget of Canada. Home ownership among black communities were higher back then while we were suffering under the horrors of Jim Crow and under the horrors of oppressive economic conditions. And there are more black people, men and women today, that own homes now than back then. So if the standard of living has increased, it's increased for everybody except black Americans. So that right there disproves your point using logic, facts, and objective data.
Well, if anything, that would probably prove the point that there exist problems in certain communities that need to be addressed. It doesn't prove that a fiat currency system is bad.
Okay, so if a fiat currency is willing to essentially steal...
Do you think that in the beginning of the United States history, when they said things like only landowners could vote, you think that was everybody?
Okay, we're not talking about that. We're dealing with one specific issue. We're specifically speaking of currency. Now you want to divert the topic to something that I didn't mention or care to discuss.
We've gone back to 1933 so much, I feel like I'm 100 years old.
Well, hey, aging looks good on you. I got to tell you, it looks great. But I mean, every once in a while, I got to give you a history lesson, clearly, because your refusal to acknowledge that our dollar has lost value, which is bad.
I've already acknowledged that it's built into the system.
So then change the damn system.
But it would be
if
bad
that is
for our
built into the
economy.
system, does it not make sense
bad.
to change the system?
It would be bad for the economy.
Not if you restructure it properly, which is exactly why I would
the whole thing. And what, Donald Trump is going to do that? Invisible planes are invisible?
It may not be Trump to do it. It may require someone different. It may. But the point is that the bill currently exists. The bill currently exists.
Donald Trump's doing so much good for the economy, and people are liking the direction he's taking it. Why didn't he get an economic contraction last quarter? Why are the bond yield markets increasing instead of decreasing? Why is the faith in the U.S. economy around the world shrinking?
It's not shrinking. In fact, the faith in the U.S. economy is growing. Trump just re-extended the tax cuts that he originally put in. Inflation is still holding. The CPI index has reached a lower or a higher level, where our purchasing power is a little bit higher than what even CNN anticipated. So that's not even remotely accurate.
We're not matching our job reports. CPI is doing good because demand is slowing down, and that's going to cause a decrease in oil prices. So of course, if you're waiting for not good for oil, then yeah, that is coming out of it.
So I suppose you're also going to now make the argument that inflation is not lower than what it was when...
no, but inflation is not the be-all and end-all for economic policy. Just like how you guys pretend you care about inflation, except when inflation is higher Trump, I guess we care. You guys pretend to care about the deficit, except when the deficit is higher Trump, you guys don't care.
I absolutely care. I absolutely care when inflation is high, and I would absolutely hold Trump accountable. But it is very interesting to me that in 2020, when he left, inflation was still holding at a lower point than it was under Biden.
The entire world economy was shut down. Why would that be surprising?
And yet somehow we still saw more economic growth under Trump in 2020 than we saw under Biden. Meanwhile, by the way, we continue.
It's not even possible.
What do you mean it's not possible? The Inflation Reduction Act that Kamala Harris used her time-breaking one to pass led to massive inflation, and Congressman Byron Donalds even referenced this plenty of times on plenty of...
Definitionally, not...
Oh, sure it is, Destiny. So I guess Congressman Byron Donalds, who has great access to this information, was full of shit.
Does he have an R next to his name? So he probably is.
Oh, great. Well, if you have the inability to accept truth from someone with an opposing worldview, then I guess there's not much point talking to you.
Well, they're delusional.
Oh, well, I think Democrats are delusional. Once again, you can't even define what a man or a woman is. But hey, I don't know. Maybe Democrats are more delusional than us. At least I can tell you what a man is and a woman. I don't know. At least I can tell you that. But if that makes us delusional, then hey, if an R, which by the way, I'm actually pro the removal, if possible, of either the Republican or Democratic Party. We should vote on policy, not party. But that's just me personally. But hey, maybe I'm a little goofy for that. Maybe I'm a little loofy for it. I don't know.
I don't know why you guys spend so much time thinking about chicks with dicks, but it's not really a huge policy concern for me to obsess over trans people. If you want to talk trans people all day, that's fine. You could run down that road. I think there are more pressing issues facing this country right now.
I mean, it's not. There are absolutely more pressing issues, like the one I'm trying to deal with, which is the one that affects my pockets every day. Ensuring that inflation stays low, that we restructure the Federal Reserve and make the dollar stronger. Those are the things that matter to me. Because I'm not just thinking about me. I'm thinking about my children. My children.
At the end of 4 years, what's your measure for if Trump did a good job or not?
We'd have to see reduced inflation, a reduced deficit, which again, I'm not going to give Trump credit for that. I will grant you. No, but once again, like I said, I grant you this. I would love to see a reduction in the deficit, which I'm not sure if we're going to see the Trump. I'm not sure. I will grant you that. I will hold Trump accountable. And what would make Trump a great president to me is a reduced deficit, lower inflation, and the release of the Epstein files. That would make Trump a great president.
Okay, so the deficit's not going down.
It may not. Like I said, that one I'll grant.
Inflation can hold, but that's not the sign of a strong economy. It's just inflation.
Well, if that holds and the CPI continues to show positive growth, and I would say that, yes.
This is like a 4-year-old in special ed. You're giving him the easiest guide timeline possible. Like, my goal for Donald Trump is that inflation stays the same. It's not even his job. It's the Federal Reserve's job. It's not even the job of the president.
Well, if we pass HR 2345, that would actually make a hell of a difference in the economy because it would kill inflation overnight. But hey, that one we might not see. I'll give you that.
So it's been 90 days. We have 0 deals. How do we feel about Trump's?
Well, he did secure $2 trillion in investments from the UAE. He did secure over $2 trillion in investments over the next 10 years. But that is not
anything, right? So the question is, he's the president of where are the trade deals?
Well, he has the reciprocal tariffs that he's working on. He has not only that. That is the trade deal. He's working on trade is constantly being negotiated right now as we speak, doesn't it? I didn't ask you.
There are no trade deals.
Okay, let me ask you. Okay, so let me flip the question. In your mind, if you're willing to say that Trump could have a successful presidency, what would that look like?
Break free with the new Opera GX, the browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools like ad and tracker blockers and free no-log VPN. Check into GX Corner for the latest news, deals, and free games. But what really makes our hit different is mods, giving you the power to change everything from animated wallpapers to...
At this point, he would have to reverse course on a lot of the stuff he's already done. So,
okay, so
the rule of law would be nice, right? Listening to orders issued from judges would be nice.
You mean judges that make it their business to undo everything he does? You mean judges
who make it their business to rule on federal matters, like what judges are supposed to do?
Okay, Destiny, so I didn't let you finish. So what in your mind would, other than the judges thing, what could Trump do to where you would say, you know what, this bastard did something worth a damn? What
he could stop suing everybody that he disagrees with. That'd be a nice thing. Maybe.
Well, I mean, if I make MSNBC pay me $19 million for defamation, then I think that's a win. And if I ever become president and you defame my character and I sue the shit out of you, I want my check too. I just gotta say, I want my money.
If you could be a 6'2"
I want my money.
If you could be a 6'2" Giga Chad and be digging out prostitutes while doing cocaine, why can't we say that's a win too for Hunter Biden?
Well. When you get a preemptive pardon from your father for backdoor trade deals with China that could have very well been signed by Donald Penn, I don't know that Hunter Biden is a good example. Let's deal specifically with the president, because if we start
now we want to talk about the president.
Well, I mean, if we start doing familiar
obsessed with Hunter Biden.
Well, if you're the son of the president of the United States and engaging in what could be seen as acts of treason, I think that would be a serious problem.
Do you feel the same about Kushner, whose hedge fund was signing $2 billion deals with MBS to Saudi Arabia after he negotiated the Abraham Accords?
I absolutely think that's wrong as well. I would hold him accountable for
because you know that deal was like 3 orders of magnitude, like 10,000% more than the totality of money that Hunter Biden supposedly made while he was working in Ukraine.
So once again,
and also Hunter Biden had no direct involvement with the government whatsoever, whereas Kushner was brought into the White House to be our envoy to negotiate these with the Middle East. Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't that a little bit corrupt?
Once again, where Trump is wrong, I call it out. But once again, so you still haven't finished. What else would Trump have to do? You said reverse course. You mentioned the judges. You mentioned Kushner. What else would Trump have to do to make sure that you could at least call him a decent president?
Not falsely claiming that we're at war with other countries like Venezuela in order to deport people. That'd be a good start. The invocation of the Alien Act is
He claimed we're at war with Venezuela. He claimed we're at war with illegal immigrants, Destiny. In what world is it logical to allow people to come over to the country illegally? Meanwhile, there is a process through which, if followed legally, everyone can come over to the country. And Barack Obama, what I love about this, hold on, let me make this point. It is so interesting that people love damning Trump for trying to handle illegal immigration, when at present, Barack Obama has still to this day deported more.
We're talking about Obama right now. I don't know why he's up.
I mean, it's a matter of comparison, is it not? It's a matter of comparison. Barack Obama still to this day deported more illegals than Trump. Yet when Trump does it, it's bullshit.
That's where the big Obama numbers come from, and that's substantively different.
Which is what he's supposed to do.
We're at war with Venezuela right now. You understand that's how the Alien Enemies Act works. They're enemies of the state. That Venezuela is invading us right now. That's why we deport them into the process.
If illegals are in this country,
you're not answering who are you talking to?
If illegals are in the country,
we're at war with Venezuela?
Not in the typical sense, no. But what Trump is, he's speaking hyperbole. If you're speaking in a hyperbole,
he's not speaking hyperbole. He invoked a law. That's not hyperbole.
In order to give him the authority to remove the illegals with swiftness, which is what I actually am for. If you're in this country illegally, not following the proper legal process, then the President of the United States should have authority to remove illegals out of the country, which does a disservice to those that are trying to do things the right damn way.
Sure, and we have a process for that. It's called the legal system.
Oh, great, exactly. So when we go to the southern border, right, they're not even doing that. They're not doing that. They're not doing things the legal way, and you acknowledge it.
He should pick up a book and learn how it works. He's the President of the United States. Or at the very least, he can pick somebody to hand him words. When Christie's asked, what is habeas corpus? And she says, it's Trump's ability to deport people. Maybe she's not the right person for the job. Maybe?
That was funny. I'll give you that. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. But you're telling me that it's, so you're telling me essentially that it's, is it wrong to remove those that are here illegally? Because I want to get you on the record with this. Is it wrong?
No one is saying that. That's not what the conversation's about.
No. So no, this conversation, you've now made the conversation about illegal immigrants.
No, we're making the conversation about the process by which he is deporting them.
Okay, so what is wrong, once again, what is wrong with deporting illegal immigrants in a swift fashion? What's wrong with that?
Because he said we were at war with Venezuela when he said so.
I believe the president was speaking in a hyperbolic sense, but in principle, which gave him the authority. Why did he invoke the law? He gave him the executive.
Trump, like you're talking about an abusive Trump uncle. He doesn't mean it when he says it like that. He wants what's best for you.
If he invoked the law, he invokes the law to give him he invokes the law to grant him the executive authority necessary to execute his agenda, which is the removal of illegals from this country, which is a power granted to him by the Constitution of the United States.
So if the president comes in,
is that true or false, Destiny? Destiny, is that true or false? Destiny, is it true or false?
It is true that he invoked the law so that he could avoid due process for certain groups of the game.
Is it true that the Constitution grants powers to the president to act once a state of emergency is declared to the point of him enacting the law? If we are facing, which he said in his inauguration, this actually shows how true Trump is to his agenda. He said, I'm going to invoke a national emergency at the southern border to deal with the migrant crisis. And since then, we have deported over 100,000 illegal immigrants. So that means that Trump is at least a man of his word. He's clearing the country of illegals, and we've seen no border crossings since he started doing what he said he was going to do.
That is true because nobody's coming here right now. Tourism is down across every single.
I wonder why. Because he stopped it. Because he stopped it, which means that he did what he said he was going to do, which means Trump is a man of his word.
Make America an unappealing place to go to? Was that the goal the whole time?
If America was so unappealing, then there wouldn't be so many illegals trying their damnedest to get over to this country.
As of right now, they're not trying to get in anymore,
So you're proving my point in real time. This is fantastic.
They're not trying to get in anymore, right?
They can't, because you know why? Because we finally got a president with the balls to put a stop to the bullshit. In the White House. When Trump says he wants to do something, he does it. When he says he wants to stop something, he stops it. And when he says we're going to declare a national emergency at the southern border, we're going to deal with the crisis, and we're going to
stop. Why didn't we stop Ukraine and Russia yet? That was a day zero stop. Why didn't we stop? Why did we get a hostage?
That's a great. That actually is a fantastic question. You know
Biden
what?
coming up at 5.
No, Biden's not going to come at all. Biden's not going to come at all. The reason we have not dealt with Ukraine is because, unfortunately, for those of you that know who Smedley D. Butler is, he was a famous military general that made one very powerful statement. War is a racket. It is the only economic activity in which profits are reckoned in dollars and the losses in lives. The fact is that the United States government is a war machine, and it has been for a long time. And as much as I wish Trump would do his best to end the war, which, by the way, he has, when he brought Zelensky to the White House, and that man didn't even have the common decency to come into the most sacred building in the United States wearing a suit, but rather coming in asking for our money after already having been handed billions of dollars by Biden. Trump told him back, Trump said plainly, you don't have the courage right now. We have the courage. Trump tried to end the war. Zelensky wanted more money. And the fact of the matter is, I hate to say this, I do not give Trump credit on his handling of Ukraine. I think the war should have been ended a long damn time ago. But that speaks more to a global machine of war, the military-industrial complex, even vastly more than industrial complex.
Trump lied or failed that he was going to end that war.
I'll give you that he failed, but he didn't lie. He didn't lie. No, he didn't lie. Presidents fail.
And he failed to get the hostages back from Hamas in Gaza. He said on day 0, he said they negotiated a whole deal with Hamas to get hostages back.
Not all of them, the hostages have come back.
That was implied failure, right?
No, it's not an implied failure. If some of the hostages have come back, that is a partial win.
He said that war would be over on day 0. He said that conflict would end immediately because Trump and then they would respect his rule.
So when Barack Obama, so if we're going, so if every,
negotiate with.
So if every single word out of a president's mouth has to be 100% true, then that means that, and I hate to do this, but I have no choice. When Barack Obama passed Obamacare, he said, if you like your plan, you can keep your plan. Period. You like your doctor, you can keep your doctor. Period. And over 400,000 Americans lost their health insurance benefits the minute he said that. The minute Obamacare was signed. So we're going to hold Obama accountable for that, or are you going to also still count Obamacare as a win? Which, by the way, was still.
And I'm not going to vote for the next election. I don't know why Obama is being brought up.
No, but my point is, the point I'm making
is that it's not about him being 100% correct. It's about him being at least like 10% correct.
Oh, for Christ's sake, Destiny. Do you give him credit? Do you give Trump credit for anything at all, or do you just hate his guts? Is his TDS that damn bad? Which one is it?
What would you like to give him credit for?
Oh, no, I'm asking, is there anything that Trump did with low inflation when he first left, lowest black, which I'll tell you this, here's something that you can't not give him credit for. Black unemployment was at its lowest point under Trump from 2016 through 2020 than at any point it was in the past 50 years. So if that's not something to give him credit for, then, I mean, I guess what do you give him credit for?
Operation Warp Speed.
That was funny. That one I can't remember. That was good. That was good. Go ahead.
So Trump has failed at the foreign policy front completely and utterly. Ukraine is still raging on. Israel's still blowing everybody up. We're blowing up people for Israel. We bombed Iran for it.
I disagree. I'm going to tell you this right now. Hate me all you want. I completely disagree with the way that he has handled Israel. But I do agree with Trump when he said that, unfortunately, you have two countries that are fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. He did admit that neither of those countries are doing what they're supposed to do.
Now,
and the fact of the matter is that hold on. We cannot shirk away from the fact, and I will not shirk away from the fact that Trump did negotiate a ceasefire. The minute that ceasefire was negotiated, Israel went. Bibi Netanyahu, who by the way has committed he's done a lot of foul things. We got to investigate it. We got to call it out. We got to be honest. He went behind Trump's back, illegally fired missiles, which broke the ceasefire. So that's not on Trump. That's on Bibi Netanyahu, and his ass needs to be held accountable for it. And I'll say it on any damn camera in here. Bibi Netanyahu needs to be held accountable, not the president of the United States.
So how upsetting is that? Do you think Trump's going to hold accountable?
I'm sorry.
Is Trump going to hold accountable?
I don't think so. I think, well, now listen, I don't disagree with you on that. Again, the way that Trump handled that war, he did his best. That I'll say he did his best. He failed. He negotiated bullshit. He did something. He did negotiate a ceasefire. What Bibi Netanyahu, Destiny, come on. Trump has tried his damnedest. This is, if you give him nothing else, you have to give the orange man this.
Excuse me, conservatives have been against participation trophies for the entirety of my life. Trump's not getting one right now.
Okay, so now it's interesting. So now we're ignoring that there are instances where presidents' hands can be tied. If a foreign government, which is what the nation of Israel is still a foreign government, if they go behind a president's back after a ceasefire deal is negotiated, now you're going to blame it on Trump. I suppose you're also going to blame what happened in Texas on Trump too. Like you tweeted that those victims and those children wouldn't have died if Trump was not president in the floods. I guess you're going to do that now too.
This is the equivalent of somebody opening your chest, seeing your heart, and going, "Wow, surgery's a lot tougher than I thought it was." Donald Trump said he was qualified to do the job. He said he could fix these problems. He said he was going to go into day zero, and he failed on every single conceivable metric. You don't get credit for that. Unfortunately, when it comes
you don't get so now you don't get credit for the attempt. So now it's really interesting how liberals operate. Right. So now wait a minute, Destiny, hold on. Because we saw the tweet. You said that because let's start here. Did you say that if Trump was not president, that those children would not have passed away in the floods in Texas?
I don't think, no. If I hadn't tweeted about it, though, I don't think that would have saved any lives either. So I don't know what the point is of this.
Oh, okay. So now my point is this. You're saying that when Trump fails, it's all Trump's fault. As if there are not other agents involved in the war between Israel and Iran. Or is it all Trump's fault? Which one is it?
Trump didn't promise us no floods like he promised us no new wars.
Well, he can't control the natural disaster, Destiny. That'd be an act of God, the God that you don't believe in. But I'm sitting here telling you that the fact of the matter is...
But he didn't say there would be no new floods. He said there would be no wars.
Well, Dick, once again, does he control the entirety of the world stage, or does he control the United States?
Maybe that was a bad idea.
What he said was, I will be an anti-war president, and to the best of his ability, he held on to that standard.
He can't use ignorance as an excuse because he was president for 4 years while the war raged on in Ukraine and Russia. Nothing changed about it, so he knew it was complicated.
When did Russia invade Ukraine? They annexed Ukraine under Trump. They invaded under who? Biden. They invaded under Biden. The annexation began under Trump. That is true. I grant you that. The invasion took place under Biden. And the fact is that Biden gave $20 billion, billions of dollars to Ukraine, had all the money to give to Ukraine, no money to give to American citizens to combat the out of whack inflation that we had. But then again, you know, we still live in America, where in Destiny's worldview, most people can still buy a home. Wait, everybody can't buy a home. I'm sorry?
giving money to Americans to increase inflation.
Well, giving $20 billion to a foreign nation damn sure would, wouldn't it? If you're going to increase inflation, at least put the money in the hands of your own damn citizens, not stick your nose in foreign business. Which one of those makes more sense? This is why I'm America first. I'm America first, everybody else second. Before we, a nation, my master says that a nation and a house divided against itself cannot stand. It is the most foolish errand in the world to me to deal with what's going on overseas before we take care of business at home.
A guy who is forcibly deploying the military to a state that isn't asking for it, or a guy who gives nicknames that are negative to every single political opponent he has, or a guy who says he hates Democrats.
Only Rosie O'Donnell.
Trump is not unifying our country in any way.
He's not supposed to unify the country. What he's exposing is a weak. What he's exposing. No, Anthony, you're literally proving my point. I just told you a nation divided itself can't stand. What I'm speaking to is the fact that our government is more willing and has been more willing under the Biden and Obama administrations prior to under Trump, because we only had him twice, and there was a fractured election in those after the first term. Other presidents have demonstrated a capacity and a propensity to deal with the issues of foreign nations before they deal with nations at home. What I'm saying is that Trump has been, to the best of his ability, I believe, the most pro-American president that we've had in recent memory. All I am saying is this. At the end of the day, Trump is not going to be a perfect president. I refuse to believe that he will be. But what we need in the White House, and what I would prefer, this is why I voted for him not once, not twice, but 3 times, and if it was legal and constitutionally eligible, I'd do it again for another one. But for sure.
No one is asking for perfect. We're just asking for passing. Nobody's saying he has to be an A+ president, but he could try not to be an F president.
Who in your mind?
Biden.
So what did Biden was a passing president? Massively adding to the debt was a great.
At least Biden had an excuse for it. He was coming out of COVID.
Oh yeah, the Inflation Reduction Act was a great excuse. Yeah, let's add trillions of dollars to the national debt. Let's weaken the dollar even more. What do you mean? We had lower inflation in the Trump.
We added to the debt. We added larger deficits. He grew it every single year. The first time he's in office for no reason. He came into our booming economy and he added to the deficit for no reason. He came in this time. We had a stronger
economy.
Donald Trump would do nothing and benefit from Biden's economy. And he got somehow a quarter of $1 trillion.
Biden inherited the economy with zero inflation. What
are you talking about? Biden inherited the
economy. Biden inherited.
For the first month.
He denied the existence. That's a lie. That's an outright lie. Trump was the first. Trump was the first to acknowledge, because go back and look at his tweet. He called it the Wuhan virus. He immediately banned travel from China. And as soon as once Fauci got in, and he said, "Oh no, it's not. It wasn't originated in a lab. It didn't happen in a lab." Trump was just acquitted. Well, I shouldn't say acquitted. He was vindicated because recent reports showed that Trump was telling the truth. COVID-19 did originate in a lab in Wuhan, China. Really? Oh, okay. So there's no. So now there's no.
Trust me, you don't want to have this video.
Oh no, we can do it.
Despite the fact, okay, that Donald Trump lied about COVID, was he not on Twitter? Just to be clear, okay? I'm telling you if I've seen this same video as you, okay? And was he not on the press stand saying that there's probably only 100 active cases in the United States?
I remember that.
So that was a total lie, right? Or was that
So the U.S. intelligence community stated that SARS likely emerged via small-scale human exposure no later than 2019, when the first known cluster in Wuhan in December of 2019. And that came from the U.S. intelligence community.
Emerged from where?
From Wuhan, China.
From the wet market.
Oh, freaking.
Read the rest of the report. I read it all.
So a World Health Organization China joint study conducted the earliest recognized cases, and they concluded that the earliest recognized cases occurred in very early December 2019 in Wuhan, with the very first reported illness on December 8th, 2019, and most cases from mid to late December in Wuhan, China. So when Trump...
That December 8th case was somebody associated with the wet market. First 4 or 5
my point was that it originated in Wuhan, not the United States of America.
That except for China.
You just did.
I said it didn't leak from a lab.
It did originate from a lab in Wuhan, China, which is what the findings show, Destiny. You can't backtrack now that you've been caught in a crossfire. It doesn't work that way. The fact of the matter is the COVID virus originated in a lab in Wuhan. Trump said this on Twitter. He was called a xenophobe. He was called an asshole for banning travel. Yet now, even the World Health Organization vindicated Trump for his statement. So what you just said is complete and total bullshit.
you reconcile the fact that Trump and all of you guys don't trust vaccines now, but he pushed Operation Warp Speed? Is that another mistake he made?
Well, if you want to reopen, why did he push Operation Warp Speed, which was the vaccine? Why did he push that? He wanted to reopen businesses. Did Trump at the time mandate the vaccine? Hell no, he didn't. He didn't mandate the vaccine. Businesses mandated the vaccine. So what would you do? What would you have the president do in a state of national emergency where you're in the middle of a public health crisis? Would you not accelerate the production of a vaccine to combat a virus that shut down businesses, that kept people in their houses, that stopped commerce? Would you, or would you do something else?
Stop the virus?
I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you how you think.
You're answering the question. You're answering the question with a question. Yes. No. I'm asking you, what would you have had to do?
Do not trust vaccines now, especially for anyone. He pushed Operation Warp Speed to make those vaccines.
And I ask you again, because you're not going to answer my question with the question.
I'll answer your question.
What will
it's going to stop disease? Yes.
Okay then. So what's the point of that question? The question is
answered. Trust it now.
You don't have to trust the vaccine. The fact is that he made it. The fact is that he made it. No, he didn't mandate the vaccine. He didn't mandate it. If he mandated it, that's one thing. He didn't mandate it. The mask mandate, yes. He mandated masks in public facilities. That's absolutely 100% true. But the fact is, if you're the president of the United States, you owe it to work for the safety and security of your citizens. So his decision... Listen, you can't say the president don't believe that now. When what?
A Democrat or a Republican?
It doesn't matter who's more likely to take it. If we're sitting here having a conversation, if we're sitting here having a conversation around the vaccine, when Trump made the decision to pour billions of dollars into vaccine creation to try to combat closed businesses, combat people staying in their houses, what he did was make an effort to reopen the U.S. economy instead of having it shut.
Without doing anything? Why didn't he just force him to open the economy at all?
Why would he do that without trying to combat it? So now you want him to walk into this linguistic and economic and socio-political trap where he just opens businesses and does nothing to combat it. So on one hand, you want him to do nothing, then when he does nothing, that's his fault. Then when he does something that you disagree with, oh, it's still Trump's fault. So in the end, from your point of view, it's all fuck Trump.
So you agree with the early lockdowns, keep America safe?
No, I don't agree that they kept everyone safe. I'm not agreeing. What I'm saying is the lockdowns did to some degree keep people safe, it mitigated the spread of the virus. What I'm saying to you is his decision to push the vaccine out as fast as possible, if anything, showed that he was operating in the health and interest of the United States citizens to reopen business. Because if commerce is solved, what good is the country that if commerce is solved? What good is it?
Well, it's not running under fiat currency. It doesn't matter anything.
Well, I mean, you believe it's the greatest system in the world anyway, so we're just going to assume that your point of view is correct, even though it's bullshit.
Okay. Well, I feel like there's obvious evidence to counter that. I'm okay, curious. Help me connect the dots here, so I don't... Maybe I'm saying it's crazy here. So Trump pushes for warp speed, or vaccines, okay, that you guys don't trust. Trump pushed for kind of lockdowns early on. You guys thought were largely... Wait, hold on. I just don't think you can talk. Trump said that the war would end on day zero with Ukraine and Israel. It didn't. Donald Trump said that he released the Epstein files, and he didn't. So at what point is this conspiracy versus Trump just like a loss?
Trump, that's not a win. Trust me, I'm gonna dismantle that in about 45 seconds. Watch. First of all, the Epstein files, Trump did authorize the declassification of the MLK, JFK, and Epstein files. Pam Bondi, who's the one that needs to be held accountable in this, she was on Fox News openly saying that she has the file on her desk. She openly... Listen, guys, I'm not a typical Republican. I'm an honest guy, I'm going to tell you. Pam Bondi was on Fox News blatantly saying that I have the file on my desk. Trump authorized the declassification. Pam Bondi is stolen, which is why Dan Bongino just took a leave of absence, by the way, from the FBI in a dispute with Bondi over this. So the person needs to be held accountable for holding this shit up. It's not Trump, it's Bondi. Trump's signature is on the paper, so hold Pam Bondi's ass accountable, because she's the one holding up the file release as well.
How many of his cabinet members did he blame for a failure to carry out his policy?
Well, he was too damn senile to blame anybody for a large percent of his administration. That's really a terrible question. That's a terrible question.
Who was able to talk about his executive orders that you're signing? Trump can't explain any of them. They're handed to him.
Why can't he? Why can't he? So he can't explain any of them. So he truly
hasn't explained a single one. They handed the paper to sign.
How self-explanatory is the declassification of MLK and JFK files? What the hell kind of explanation do you need of that?
Why did
what do you mean?
The Epstein stuff right after?
I'm sorry, what?
When he was asked to declassify all three of those, the Epstein files after, he was on media, he was saying, well, for the Epstein stuff, I don't know, there might be some innocent people that are hurt by that.
There are innocent people that were hurt. There were innocent children that were hurt, and he still authorized the declassification. Pam Bondi is the one that pulled that BS stunt, inviting podcasters to the White House, handing them files that we already have information. Let me finish this point. Wait, let me finish this point.
Now it's Pam Bondi's fault.
Destiny, hold on. Before, because I know we're running a long time. So before, 5 minutes, okay, great. So before we close this out, we have to acknowledge something. The president can issue a directive, but there can be occasions where people hold up the following through of an executive order. So we cannot remove that.
I think I agree with you there, because he's not, who was the one that, I'm sorry, I forget who nominated Pam Bondi for that position?
Well, Trump did, but Trump has made, okay, you can absolutely nominate somebody, and then you can switch up. You never had a...
That's why you guys want to go back to the gold standard so that there is no buck to stop with Trump?
Well, I want to go back to the gold standard to save the American dollar, but that's not what we're talking about. The fact is that Pam Bondi should be held accountable as the Attorney General. If you make a statement, you should be forced to stand by the statement that you make. If you say the files... Don't run back to the gold standard now, Destiny. That's not going to work. The fact of the matter is... Destiny, we only got 5 minutes. So what I'm going to say is this. If Pam Bondi is on record making the statement that the files are on her desk, she was authorized by Trump to release the files, and what should have happened is this. Rather than inviting podcasters to the White House, handing them bullshit binders of things we already had, you should have released the documents. Her failure to follow through with Trump's executive order should have her held accountable, which is exactly why Dan Bongino and even Cash Patel are now debating walking away from the FBI over this. So that has nothing to do with Trump. His signature, there are sensitive files contained within that. There are thousands of documents that still have to be reviewed.
You're telling me that the head of the FBI and the deputy chief of the FBI are too stupid to know what to redact?
That's not what I'm saying.
Isn't that their job?
That's not what I'm saying to you. That is handled by both. That is handled by both. Because you're refusing to ignore that it's handled by both the Department of Justice and the FBI. It's not unilateral. So what you're failing to acknowledge, is that Trump is dealing with a Congress and a media, and in many ways, people within his own government that are working against his agenda, the same as he did when he was running away in 2016. Well, I think he's trying to do his job. When people stand and get in the way, it kind of fucks things up.
I'm going to be honest with you. If I was hired to do something and my boss saw me truthing in alternate caps lock all day long, he'd probably fire me.
Well, that's why
you think it's a problem that Donald Trump, instead of maybe calling them Yahoo's our truth, saying turn the damn planes around Israel?
You can make that case, or you can make the case that Trump is using social media to connect with this generation in ways that no previous president has. This is exactly why. So it's possible. It's possible. So he can't do both? So the president can't do both? So your argument, so just to be clear, your argument is that Pam Bondi bears no responsibility for her blockade of the release of the Epstein files. Your argument is that it falls completely on Trump as if he didn't hire her to do a job. So by the way, when someone fails to do their job, they shouldn't be held accountable. It shouldn't be the person that he trusted to do the job. It should just be Trump. So it's all on Trump. That's what you're saying. I'm asking.
And when I earn $7.50 an hour as a supervisor at McDonald's, my store manager
that has nothing to do with my question.
Why is the front of the restaurant dirty? And I said, as a supervisor, my employee messed up, I would get fired. Donald Trump said,
No. The employee and you would get fired. No, the employee and you would get fired, Destiny.
Then the fire they put up, we get things about,
the employee.
Don't make any mistake. You want to get rid of Trump now, buddy.
In corporate America, they do this kind of bottom-up or top-down thing where the employee that fucks up gets fired and his supervisor. So in Pam Bondi's case, what should actually happen is she should get fired, and Trump could possibly be impeached, if anything, but that's not going to happen because he signed the order to release the files. The fact of the matter is, your refusal to acknowledge that Bondi should be held just as accountable as anyone else demonstrates that you don't give a shit about doing the right thing or doing what you're told. You just want to hold Trump's feet to the fire, and then everybody else gets a fucking scapegoat.
If you care so much about this, why didn't Trump release it when Epstein died? When he was still president?
At the time, so this is, right, at the time there were still multiple active investigations going on with Epstein, which would have compromised the declassification of those files in the midst of an active investigation. Or now you're going to act like, and there are also theories going on that there could have been U.S. or
It's the same president who psychically declassified documents at Mar-a-Lago, right? You can declassify stuff related to Epstein?
So once again, if there are active investigations going on, Destiny, you cannot ignore that. You can't just declassify files in the middle of an active investigation.
He's tweeting about an active military operation on a signal tower.
Was it an active military operation or was it discussing plans? And the fact that there is no sensitive information. J.D. Vance himself stated on the Theo Vaughn's podcast, which I encourage you to go watch, by the way, nothing sensitive was discussed in that signal chat, so that's a nice try, but that shit doesn't fly.
The kind of guy who smashes his head against the wall for 6 hours a day. I don't know if he's any sensitivity left to detect sense.
Well, you want to get into personal. You want to do the typical. You want to do the typical liberal bullshit. You want to do the typical liberal bullshit, making personal attacks when the shit you see doesn't add up.
Oh my! Donald Trump is the king of personal attacks. He says that Ted Cruz's wife looked like a dog.
Well, I mean, he called Rosie O'Donnell fat too, but he was telling the truth. So I mean, that doesn't really make a point. The fact of the matter is that you are still running from my initial premise. Pam Bondi is the one that got on Fox, said the files on her desk, because I'm not running from the Epstein files.
And Bogino's on Bongo Balls or whatever, he said that he had absolute proof and evidence as well, that he was on the phone when he was on channel, and he was saying that I can find phones and Epstein. Where's all his evidence?
Cash Patel said that the FBI has the files as well, but if the Department of Justice is attempting to block an executive order, which they're also still blocking certain sections of MLK and JFK files from being released in full, by the way, which is another obstruction by the Department of Justice, which has nothing to do with Trump. The failure of an appointed official to execute the duties given to them by the president does not fall back on the president. I think Pam Bondi should just replace, and in closing, what I would say, to answer your first question in closing, because I'm sure we've gone over, my closing point is this. If Trump wants to be seen as a good president in my eyes, he would pass H.R. 2345, he would reinstate the gold standard, he would continue to make sure that inflation holds while the Fed is still around, and he would declassify the damn Epstein files, and at this point, if Pam Bondi stays in his way, fire the fucker.
Okay, wait, so then final question, I guess. Why is it that every time this is brought up to Donald Trump, he says, why do people care about this? And I talked to him, he said, earlier today he truthed out another schizophrenic 400...
I saw that. The reason...
Shouldn't he be attacking and bonding like he attacked Jeff Sessions for not...
Well, my answer to that is very, very simple. I believe that in the coming weeks you're going to see either a resignation. I'm saying this right now. You can quote me on this in a couple of weeks, by the way. We will see either Pam Bondi's resignation or termination or the release of the Epstein files. What I'm telling you is that Trump is more than likely using these files to point to, and I'm going to quote Alex Jones here. Some of you may call him Frank, but I'm going to quote Alex Jones. Trump may very well be using the Epstein files as a gun to point to the deep state's head to make sure they stay out of his way, to get the agenda done, to make America better.
So we've come full circle from there is a conspiracy.
There is a conspiracy.
No conspiracy.
There is a conspiracy.
To there is a conspiracy.
I've always said
Donald Trump is the one at the head of it.
If he authorized the declassification of the files and he's being blocked, that means that it's no longer his responsibility except to remove those that are blocking the release of the files.
So why doesn't he publicly pressure them to do so?
I believe that what we're going to see in the coming weeks is that's what's going to happen.
How is it that tech nerd Snowden was able to leak more files than Pam Bondi or Cash Patel or Dan Bongo Balls?
The Bongo Balls thing takes me out of time. What we're going to see.
Like a 4-year-old retard and an actual adult human being who just sucks at his job, which is what President Donald Trump is.
Well, like I said, in the coming weeks, you're going to see the resignation, termination, and release of the file. That's what I said. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. There you go. 2 weeks. Come here. If I'm wrong, and in 2 weeks the files are not released, Bondi's not terminated or resignated, I'll donate $500 to the Unfuck America tour.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Rampage.
Cloth burns up on touch. Of course I abuse my power. What else am I gonna do?
An enemy has been slain.
Your weapons are close.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Start screaming.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Victory!
Now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Lima, where's the golf cart? There it is. Only pay for what you need.
Wait a second. There's no client list? What?
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And what he do? And he's gonna react to all the self-snitching.
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers. Excuse me, got a little frog in my throat. Your board certified criminal defense lawyer just for you, not for anybody else. You know, this is an exclusive thing that I'm doing just for you. Just for you. You know who you are. And today we're going to talk about Epstein. Epstein's been in the news lately, and there's a little bit to talk about there. And, you know, we thought that Donald Trump was going to, what was he going to do? Drain the swamp. I think he said drain the swamp and expose all the people who are on the Epstein list, and that's sort of fizzled out. So we're gonna just see all that kind of stuff and actually see what Epstein was up to and kind of talk about the deep state, if there is one. But before we get to that, this is brought to you by AskALawyer.com. AskALawyer.com is a very effective way for you to get a legal opinion from a living, breathing, and we do have hearts. And contrary to popular belief, lawyers do have hearts. Contrary to popular belief, you can get good information from a lawyer without spending a lot of money. Go to AskALawyer.com. If you have a issue with your landlord that you think you need to litigate, if you have some kind of other contract dispute, personally, any kind of legal issue that you might think I might have a claim against somebody or something or some government or whatever, go to AskALawyer.com. They can do one of two things: either help you get to the next step or say, look, buddy, you don't have a case. And, you know, that can save you a lot of trouble too. But if you're doing your own thing, AskALawyer.com also has a legal component to it where you can do your own research. So they've got an AI trained on all the different states, all the laws of the United States of America, and you can get yourself, like my grandma did, educated. And she says edumacated. So get yourself to AskALawyer.com. You know, they're good folks because they're the same people that brought you eForm and eSign, which I use on a regular basis. So AskALawyer.com. Okay, let's just go through some clips. Now, if you remember, Ghislaine Maxwell was the only person left to be tried, you know, regarding the Epstein case. So if you remember, Ghislaine Maxwell got 20 years, and it seems to me if she had a fucking list, if she could be a snitch, she likely would have. Now, she said that because, I mean, she got 20 years. You know, you get 20 years on this kind of case, you're going to do fucking 20 years. You get labeled a sex offender and not a sexy offender, you get labeled a sex offender. And she did his bidding. She did his bidding in that case. And that went to a jury, and she got her ass handed to her. Let's just see where Ghislaine Maxwell is. She appeals her sex trafficking case to the Supreme Court of the United States of America. Lawyers for Ghislaine Maxwell said they asked the U.S. Supreme Court to overturn her 2021 sex trafficking conviction, arguing that she was shielded from prosecution under a deal her former boyfriend Epstein reached with the government. Sounds like B as in B, S as in S. I can't imagine that the government would. I mean, he also had a deal for 13 months, and that sort of blew up in his face. And if you remember, Epstein was in a jail, a county jail in New York City. I think it was the Metro. I can't remember which one he was in. And supposedly he hung himself. Did he hang himself? Or was he murdered? I don't know. I mean, you don't know either. You know, I know people like to speculate. And when they speculate, they like to just go off like a herd of turtles, you know, and say, oh, look at this. Oh, but, you know, there's just no other explanation but this, right? That's what people will say. But let's just talk about facts. Just before he became a non-living person, a corpse, just before he became a corpse, what did he do? He transferred all his shit into his brother's name. You know, and was that because he was being sued? Or was that because he knew what he was going to do? He gave all of his power to his brother. He was checking out. People like Epstein, honestly, he was looking at life in prison. And he was going to get life in prison. He had trafficking of these young minor girls across state lines and across the border of the countries that he was with. And just for his own sick pleasure. Here's the thing. The guy also blackmailed, I mean, he was no great shakes, but he was able to blackmail quite a few people to make his wealth. And I think that's how he made most of his money. And I know he was a financial guy. He either stole or blackmailed or somehow got his wealth in what I believe to be not honorable means. But he had his ranch in New Mexico, he had his home in Florida, he had his home in New York City, and he had Epstein Island. And he brought these little girls over there, and he would make them do all kinds of crazy little things to them. And then he had his airplane. What was his airplane called? The Lolita Express. And he had Ghislaine Maxwell do his bidding. That's why she was aiding and abetting sex trafficking. If you look at all the circumstances, like Clinton used his plane 26 times. You mean to tell me that there wasn't a little Lolita on that plane when Clinton was there? And Clinton's a powerful guy, right? Would he have the ability to get somebody from the CIA to sneak into that jail when the cameras weren't working and on the live? You know, why do I have to say, why can't I just say kill? And kill Epstein? So let's just, so she's appealing her conviction. That's going to go nowhere, I don't think. But she says she'll testify before Congress to his scheme. So this is from Channel 3 News, probably in New York. Jeffrey Epstein's ex-girlfriend and co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell has signaled that she would be willing to testify before Congress regarding the part she played in facilitating sex trafficking underage girls. Maxwell was convicted in 2022 for sex trafficking charges and is currently serving a 20-year sentence. She's the only person to be convicted of charges related to Epstein's sex trafficking scheme involving 1,000 victims. You thought Diddy had a lot of baby oil? Epstein, who killed himself in his jail cell in 2019, faced accusations of flying underage girls to his private island, Little St. James, and forcing them to engage in sex acts.
Is FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino resigning over Attorney General Pam Bondi's handling of the Epstein files?
What? First of all, I think this Dan Bongino is kind of a tool. But that's a thing for another day.
I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed.
Dan Bondi says she has a client list. It's on her desk to be reviewed. It's not in Arizona, and I'm waiting for them to ship it. It's on my desk to be reviewed. So Pam Bondi is your name, right? You're from Florida. You were the AG in Florida, and you donated $25,000 to Clinton's campaign, or the other way around. I think he donated 25 grand to yours. And anyway, it doesn't matter.
Speculations about the Jeffrey Epstein client list are still making waves on social media, and apparently within the Trump administration as well. On Friday, right-wing conservative activist Laura Loomer said an unnamed source told her that Bongino had left work early on Friday, apparently livid at Bondi over her handling of the DOJ memo and her lack of transparency from her office regarding the Epstein files. In a separate post, she said Bongino was seriously thinking about resigning, and she shared a bunch of other posts ultimately saying that
I love how we govern by social media now. I mean, Trump has this Truth Social, Pam Bondi, sending out posts.
Pam Blondie, as she calls her, has got to go. So the most recent memo on the Epstein files from the DOJ and FBI cited that there was no Epstein client list.
Wait a second. There's no client list? What? There's no client list from Epstein, right? But wait a second. Wasn't the client list on his desk? Or on Pam Bondi's desk? Methinks there's fuckery afoot.
despite years of speculation, and it also confirmed that he died by suicide. Let's go back a little bit, because in 2019 on the Dan Bongino show,
and I've never seen anybody like Dan Bongino. I mean, I don't think he's a pillar of virtue by any means. And, you know, he's a total partisan dude and whatever. But if he is resigning because he thinks this is all being swept under the rug,
he wasn't buying the narrative that Epstein died by suicide. Take a listen.
Questions surrounding this alleged suicide are numerous,
yes,
and are worth entertaining and worth getting to the bottom of quickly.
Here's the deal. People who are powerful in government sometimes can do this shit and not get fucking caught. They just can. Like JFK. Who took it on the chin for JFK? Nobody, right? And is there a conspiracy? You know, we have a judge here, Judge Thunheim. He was appointed by Clinton to declassify a bunch of the documents that were related to the JFK case. And he doesn't know. You know, he's not willing to say that Oswald acted alone, or he doesn't know it because there's no smoking gun. People who do this kind of thing, but people who do this kind of thing are good at what they do. Like the CIA can accomplish all kinds of crazy stuff.
But his stance seemed to change this year on the cause of Epstein's death.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file.
What do you guys think? Is there more to this story, or is he ready to resign? Let us know what.
I love how these talking heads can just spew bullshit. You know, we don't know. I mean, the official version is that he killed himself, right? And so we kind of have to trust the authorities at some point, don't we? Don't we have to sort of believe in our government and trust our government? You know, hold them accountable when we know or have facts to disprove what they're saying? We do. We absolutely do. You know, so when you have a show, hey, man, I can say whatever the fuck I want because First Amendment. And, you know, like, what's his name? What's his name? Jones. Alex Jones. Like Alex Jones, you can sit behind a desk, like I am, and you can spew just bullshit. You know, I try to keep things pretty straight. If I don't have the facts, you know, I can be wrong about something. I can absolutely be wrong, and I will tell you when I'm wrong about something. You know, like with the Diddy trial. I really thought he was going to get convicted. I didn't sit through the trial, so I didn't see all the evidence, but they didn't believe what Cassie Ventura had to sell. So when you look at these conspiracies, what do we know? Well, we know that Epstein was found dead in his cell, and his life was lost, and that's all you're going to get with him, right? We also know that before he was found dead in his cell, he changed a bunch of his will stuff just before he died. Which was that? I mean, a guy like that does not want to go to prison for the rest of his life and get anally raped by Bubba, his new wife. But the supporters of Trump, I think, are just kind of amazing. Let's see what Trump has to say about it.
Sure. Your memo and release yesterday with Jeffrey Epstein, it left some lingering mysteries. One of the biggest ones is whether he ever worked for an American or foreign intelligence agency. The former Labor Secretary, who was Miami U.S. Attorney Alex Acosta, he allegedly said that he did work for an intelligence agency. So could you resolve whether or not he did? And also, could you say why there was a minute missing from the jailhouse tape?
Ooh, a minute. The missing tape. Didn't we have that before? I guess it worked well for Nixon, didn't he? The missing tapes.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time, and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with
all the
Why choose Solitaire Manufactured Homes in Ardmore for your next home? It's quality. At Solitaire, we build quality homes with delivery much faster than a site-built home. Our homes are crafted to provide energy efficiency and long-lasting value. With our customizable options, you'll find the perfect fit for your lifestyle. It's selection. We get all the new prototypes. Check out the first ever duplex model. Easy financing from multiple sources. We can get virtually everyone approved. Visit Solitaire Homes of Ardmore, a Camco company, today and discover your dream home.
This was, it was the file. Oh, I get it now. Wink, Bam Bondi.
The JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I
Ooh, MLK, JLK, LMM, NOP, QRS, TU, YV, WX, LNO, Epstein.
meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein.
Ooh, can I review the file? I really want to review that fucking file right now, Pam.
Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively. The video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter.
Sounds like the deep state has had a revival in the Trump administration. Are you buying any of this?
And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that.
Oh my God, Pam, get on the case, will you please?
As well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
Trump does have a point here. Let's say, why the fuck are we talking about Jeffrey Epstein when we've got so much other shit going on? I mean, the only relevance Epstein has to this day and age is, you know, are there people on a list, you know, that visited the site that, oh wait, there is somebody like that. Who would that be? Oh my gosh, I think I have somebody for you on that. It is Prince Andrew. Oh my gosh. How much money did he have to pay? Let's see what his little interview says.
July of this year, Epstein was arrested on charges of sex trafficking and abusing dozens of underage girls. One of Epstein's accusers, Virginia Roberts, has made allegations against him.
Oh my God, I remember Virginia. She was so special. The hottest 13-year-old I ever put my hands on. Give me a fucking break.
She says she met you in 2001. She says she dined with you, danced with you at Tramp nightclub in London. She went on to have sex with you in a house in Belgravia belonging to Ghislaine Maxwell, your friend. Your response?
I have no recollection of ever meeting.
When you are faced with an allegation like that, and you say, I have no recollection at all. Mummy was in her chambers, and I was on the chamber pot. So I have no recollection. No, the answer is, are you fucking kidding me? She's a child. I wouldn't touch a child like that if you paid me $1 billion. I don't fucking like children. I would not do that, you know, blah, blah, blah. That's how you answer those allegations, not, I have no recollection. The Queen Mum and I were engaged in a bath at the time. Give me a fucking break.
Ever meeting this lady? None whatsoever.
You don't remember meeting her. She says she met you.
But there's a picture of her with you, with your fucking arm around her, and she's a kid.
In 2001, she dined with you. She danced with you. You bought her drinks. You were in Tramp nightclub in London. And she went on to have sex with you in a house in Belgravia belonging to Ghislaine Maxwell.
We heard you say that before. Is his answer going to change?
Didn't happen.
Oh, now it didn't happen.
Do you remember her?
No. I have no recollection of her meeting her. I'm convinced that I...
Here's a better story. Oh yeah, Jeffrey brought her over. She dined with us. We talked for a little while, and that was it. I never fucking touched her. I remember the night vividly, and it never happened.
I was never in tramps with her. There are a number of things that are wrong with that story. One of which is that I don't know where the bar is in tramps.
I don't know where the bar is. Well, then exonerate you. Give me a break.
I don't drink.
Nobody said you were drinking. They said you were eating underage pussy.
I don't think I've ever bought a drink in tramp.
Did you ever eat underage pussy?
Whenever I was there.
Do you remember dancing at Tramp?
No. That couldn't have happened because
Couldn't have happened because I don't dance. I'm a horrible dancer and a horrible kisser. I can't even French kiss. Ask Mum. Ask the Queen Mum.
because the date that was being suggested, I was at home with the children.
Oh, were you? Were you at home with their little babies? What were you doing to them?
You know that you were...
First of all, why the fuck would you let yourself be subject to anything like this? You know, I mean, I know the royal family has an image to upkeep, but talking about this is not helping him at all.
At home with the children. Was it a memorable night?
On that particular day that we now understand that is the date, which is the 10th of March, I was at home. I was with the children. I'd taken Beatrice to a Pizza Express in...
Yeah, that's the ticket. I was taking it to a Pizza Express. We were having a pizza party. Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was out with my daughter having a pizza party. Yeah. Any other questions? I mean, give me a fucking break. Honestly, when you charge stuff like this out, dates aren't always exact. Oh, on March 10th? I know I was not there exactly on March 10th. What about March 11th or March 9th? So when they charge these things out, they say on or about. You know, it's in this time frame somewhere. So, March 10th? Oh no, I was with my daughter having a pizza party.
Working for a party at I suppose sort of 4 or 5 in the afternoon. And then because the Duchess was away, we have a simple rule in the family that when one's away, the other one's there. I was on terminal leave at the time from the Royal Navy, so therefore I was at home.
Why would you remember that so specifically? Why would you remember a Pizza Express birthday and being at home?
Because going to Pizza Express in Woking is an unusual thing for me to do.
Is it now? Is that because you're royal? You're royal? Oh my God. Here's the thing. We Americans don't give a shit about your royal nature. We do give a shit about you fucking underage girls.
A very unusual thing for me to do. I've only been...
Me parenting is just an absolutely ungodly thing to do for me. I mean, I wouldn't think of it. You know, dear Mom didn't parent us, and I'm not going to parent my kids. So about this one time I had a slip. We went to have a pizza party, and I just can't even imagine going back to Pizza Express. I mean, it's so beneath me.
I've been to Woking a couple of times, and I remember it weirdly distinctly. As soon as somebody reminded me of it, I went, oh yes, I remember that.
All you have to say is, it was my fucking daughter's birthday. You know, I remember all of it. This is what we... And my wife was out of town, and I had a pizza party. It's not hard to remember.
But I have no recollection.
So does that answer kind of fit your question, does it? Please please quit asking me questions. Oh, fuck me. Oh, Queen Mom is so pissed off at me. Oh, please don't strip me of any more of my royal duties or my royal stipend, because I don't have any other way to make money.
Of ever meeting or being in the company or the presence.
So you're absolutely sure that you're at home on the 10th of March?
Yeah.
She was very specific about that night. Mm-hmm. She described dancing with you and you profusely sweating, and that she went on to have...
Well, usually when I'm about to have sex with a minor, I usually sweat like nobody's business, because it's so exciting.
Possibly...
There's a slight problem with the sweating, because I have a peculiar mode condition, which is that I don't sweat, or I didn't sweat at the time.
I have a medical condition where I'm unlike any human being on Earth. I don't sweat. Okay? I'm not a sweater. I'm a royal. We don't sweat, or at least I didn't at the time. I do now, but I didn't then. Give me a fucking break. If you don't sweat, you have a condition that makes you overheat and you can pass out. The only reason I even know that is because I litigated a products liability case. The client was burned 40% of his body, so he couldn't sweat normally. And if he did something wrong and overheated, off he went, like doing the crappie flop.
And that was, yes. I didn't sweat at the time because...
What was it? Oh, yes. At that time, I did not sweat. Give me a fucking break. Who believes that?
I had suffered what I would describe as an overdose of adrenaline in the Falklands War when I was shot at. And I
Oh, not only that, I'm a war hero too. Give me a break. Nobody believes you're a war hero.
It was almost impossible for me to sweat. And it's only because I have done a number of things in the recent past that I'm starting to be able to do that again. So I'm afraid to say that there's a medical condition that says that I didn't do it, so therefore...
So here's a picture of Prince Andrew. And behind the woman that he's never met before or has no recollection is Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh, there's Ghislaine. And look where his arm is. It's on her bare skin. Give me a fucking break. I wouldn't for $1 million if I was around a minor like that. First of all, if I was Prince Andrew, I wouldn't allow a photo like that to be taken. What a dumb shit. What an absolute dumb shit. But then deny that he ever was with her or anything. And you look at this photo, his hands are right at her belt level, right where the belly shirt kind of ends, right? And just before the jean ends. So, and they're pressed up against each other. Give me a break. But nothing happened, right? So the photographer who handled the image of the Prince Andrew with his arm around Virginia Guafire has spoken out and shared evidence to suggest that the image is not a fake. Maybe it's fake, maybe it's not, but it looks pretty fucking real to me. He wanted paying her a bunch of fucking money. I'm not sure how much, like 20 million or something. Maybe not even that much, I'm not sure.
In the throes of titanic space battles, I can turn the tide. I control ultimate power. The doomsday awaits. One button. Infinite destruction. Only in EVE Online.
B級ハンターが A 級ダンジョンに荷物持ち。
なんて数だ。これだけのハイオークが外に出たら、どうして俺たちをここに呼んだんだ。岡園さん、一つだけお聞きします。ここにいるモンスター。
さっきの魔力がダンジョンボスのものだとしたら、彼らの命が危ない。
ならお前の魔力が尽きるまで破壊するまで。
膨大な魔力と遠距離広範囲の魔法で近づかせないつもりか。
さて、いつまで持つか見ものだが。
And so here's the issue that we have. I mean, and we can't go back and ask Virginia because Virginia just passed away. So, Epstein's dead, right? Virginia's dead. Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison. powerful people use this airplane, like Clinton, 26 times. What's his name? Alan Dershowitz went down to his place. And maybe Alan Dershowitz went down there for very legitimate means because he represented Epstein. But fuck, all you have to do is go to his place and realize what he was up to, you know? I don't know, how much do you think he got paid? I bet he got paid a lot of money to represent him. And they got him a 13-month deal. You know, home arrest, I think it was home arrest. Or he was released on work release or some ridiculous, agreement. Here's the long and short of it. The government has sort of put a nail in the coffin of the Jeffrey Epstein file, right? And so what does this mean for Ghislaine Maxwell? Well, if there's no list, there's no one for her to cooperate against. And when you're in federal prison, you can reduce your sentence by cooperation. It's called receiving a file. And so when you render substantial assistance by snitching. But you only get that if the government wants your help. If the government doesn't want your help, you don't get no help. And you don't get no reduction. So Ghislaine Maxwell, if the government's not interested in what she has to sell, I mean, first of all, she went to the trial and denied everything, right? I don't think she testified, but she certainly challenged her guilt and lost. So if the government doesn't want your assistance, you're stuck with the sentence you get. And she got 20 damn years. And she's going to do most of that. So this puts an end to the Epstein case as I see it, unless somebody else decides to pick it up. But I mean, here's the other thing. It's fucking dated, right? Ghislaine Maxwell went to trial in 2021. And how soon before that did Epstein died? I don't remember the years. 3 years. So Epstein died the year before. And so now it's 2025. A lot of these allegations. I mean, look at the difference between Prince Andrew's interview and the photo. I mean, he's got dark hair. You know, so this was a long time ago. And that Virginia, you know, is a full-grown adult, and she's not a kid anymore, mostly. But she was long. So a lot of this is old news. And, you know, are we going to go after Clinton for sex trafficking or engaging in sex with minors over state lines? Are we going to go after Alan Dershowitz? Are we going to go after anybody else who used this plane or visited St. James Island? Are we going to go after the workers who were there and saw things and did things with a blind eye and facilitated this? You know, the government didn't go after that. They just went after Ghislaine Maxwell. So sometimes, you know, hear of Occam's razor. Occam's razor means the simplest answer is usually the right answer. This guy saw what was coming down the pike. You know, Epstein saw where he was headed. He was headed for a trial. He was going to lose. He was going to go to federal prison, and he was going to get abused in federal prison. He lost. He lost his ability to control his life. And Epstein lost control of his life by engaging in sick, disgusting behavior, sexual behavior with kids. Now, when you think about this, I mean, and it wasn't just one, it was a lot. I mean, they followed one of them all the way to London and promised her schooling. You know, I think about this, and, you know, I used to be of the mind when I first started, oh, you do your time, you know, you can get rehabilitated, and whatever. I don't think that anymore. I think once you have your flavor, that's your fucking flavor. And his flavor was underage. You know, he wanted virgins, he wanted purity, he wanted somebody that has no blemishes, and he just wants that power over somebody so vulnerable, right? I mean, he could have filled that fucking place up with strippers, you know, with fucking hot chicks, you know, with tan bodies and high heels and you know, 20 to 30 and, you know, all different ages and races, and he could have just had a party, and had it all been legitimate and legal, but that isn't what he wanted. You know, I'm glad he's dead. You know, I'm glad that it puts peace in the minds of people who were abused, that he's not going to be able to do that shit to anybody else. I don't believe in the death penalty because it's unequally applied, and I just, you know, people in poverty are disproportionately put to death, but he put himself to death, or at least that's what Dan Bon Jovi, or whatever the fuck his name is. I said Bon Jovi. Anyway, Bonzino, whatever his name is. He flipped when he was a talking head. Oh, it's a conspiracy. The government killed him. When he's in the government, oh, he killed himself. I've seen the file and blah blah. Let's take him at his word. Let's take Dan Bon Jovi on his word. I mean, fine by me. If that's what you think, you know, I'll take your word. You said you saw the file. Fair enough. You think you're gonna? Is he gonna resign over Pam Bonnie's handling of this? Who knows? I suggest we focus on other things at hand, something more palatable, like the Kroberger situation, or the Diddy situation, or, I mean, some other people who are equally as fucked up. But if it weren't for bad decisions, drugs, and alcohol, I wouldn't have a job, right? And we wouldn't be here together. So I really appreciate you guys listening to me and being fans and supporting our channel over the years. I know Michael did too. It was his dream to create this thing. And I know I bring him up all the time, but I'm going to because he is responsible for the channel. First of all, I would never have started this channel but for him. And we've grown it now to almost 1.4 million subscribers. You guys are amazing. We have a Patreon channel where you get a little extra treatment, so make sure you subscribe to that. We have merch, and we're constantly putting out new stuff. I think we're gonna give you, we have a lot of hoodies, and the fall's coming up. So I think we might give you a little special deal on those, so look for that. We got more content coming up, so. And if you have ideas, send us ideas, because we listen to them. And if you're sending me a lot, somebody sends me all kinds of shit today. I come in, there's this huge box. There's a globe here. There's a decanter over there. There's a whiskey glass kit. There's, I don't know who's sending me this stuff. It says from nobody. Somebody's sending me a lot of stuff. And if it's you, appreciate it, but not necessary. It's filling up my space. I really appreciate our fans. And make sure you, so we're done now. So make sure you subscribe. I'm not doing that. This is for this episode. So make sure you subscribe, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter, sign up for Patreon, go to CLR, Bruce Rivers, when you have a birthday coming up, and make sure you rep the merch and tag us in it on Instagram, because that would be kind of cool to get that going. And we're going to be flying out to do No Jumper on the 14th of August out to LA. So I may do a little video blog of that trip. Love you guys to death, and also make sure you give AskALawyer.com some love, because I'm telling you, that can get you where you need to go or prevent you from doing something stupid. See you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts.
Bruce Rivers just broke down your case. He know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away. Bruce Rivers just broke down your case. He know all the charges that you about to face. You ain't coming home till 2058. That self-snitching gon' get you put away. 23-hour lockdown.
As a therapist myself, I know how important it is to be able to have someone that you can talk to about your problems, to bounce ideas off of, process your traumas and your stressors, especially when life is getting out of hand. And although everyone should have a therapist like that they can talk to, sometimes it's difficult to find the right person who's the right fit for you and your needs. Thankfully, BetterHelp has an online quiz and tool that streamlines the entire process for you to better help you find a therapist that's going to meet your needs by asking you what your preferences are, what your experiences are, what kind of therapy style you're looking for, and that way it can match you up with the best therapist specifically needs for you. And thanks to BetterHelp's online platform, actually communicating with your therapist, whether it be via messaging, phone call, video chat, is incredibly easy. You can communicate with your therapist at times that are the most convenient for you so that you can have flexibility to communicate with them not only anytime, but also anywhere. Whether that be at home, at a park, in your car, whatever's most convenient for you, things are flexible so you can get the help you need when you need it. So if you feel like you're in hard times, you can try out BetterHelp for yourself.
Totally agree, because I actually realized this too late in my program. So I actually started recommending, and I'm going to just say a shout out Alados. He actually recommended this drill for a lot of people in my MLA, which is you need to be able to win bot games confidently, right? We're talking bot
Go
games.
like 20 and 0.
No, I'm not even
30-0.
talking normals.
Yeah.
I'm talking bot games. You need to be able to win bot games. Then you need to be able to win man disadvantage bot games. So what you would do is you would remove the bots. So then you would have maybe one or teammate or whatever. And then you get to the point where you need to be able to win 1v5 beginner and then 1v5 intermediate bots. And so there's actually a drills that we spoke about in our program that actually helped a bunch of people. And now that I think of it, I do think there's probably a lot of people in my program that would benefit from actually going back to bots.
Yeah.
And the reason Alados was actually on point with this is because it teaches you to have this carry mindset and learn how to really deal damage and really take control. Like you got to be on, kill shit. You just got to be killing things.
You got to learn how to kill people.
Yeah.
And
so
get strong.
I know there are people in my program that have had good results from doing that bot thing. And so I agree with you. I do think that, because that's exactly what I did. I went straight from basically bots, a few normal, bunch of norms into gold, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, it's different back then. I will admit that, but I
And
do believe
even
in that.
nowadays, if you had any competitive background or you grew up playing PC games, and then you play, I mean, lots of pro player stories, they're not going
normal.
straight to gold or silver.
Yeah,
platinum,
but I will say, like, I do love the idea of delaying ranked.
Yes.
I've never been a believer of people diving straight into ranked. I've never understood that.
No,
People do it.
Get to level 30 insta.
Yeah, that's what I don't.
ranks.
I don't understand that. I don't resonate with that. I don't believe that's the best way to. And people say, "Oh, but ranks more." No, iron is. You don't want to be there.
I really think that iron is the people that have failed their journey in a way, in that sense. Like they're the scraps of the people that, as bad as
I mean, I don't want that sounds terrible.
It sounds terrible.
Scraps of the people. Come on,
scraps
man.
of the people that weren't meant to play ranked. That's the way that I view the
yeah,
iron.
right. So what you're saying to
Like
be more
they
eloquent,
they
to be
needed
kinder,
they
should have
to
played
be.
more time in normal games.
Yeah, and that's the rank
Or
that those
taking their
people
normal
are put
games
in.
more seriously.
Yes,
right.
That's right. So maybe we could alter that
Right,
language.
they're not
a little
scraps of
bit.
people. Jesus Christ.
No, talking about in terms of like that, right? Had to make a rank for that class of people. Is what I'm saying.
I get it.
Yeah?
I get what you mean. There has to be an iron.
Correct. There has to be an iron. I think it's good that there's an iron.
But just to really wrap this up tight up, I do think if you're an iron, you just got to get in the reps. You got to play a lot of different champions. In my opinion, you got to really work your way through the roster of champions. You don't really want to play one or two. You want to cycle. You want to play a bunch of that, 30, 40, 50 games of that. Boom, move on. You want to keep doing that. Find what you enjoy, and just learn to deal damage. You got to learn to deal damage.
Yeah, you have to. You can't just sit back and relax.
You don't throw fundamentals out the window. No fundamentals. Just know how to deal damage with your champions.
Yeah, and avoid some damage, I guess.
And again, avoid some damage. And that's where range assessment really comes into play and understanding what the champs do.
All right, should we move on to bronze now, Curtis? So
we're above the scraps of people now. What are we getting in now?
I swear, if I get memed for that, I'm going to be really upset. Now we've got bronze. Bronze, Curtis. So I'm starting to get a bit more into the specifics now of jungle. Okay. So I have here still we talk about again low bronze and high bronze. So I guess again lower bronze still really struggling to. Actually, I think all of bronze doesn't really know what all champs does and still struggling with threat assessment and damage and stuff. But obviously not as to the extreme of iron. I have here for jungle just like obviously zero information collection. Basically, they can't. From what's going on their screen in that moment, that's it. They're not really thinking about, they can't think 15 seconds ahead. They can't really visualize how a fight's going to play out. It's just whatever's happening on the screen right now is the only challenges that they can deal with in that moment. What else have I got here? No champ mastery, just literally throwing out every ability. Just no pay, like fight happening, insta throw out ability. And I also have here as well, playing for kills, no value of experience and gold. There's once a jungle camp's down, no thinking about a spawn time or anything. It's just like, oh, I've cleared a camp, now I just have to go do something. And then the last one here I wrote is the last phase I find of people, especially when you start again to bronze. One is like the people that, have only got like 20 ranked games. Like these, once you get into high bronze, low silver, you're starting to get people that are, you would see hundreds of games and maybe sort of be more so stuck at their rank. So that's this is the last phase of like the...
Yeah, the way I agree with that, I kind of called it the glorified iron. In the sense that I kind of view iron and bronze together in many ways. There are differences, but like they're kind of similar in the sense that there are still gaps in knowledge in terms of what champions do. They're only just now coming to terms with how to properly deal damage. And I will say, this is where, like, I guess they start, where I recommend starting to really champ mastery kicks in a little bit more. Like in Iron, I'm more inclined to be like, you really don't need to have a lot of mastery. You just need to like understand how the kits work. Bronze is where you do now to be, in my opinion, champ mastery becomes a thing, I think. And I feel like in a way bronze is, I don't know if you agree with this, but it's kind of like a character control test. So what I mean by that is, okay, you're starting to get your head around, like the difference between bronze and iron. Like, let's say they're still getting their head around champions, but getting from bronze to silver, you got to know how to control your character.
Yes.
Like you got to, it's almost as like there's like a barrier to entry. It's like, okay, if you can control your character, know what the champs do, have a baseline amount of champ mastery, congratulations, you have what it takes to get to silver. It almost feels like bronze is that final... It's like that thing that cuts
the character control, like a test.
Can you control your mouse? Yeah. Do you have the ability to have what's in your mind and then literally the mind-body connection? Do you resonate with that at all?
Yeah, I do resonate with that. I'm trying to think of an analogy to explain.
So there's no, like, I agree with you that there's no holding abilities. They have no foresight in the game. It's really as it is, but that's okay. You don't need to be able to think in advance. It's more about what I recommend is you need to be able to control your character.
So again, this is focusing on everything on your screen in that moment. Like getting really good at whatever's on your screen, doing good job of that.
Exactly right. I totally agree with that. It's like, okay, I'm this champion. What does my champion do? I think, okay, I should do that. I will do that. And if you can do that, that will get you to kind of silver.
Oh, okay. Where's this going to fit in now? You know what we find where this isn't really talked much about, but when people stare at their character versus not having to stare.
Peripheral vision, yes.
When does that kick in?
Yeah, I will say, honestly...
Is that what you're talking about with character control? You think that's the next level up?
Maybe that's even bottom of silver, potentially, or maybe high bronze. Maybe it is high bronze. I think it is actually high bronze, because I've noticed with bronze players, high bronze, they actually can have these glimmers in there. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. Like, I would say, I'm just going to say this outright, like, I got massively humbled as a coach when I went from coaching, we had made that transition, right?
100%.
Over a year ago, or whatever it was,
Yep.
to below gold initially. I got massively humbled with how good bronze and silver players were.
Yeah, I was like, wow, okay.
Yeah, my
They can do
perception
some
of
good
what
things. Yeah.
they were, the level that they were at versus what they were actually at was actually very different. And there were bronze players, especially nowadays, I'm like, oh wow, okay. They definitely, I can see there's like, they know how to trade. I'm like, oh, okay, that's interesting. They're doing something. It's like a glimmer of hope there. But I do feel as though, again, it's that character control test. It's really building that baseline level of kind of muscle memory as well. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of like, again, it's very similar to Iron. It's a glorified Iron in my eyes. They're very quite similar. And I would say the other things as well, like I said, to make it very clear, I do think champ mastery does need to be really emphasized in bronze. If you want to get out of bronze the fastest way possible,
Is absolutely understanding
just champ
playing a lot of
mastery.
champ. Yeah.
Like, that is really important. You got to know how to deal damage with your champion and know what your champs are about.
Yeah. Should we move on to silver now, Curtis?
Yep, let's move on. Because I think silver's where it gets interesting.
Yeah, so silver, like, you talk about, I was going to say silver is where champ master really good.
Yeah,
Like,
definitely.
now we got to start getting serious. We got to.
I wanted to say that, like, silver is very different to bronze.
Yes,
You
it
think
is
about that?
massive.
It's massively
Massive
different. Like,
different.
again, iron, bronze, like, okay, there's like similarities. Silver's like, okay, we're in a
Yes.
different ball game here.
Absolutely different game.
Okay, glad we're aligned on that, actually.
Awesome. Again, so I got some specifics here again from the jungle, so
Yeah.
I'll just list them out
Yeah.
here. No urgency at all to get to jungle camps of spawn, like map ASAP. Like, absolutely. I mean, I sort of said that in bronze, but this is where it's really impacting them now. Like, the experience and gold is just going to drop off very quickly if they're just overstaying on the map. We're going to see lots of game losing ganks, just getting pinged, going to bad ganks. Really have no idea what a good and a bad gank is. It's literally just, this is the mindset of a silver jungle that I see a lot of the time is, I finish a camp. I didn't collect any information. I don't know if this is going to be gankable. I just hope there's a gank available. And I'm either going to get it off or it's just going to be bad. That's really, especially the bottom of silver, that's what massive things that I see. So silver junglers start to need to think about their ganks a little bit more. And a big one as well that I've noticed from my reviews is a silver player will miss a lot of kills from either misexecution or just lack of just information. So there's actually a lot of a massive amount of missed kills. Like kills that a gold player would get very comfortably. You've noticed this?
Misexecution. There's a lot of misexecution. I see it with, like, for example, Vex players. I look at a Vex and there's just really, ability usage that just is game losing. Like, they go in and they'll just, like, have their fear available and they'll just use it completely wrong.
Yeah.
And yeah, I agree. Just really big misexecution.
Because as you said, like, in terms of our, when we were surprised, people understand at this point dying's bad, right? But it's sort of, we're just missing, the amount of gold that's available to us that we're missing is actually more, in my eyes, on the extreme side than the actual deaths themselves. The deaths are pretty game losing, obviously.
So what do you mean by that? You think that they're just, so they're getting it, but they're not really, like, can you frame that again a different way? I don't really understand that.
Okay, so let me go and do an example here.
What's
It's
an
like
example?
Wukong, right? Wukong, I've got a beautiful angle. They have flash up. Instead of just walking up, you can just walk up and auto attack Q and then E their flash. They'll just E in and then they flash away and then they miss a kill that way. Stuff like that that I would say. What's another example?
Okay, like, I think it's just attention to detail. Like, I think really there is a lack of attention. Like, that's where you really got to get into the attention. It's like, I think there is this, like, idea that a lot of silver players have to, like, mentally understand to get over this hurdle is, like, they got to just start paying attention to details. They actually have, like, it's almost as if they have this blasé mentality and it's like you start getting punished for it very clearly. It's like, okay, I cannot waste this ability. I have to be more intentional with my abilities. Even though it sounds basic, just there's like a lack of intentionality. And if you want to climb through silver, you just got to be more engaged. You really got to know why you're casting abilities. Like, what are you trying to get done with this ability? Like, just at a very basic, even though it sounds very basic, like, you can't just throw out shit. Wasting that R, wasting that fear, wasting that thing is really not good. And I think there's like a mindset shift where a lot of silver players, it's like, okay, I get it. I actually probably shouldn't cast this, and maybe I need to. I'm just thinking a little bit more about how I'm going to use my kit. You know, I think that's what I've noticed for a lot of people. It's just like they kind of wake up in a way.
Especially, I would say during a lane phase. You know, I could see like a Lux. I just visualize like a silver Lux player throwing out Qs left and E's left, right, and center, like not waiting for them to hit a minion.
I would say
or
low
something.
silver, yeah, 100%. So there is a big distinction. I don't know if you found that between low silver, high silver.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
So low silver is very different to high silver. Like silver 4.
I could always categorize it. That's why I was saying when we're moving to bronze, like bronze 4 and bronze 1. You know, you get into the silver territory. It's a bit different.
So
Silver 4 and
silver
1.
is the rank for me. The main thing is silver is the main rank where fundamentals begin. For me, fundamentals, in my opinion, for iron and bronze aren't really applicable that much. It's more about like knowing your kit, really knowing what your champ does, having the mouse control, character control, understanding what all the champs do, etc. Silver is like, okay, we get that. Everyone knows what the champs do. Yeah, we all get that. We know basic ranges, damage outputs, that sort of thing. Everyone's kind of got that muscle memory at this point. Now it's like, okay, why am I like now? I commonly, okay, I guess learning objectives and things that I would say just really wave management and resets. And I've even said that already in the TLA, the Top Lane Academy. I've done some Silver Garen reviews and stuff. Just mind-boggling resets and wave management stuff. So it's like, okay, this is where I'll start to... Let's be a little bit more intentional. What are we doing with our resets here? When are we basing? I see some crazy resets in Silver, like where people are staying on like 2,100 gold on their first reset. Or just like... Wow. Just really big fundamental problems. And now, because it's not good enough just to deal damage and win the game, you've got to be more... That's where fundamentals really kick in. So this is where I'll start to introduce... planning your resets, having intention with your waves, warding and leaning. I really get into warding and leaning. And then again, really being clear on your reference points. If I go deep, start to go deep on reference points. What does your champion want to do? When are you strong? When are you weak? Really getting clear on this and building that confidence. And I would say even here as well, this is where I start to bring in the idea of even just learning to, at a very basic level, like, say no at a very, very basic level. It's like, okay, you don't have ultimate, you gotta really not fight here.
That's a good one. So let's start. They need to start to learn the benefits of saying no, or they will get hard punished for going to players.
Exactly right. Yeah. Exactly right. I find it where I wrote here is where people actually start to feel what League is about. It's like, I actually feel like this is where League is actually started to become, like, you're really feeling what League is actually about. You're actually feeling the strategic part of League. Yeah. Because Bronze and Iron, there's no strategy. Yeah. Silver, there is actually a little bit of strategy. That's what, you know, with fundamentals.
If I was to say like a percent, like I would say, you know, there still is a lot of fighting in ARAM and that sort of stuff, right? You know, we're probably moving more to like, you know, 30% of the game's a bit more strategy, you know? What do you think about that?
30%, is that what you said?
Yeah, 30%, yeah.
It's so hard for me to put a number on it.
Anyway, I think we're happy. So let's actually summarize so far, Curtis, because this is really interesting. So silver is where we think the fundamentals...
Okay, I actually want one thing. The one I said is that I feel like silver is where people are now finally getting it, right? They're finally, like, things are clicking a little bit. They're feeling, oh wow, that's what it feels like to hold my ability there.
It's like certain aspects of the game. Like what they'll do is that they'll hold their ability there, but then it's completely screwed up there.
I'll get like a specific. Okay, I've been looking at a lot of Vex.
Inconsistency.
Vex clips recently. And like people are like, oh, I can actually sit off to the side and and if I come from that angle, it's actually a lot easier for me to land my R. They're starting to think now that next level in terms of like, I'm a Vex, I want to hit R, but now it's like, okay, well, you can actually be sitting around the edges a little bit more and just that first level of strategy. So I kind of, even the other way I framed it, and again, I don't mean this in an I guess derogatory way, or I don't want to put anyone down here, but you know, it's kind of the rank where you're kind of becoming conscious. Right, you're like you're.
Yeah, no.
It's like, you know, when like
you're
you're teaching, like it's like what's the thing? What's the movie?
No,
Ex Machina.
You have the, you know,
it's like the AI test, where it's like if it's the consciousness test.
Yeah.
It's like,
we're like
there's a consciousness test. It's like they're alive. There's something going on.
All right, thank God. I had my whole scrap segment now. Curtis
I had to do that to make you look better.
That actually makes me feel better now.
Yeah, because if I didn't say that, then everyone's going to be hating on you. So now people can spread the hate here, you know? It's like,
thank God.
Curtis is an asshole as well as Nathan. But, you know, people I work with, they know I'm just screwing with them.
Remember that we have like a conscious incompetence.
Yes.
The conscious
hierarchy.
Yeah, the conscious hierarchy. Yeah.
So that's kind of like the learning. That's a model of learning. Yes.
So they're consciously
consciously incompetent.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. At the bronze and iron is like you're unconsciously incompetent. That's
yes.
correct.
Yeah.
That's an interesting way of framing it as well. Sorry. You were going to start.
Yeah, I just wanted to summarize them. So, iron is massive knowledge.
Yeah, bit of a knowledge test.
Knowledge test.
Bronze is kind of like character control test.
Character control test, and then silver's now is just
Strategy
touching. I wouldn't say strategy
Basic
strategy. Fundamentals of the game.
Fundamentals. Yes, that's a better way of framing it.
So I think that's a good way to summarize it a little bit more. Right, gold. So we're spicing things up.
Another
a bit.
Massive step up, Nathan.
Yeah, huge.
Big step
It's
ups,
ginormous,
yeah.
guys. Like people think that you hear people talk, especially high elo players that are really disconnected that don't work with lower elo players. They think that we're crazy when we say that, but
it's huge.
You guys spend enough time watching these games. You know when you're watching a gold game. You know when you're watching a silver game, a bronze and high
see
game.
gold from silver.
Yeah.
Instantly.
Even more extreme, the difference between silver 4 and silver 1.
Big.
Bronze 3 and bronze 1. All right. So for gold here, for jungle, I actually had extremely poor resets, overstayed with massive amounts of gold. I did have that on here, but you had that in silver as well. I have here, a gold jungler will literally just gank bot, get a kill or whatever, and doesn't realize their bot lane needs to base and just start a dragon flat out. And they'll just die on the dragon. Like, that is the most common 101 gold jungler mistake. They start objectives just
Not
because they
about
want
prior.
to. Yeah. Lane assessment, lane priority, no idea at this point. Yeah. I say here, there's 0 counter jungling, 0 jungle tracking from both junglers. There's a jungle will show on the map, do something, and the enemy jungler won't do anything about it. All right, that's probably the most common ones I'll see. I have here in gold as well. No sweeper or understanding of vision denial as a jungler, like setting up an objective through vision. And even just sweeper, they sit on ward the whole game. That's what I'll see a lot. And I also have here as well, when a fight starts, they'll just throw out abilities and not really have much thought of it in a fight. But they're actually going to be pretty good at their jungle clear and stuff, I find here.
So you're saying silver and gold, big difference. Like, what are the big, like when you look at a gold and then you look at a silver, what really stands out? Like, what's the key differences from a jungler's perspective?
Yeah, it would be...
What's the red flags? You can say, okay, that's a silver, versus that's a gold.
Because then, I was going to say the counter jungling aspect, like punish and beat someone for showing on one side of the map. Just doesn't exist from both junglers. But a silver player is obviously not going to do that as well.
That's not going to do that either.
So you're trying about what's the difference between
like how do you when
differentiate?
Like how would you tell like if someone's in gold versus someone's in silver? Like what really jumps out to you?
It's probably going to be... Yeah, I mean, from a jungler's perspective, it's probably more so like looking at the way they fight. Probably more so. And there is some little bit of urgency to get to camps. They're very good
in gold, so they're more tight. They really want to clear their camps in gold.
Yeah, they start to understand value and experience in gold, especially for the people that play farming junglers. But then it'll be on the extreme where they just collected 0 information.
Okay.
So they'll just full clear. But they understand, and like they watch a content creator or whatever, and they hear just full clear. They can actually do that pretty well. But then obviously they're missing lots of opportunities because they're not collecting information and just getting off their camps.
Well, from like a lane, I can see straight away just from the quality of their trading.
Quality of trading,
like straight away, like character control trading, boom, like straight away, like from minute 1, 2. Just the way they're moving their character and the way they're trading, like that's just like shocking. It's like, all right, that person's gold, you get it. So I'll say that's the first thing. Gold for me. And this is where the difference where jungle and lanes come into play. I really think gold is the matchup. Like matchup understanding really comes into play. Like in mid lane. I would say before that in silver, you can kind of... Sure, look, I'm not going to say that matchup understanding is not a thing in silver. But it becomes a really significant part of your journey from gold to platinum. Like you've got to really start to be conscious about... What am I doing in this matchup? And you got to really know, what's my strategy here? What do I got to do? How does this champion interact with this one at a much deeper level than you would in silver? In silver, it's like you can get away with like knowing what that kit does and kind of like stumble your way through it. In gold, you can't really stumble your way through it as much. You really got to know, okay, given that's what their kit does, how am I going to respond to that? How's it going to change my mindset, my trading, my reference points? I think that's a big one. also just, again, fundamentals and the consistency of the fundamentals. That's a big one because as everyone's trading gets better, right, from silver to gold, the difficulty of executing on the fundamentals also grows. Because think about it, if everyone's getting better at trading, everyone's more competent at their champions, being really competent with the fundamentals actually becomes very hard. It's very mentally taxing.
Because you're getting overall in the mental stack because people are better players.
People are better players. So a lot of the time, it's not really that I'm teaching. The only key difference between silver and gold in terms of what I teach is the matchup understanding. I would go way more in depth in gold with matchups, but and maybe some little micro things. But more often than not, it's actually the same concepts, but it's just harder to execute in gold because you're under so much more pressure. It's like this guy's getting in your face a lot more. He's not just going to sit back behind the wave and not interact and play ping pong. No, this guy's going to get in your face. He's going to trade more. He's going to make you sweat. So you got to really come in prepared and like prime your mental stack. And like fundamentals are not easy to execute. Like you're going to get sloppy. Like it's going to be hard to ward and lean. It's going to be hard to be conscious with your weights. It's going to be hard to reset well. And so a lot of the time it's building that underlying muscle memory, getting in the repetitions, and yeah, so it's kind of like I'm not going to say a glorified silver, but I do kind of view it like, again, iron bronze together as like a group, and I do kind of view silver and gold as a group in a weird way. I don't know if you agree with that.
Okay, that's interesting. So
at least high silver.
I'm thinking a bit like more to the question why I struggled to answer it about what's the difference between gold and silver. I've got the answer, Curtis, all right? The answer is that a gold jungler grabs things from a platinum player. Like I'll see some, like, let's say they stack a dragon and they just give grubs, or like they know how to like dragon stack and stuff, and you know, you have some sort of a win condition. But then they also grab stuff from bronze and silver, a gold player. So they'll, because jungle's extreme, you make game losing ganks, right? They still don't know what a good or bad gank is.
So there's so much variance in their play. Yeah, so there's some good things that are really, really good. Yeah. And you're like, oh wow, that's interesting. They're doing that's actually really smart. But then the other, it's like
ruin the game.
Holy moly, you ruin the game.
Yeah, so gold is interesting. What I've seen, they grab stuff from plat and they also grab stuff from bronze.
Yeah.
As a jungler.
Yeah, I can see that. There's a lot of variance. There's a lot of variance.
Because jungle gets out of control quick, you know?
I'll say that in lane as well. There's a lot of volatility. There's a lot of volatility. There's no consistency. That's the, actually, now that you mention it, consistency is the big one. Yeah. Maybe gold is the consistency rank.
Mm-hmm.
It's about, like, and that's where matchup understanding comes in, because you're not consistent without matchup understanding. You know, like gold is a bit of a consistency test, isn't it? In a way.
Yeah, like they can. Would you see a gold player like mechanically? They do some cool things.
Yeah.
Like this could be a platinum player.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I see people in gold 100% platinum mechanics. Yeah. Mechanics a lot of the time is not the difference. For some players it is, but for a lot of players it's not. It's just, again, the consistency of the fundamentals and the consistency of the matchup understanding. It's actually an interesting way. Now, no, talking through it, it actually is, I think, a bit of a consistency test. I like that.
What else you got for your gold?
I was going to say just another one, and I guess this applies to all ranks, but just taking the game more seriously.
Yeah.
I really do. I do think you just got to take the game more seriously. Like, if you want to make that push from gold 4 to platinum 4, it's not going to just happen.
No, it's not easy.
It's not easy. You got to really take the game more seriously, and you got to hold yourself to a higher standard. That's what I said here. It usually requires a little bit more attention to detail and requires holding yourself to a higher standard in all regards. But again, that's a pretty general statement. I guess you could say that about any rank, but that's just something that I have noticed. But yeah, actually, funnily enough, I literally wrote this in brackets here. I didn't realize consistency of fundamentals. Yeah, consistency of fundamentals.
Yeah, because, you know, we're looking at the player base, the distribution, you know. So once we're getting into platinum, you know, we're talking about the top, you know, 33, you know, the top 40%, 35% of the player base, you know. So we do need to start, you know, top 30% of the player base. We do need to start getting some pretty serious, you know.
Yeah, 100%.
All right, platinum now, Curtis. You want to jump into platinum?
Okay. I've got an interesting philosophy on platinum here, Nathan. I'm interested to see what you think of this one. So,
I had fun writing this one.
Yeah, this one's interesting. So I called platinum the go-between rank. And the reason I call it the go-between rank, Nathan, is because I think platinum is a holiday rank.
Ooh.
So what I mean by that is that if you've had the interest in League, if you've had the discipline to get to platinum 4, more often than not, they make the push to Emerald. So, like, I view it like either the person never gets to Platinum, or they just get to Emerald.
Yeah.
I'm not saying people don't stay in Emerald, playing Platinum for a while, but I view it as just a very transitory, temporary rank.
This is very interesting. I'm just trying to think. has anyone, I wonder if listeners, is there someone who's always been platinum? Or have I seen an account?
Let us know.
Platinum.
I can't think of
I
them
don't
off the
think
top of my
so.
head.
Yeah, you might be right,
Just from
Curtis.
my
You might be onto
observations,
something.
most people, they really push to emerald.
You would see emerald,
Or they give up
emerald.
and instantly just give up and say, that's it, that's not for me.
Yeah.
Like, I just...
I would see an emerald
Yeah.
account, but I wouldn't see a platinum account every season.
Exactly
Yeah,
right.
you actually might be right.
You don't really see long-term platinum players. It's kind of one or the other.
Interesting.
And so I think that, like, it's kind of the test. It's like, how seriously do you, it's like the barrier to entry. It's like, okay, another, going back to the school analogy, it might be a bit shit, but like, it's kind of like that, when you're in year 12, you got to decide, do you want to go to university or not? Like, are you going to just finish high school?
That's
and
cool.
then, like,
I think that's a good analogy, yeah.
And go into the real world?
Yeah.
Or do you want to go do tertiary or higher education?
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah.
And so the people that get to platinum, a lot of the time, they got to make a decision. So it's kind of that weird little transitory rank. That's my first thing to kind of set the scene here for platinum.
That's cool. Really good, interesting to see. So I wrote more specific things, again, for the jungle. This is where laners are playing waves a bit better, so you can actually dive, and a platinum jungler misses actually a lot of dives. Like, they'll see the bot lane chunked, and I think I just did a review today. They see the bot lane chunked, like Caitlyn's on 1 HP, and his lane is building up a wave, but he decides to go to the dragon instead of diving bot, killing 2, getting 3 plates and denying.
So you would work on a lot of map awareness.
Yeah. Well, again, they actually have the information, but they make the wrong play, I'm finding. So they're starting to gather information. If I was going to do an information scale, a challenger being they have 10, 9 out of 10 information collection, we're starting to maybe get a platinum player actually might have a 4 out of 10 information collection. They do collect information, but they sort of just make the wrong decisions from a jungle perspective. Because remember, jungle's an information-based role. The way that I think about jungle, and I explain it, is that the more information we have, the better decisions we can make. Because if you just sit there and you play jungle and you full clear on repeat, you don't look at any lanes, you will miss counter ganks, dives, counter, everything.
Everything.
You
That's
will
the game.
you lose the game as a jungler. You can't do that. You can't play the game that way. I have here some jungle tracking. They will invade, but when they do invade, it'll be very rigid. So it's sort of pieces of the puzzle. Like they'll see the enemy jungler bot side, and they'll invade the top side, but they're not taking into account lane priorities. So they'll just get killed by a
So
lane.
it seems like to me, just from the outside, it's just like there's like a lot of... They're starting to really seriously gather information, but they're still missing a lot.
Yeah, they're still missing a lot.
Still missing a
And
lot.
they're making the right decisions, but they don't have the full complete
They don't
picture.
have the full picture.
You see what I'm saying? Like
Yep.
they're making a challenger level player that makes sense. Like if I was to explain that, I'm invading because the jungle is bot. It's like I'm invading here, but specifically it doesn't work here because the laner has moved, so I can't start the grubs here or something like that.
One thing that I feel like we should have touched on more with gold, now that I mention it, I think we should backtrack a little bit, is mid-game.
Mid-game.
I want to talk about mid-game a little
Interesting,
bit.
because I don't talk about mid-game till Emerald.
Because that's my point. In gold, I don't even get into mid-game a lot of the time.
Yeah.
It's really just like really basic mid-game stuff. Like we're talking like just play around the next neutral. But in platinum, I start to now get a little bit deeper into the mid-game and will pay more attention to like, how are we going to translate this lead? Like, you know what I mean? Like, have you found that as well?
I only wrote mid-game stuff on Emerald, but because again, I'm doing in terms of like the more big 20, 30%.
Right.
But I could, high platinum, I would definitely be fitting in mid-game
Yeah,
stuff.
like I start to feel like that's where I start to introduce a lot more mid-game concepts. Below platinum, I'm definitely talking about rudimentary stuff, but like nowhere near as much detail as I would in Platinum Plus. That's just one thing off the top of my head.
So we talk a lot about going from like win condition assessment, and as you get higher, it's less about you and more about you feel like this is starting to kick in?
Yeah, so what I got for Platinum is basically there's a handful of things. Number one, like you said, information gathering, lol state usage. Platinum, I really start to sound like a broken record. Lol states, lol states, lol states. Again, really getting people comfortable developing the skill of using lol state. Literally the skill, even though it sounds again ridiculous, using the developing skill of using a lol state. It's like, all right, I'm in base. What's going on? Where is everyone? What's the game state? Like literally just game state calibration. It's like, it almost feels like in Platinum, Nathan, they actually have the knowledge, like the baseline knowledge to win games, but they don't actually gather the information.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. And that's why I think Platinum is that weird rank where it's like, you have the knowledge, you have a 3-0 vein, you know what you got to do,
Just execute.
but you're just not even aware of it.
Yeah.
So like, I think Platinum, like where a lot of people just get mass results in Platinum is just like waking up. It's like, what are you doing? You've got a 3-0 Vayne. All you got to do is sit on your AD carry. It's like, oh yeah, I do know that, but like I just didn't look at this in the game.
Yeah, so it's like connecting the knowledge with the actual...
It's like, yeah, and it's really building the habit of constantly calibrating the game, constantly calibrating the map, and really developing that habit of lull state. So I think that's one huge thing in Platinum. I think, again, I'll just say continuation of gold in the sense of just, you know, really making sure you're tightening up your matchup understanding. But I will say, you're spot on. Platinum is the rank now where it becomes less about the 1v1 and more about the 2v2. That's where it starts. It's like, okay, Platinum is now, okay, congratulations. You kind of want to send the 1v1 a little bit now. Now, how do we complement our jungler? Just basics. You know, just really, really basic. What's your jungler doing? Make their life a little bit easier. Like, Platinum is where now we're going to be, you're thinking of the mid-jungle 2v2 when you enter a game. You're not thinking about the 1v1 as much. It's like, definitively, you need to know how the jungler influences the 2v2. So I would say, yeah, that's the three things. Continuing on your matchup understanding, consistency of fundamentals, lull state usage, getting comfortable gathering information, calibrating the game state, and then the other thing I said, I can't remember.
How's Platinum players with Champ Mastery and ability usage now? We talked a bit about ability usage with the lower ranks. You think it's starting to get there a bit more?
Yeah. Yep. But fighting's just better. Fighting's better. I mean, there's still a lot of rushing of abilities, of course, and there's things that could be tightened up, but it is significantly better. I think you kind of find that naturally over the ranks is that people just start to become more conscious of the idea of how significant one ability will change a fight. One wasted Ari Charm, one wasted luck. It's like, wow, oh yeah, if I land this Q, holy shit, it actually changes a fight. You know, like that kind of just happens, I think, naturally through a lot of the ranks. What are you smirking at?
I'm just thinking about what I'm going to say for Emerald. I'm so excited for Emerald.
Yeah, so that's really the main ones for Platinum. And that's, again, it's that transitory rank, I think, for that very reason. So so it's not really a consistent... If we'll label this one, it's the information. It's the information rank.
Yeah. Well, you said the holiday rank. I think that's a better...
Holiday / information rank, both of them.
Better aspect of it. Yeah, it's about putting in the time and the effort here to get to, yeah.
Well, you got to make a decision. What do you want to do? Are you going to take the game pretty seriously and you're going to advance and, again, go do your tertiary education, or are you going to drop out?
So you're going to see a Platinum player will just go back down to gold.
That's what I think. They're just going to be casual and just chill.
You don't stay in Platinum.
Yep, you don't stay. You got a decision to make. Exactly right. That's what I've seen.
All right, now, Emerald Curtis.
Yeah, this one's the big one.
Now, you know, we'll start saying first, though, is that... You know, we get into Emerald now, just comparing all these ranks we've gone from, you know, Iron to Platinum. Emerald players are really good.
Yeah.
Like, really, really, really good guys. Yeah. And that's...
ridiculous.
That can be clip shorted. These guys are idiots. No one's in this podcast.
Oh, yeah, when we say this, we're going to get memed on by so many of the high elo.
Like, Emerald is like...
People are idiots.
Again, in comparison, like, they're damn good, okay? And again, I want to sort of maybe use again the goal where I said it was grabbing things. Like an Emerald player can like look like a high diamond player sometimes, but they're also grabbing things from gold, you know, the massive inconsistencies. Like the game losing ganks, you know, like an Emerald player, you know, ganking a Vayne building up a massive 3, or ganking a top Renekton that has ult and your laner is like a Yorick who's level 5 and you get 1v2. Like an Emerald player will do stuff like this. An Emerald player also for jungle perspective, yeah, I actually have here, like, in terms of, like, we really need to work on mid-game stuff.
Well, I want to start high level first, man.
Let's start high level.
Let's start high level.
I think we should start high level, and then we'll go into specifics.
We'll go into the specifics.
Yeah, I agree.
So what do you, if you were to kind of, just off the cuff, what are some labels, high-level things that really come to mind about Emerald? What do you call it? How do you think of Emerald at a high level?
I think there's different categories of players. There's a lot of players in Emerald that I would define as, like, really lazy. Intensity, I've had so many clients that just bring in the intensity because it's sort of similar a little bit to the Platinum. Like, they have the knowledge, they can execute, but they just don't want to. These are the people that have played the game a lot. They're pretty serious. These are the people that play 15 games, go massive swings, loss streaks, win streaks. I view Emerald high level as the really stage 4 issue, really emotional, get angry. Am I going too off base?
I disagree with the first half, but I agree with the second half.
Okay.
I don't agree. I mean, maybe it's the difference in clients that we have, but I don't agree that Emerald is necessarily all these long-term players that have the knowledge. I don't. I actually think Emerald is the rank where you have to learn the knowledge. I you know, again, like for me, you know, we said Platinum was the information gathering. I think there's so much small knowledge missing in Emerald.
It's all the tiny details.
I think the label that I would call Emerald, I call it is the detailed rank. It's where the details really get learnt. It's when you start to realize how all the small things add up. That's what Emerald is. Emerald is, wow, I messed up my recall here and then that led to XYZ. Or I overstayed here on the map and or I showed on vision here or whatever. It's just like, it's like where the details matter. It is the details rank. It's like when you're going from like broad strokes to very fine details. That's what, and there's a lot of fine details that just need to be learnt over time.
That make a massive difference. It's very hard to see.
It almost feels like it's that valley of despair of Emerald because there's just so much knowledge that needs, so many painful experiences that need to be had in Emerald. It's like, wow, I went top. I thought I could dive this person and I can't because of how that kid interacts with my kid. Just like small things. And that's how I think. I don't think it is like they have the knowledge at all.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I think anyway.
I think in terms of...
But maybe that's an archetype of a client you've had because I'm sure there are Emerald players that are long-term players that are just like haven't taken the game seriously and autopilot and are only in Emerald. They should be in Diamond, but they're in Emerald because they're playing with low intensity. That's an archetype though. I think that's a minority of Emerald players is what I would say.
Like people get... Once as a jungler, they realize that they don't have to do crazy things early game. Again, like I find a lot of the time they sort of know that, but once I sort of give them permission to just relax and take high percentage plays, concept of high percentage plays,
doing your job,
they get massive results.
Learning, yeah, I think it is where you really got to like do your job. And again, following that metaphor of gold is about like 1v1 in lane, platinum's 2v2. Emerald is like, you're now starting to think about the game a bit more holistically. What is your role in the comp? No, you're not going to have super advanced insights, I get that, but you're really starting to think bigger picture about the game. It's like, what is my job in this game? That's how I talk a lot in Emerald reviews. It's like, this is your job. You've got this guy here, you got this comp, this is how these kind of
win condition assessment. I'm really big on this.
Win conditions is huge in Emerald.
Yeah, if I'm reviewing an Emerald game and they've got like there's like a Malphite Garen match up top, whatever, and they have a Caitlyn Karma bot and they against a Leona, I'm like, okay, why are you not passing towards bots?
You got to start thinking about these other lanes. I totally agree. It's like big picture knowledge.
I definitely, label it in terms. Let's talk a bit more about the emotional thing and like the tilting and the Rage Stage 4 issues, because based on what we've just said, it makes sense to me why Emerald's such a brutal rank, because it's so hard that... Because, I guess you're right. They don't have the knowledge. They don't see all the small details that they're missing. The details rank. And that's what's causing them to be so angry at each other, hate each other.
When you're Emerald, you actually know you're good. Deep down. If you're an Emerald and you're really honest with yourself, you know you have a lot of knowledge and you know you have a lot about the game, and you know you can do some cool shit. Like, I'm sure you've looked at some of your games, you're like, holy shit, that was... Like, that's some highlight level shit. And you have these moments in your journey as an Emerald player where, like, yeah, I'm definitely, I know why I'm here. Now, a lot of people won't admit to that, but I do think, like, there is an element where it's like you start to realize how good you are about the game. Now, you're spot on. Emerald is the rank where stage 4 issues really start to spawn. It's like the spawn point of Emerald of stage 4 issues, because you simultaneously have to wrestle with the idea that you are very good at the game, but there is so much that you don't know. It's like that quote, again, I always butcher it, but it's like, the more you know, the more you realize you don't know. It's kind of like that kind of awakening moment where you're like, holy shit. League is so much more complicated than I thought, and it's fucking overwhelming.
Yeah.
That's how I feel. Yeah. And you lose your mind because you see the things you're doing well, but you don't see all the things you're not doing well.
That's a good way of putting it. I think I like that.
And that's where you start losing your mind.
Yeah, because again, they look at what all the games are doing well, and they're really good at pinpointing their teammates' mistakes because they know what mistakes look like.
Yes, they're more aware of other people's mistakes
than their own.
Or because you know so much about, you know a lot about the game, so you're now, when my jungler did that or my laner did that, I can see how that's going to really hurt the game, but you're just less aware of that when you're in the lower elo brackets, I would say.
Yeah.
You really know how much a mistake hurts.
All right, what else did I have? Emerald. Mid-game, do you want to talk about mid-game a bit with Emerald? Yeah, I think that Emerald play really jungle specifically that I've seen, like side lane, concept hovering silence, they've really struggled. Like this sort of stuff is, I get into this, and these are the big 10%ers in my eyes for Emerald. Emerald junglers really poor at mid-game, setting up objectives, being on the right side of the map, playing around the next objective. We're talking like 20 minutes plus, how to use pressure. I guess it's, again, the invisible things of the game that people don't see. And again, this is, I guess, the details, again, the finer details.
I think Emerald is a big part of it is it's what you don't do rather than what you do a lot of the time. It's really feeling, like you said at the start, like understanding that concept of doing your job. It's like, I don't need to be at that fight. I don't need to follow that roam. I don't need to get that dragon. It's like just, again, taking that next level view of the game where it's like, oh, wow, well, they've made a chess move. I don't always need to immediately respond to that move. I can actually make another move, or I can hold out and not make a move at all and do something else later on. Like that idea that I'm just not like a lab rat that's just running around the map. I always say, the term I use all the time is running around the map like a headless chicken. I say that all the time in Emerald. It's like, just, okay, You this last 3 minutes, you've done nothing.
They don't know what to do in certain points of the game.
It's like really tightening up their gameplay and making it faster, cleaner, more efficient. Your transition periods are really tightening up. Everything's tightening up as well, big time. You're really tightening up everything, and it's like saying no to one roam changes the game. Like, okay, because I'm doing Emerald, I had Emerald coaching this week, right? I'll give you a classic example of something I saw. There was a roam that the enemy, it was Lysandra vs Zoe review, and the Zoe roamed bot. For starters, they didn't even ping the roam, so that's something you see in Emerald, just really poor tracking of their counterpart. And then what happened, they were really far behind in tempo, and instead of just going mid, shoving and making a play on the other side of the map, they just ran bot when the play was already over. And I'm like, this is just game losing. And also, what he also did is he tried to kill them on the back end with a flash R. I'm like, this is a really low value kill. Even if you get this kill, the play's done. You get nothing from it.
Value kills.
Value of kills is a big one as well.
Yeah, people don't know the value of kills in Emerald as a jungler at all. Yeah, they think that kills equals always good, but a kill could actually cost you so much.
And not even just a kill, like even like an R usage or a flash usage or something, like stuff like that. It's like, again, it's what you don't do in Emerald. And that was the huge end of review mistake for them. Like, well, if you just didn't go to this, if you just didn't follow this roam, holy shit, the game is completely different. So again, it's tying into those three ideas of understanding what it feels like to say no, understanding your job, understanding win conditions. Because in that game, he had like a fed jungler and top laner. I'm like, dude, this game is so easy. All you got to do is just stay away from bot and go top. It's just the freest win. But you've just now turned a very winnable game into like an auto loss. Just for no reason, just for following one roam. So just that idea. Again, the details. It's those details, those little things. They know how to fight well. They can fight well. They can do
Absolutely.
They can fight very well, and they can do all that. But it's just taking that next level of depth, next level strategy. So yeah, details. That's why I think it is the detail rank. And that's why Emerald is, I would say, the best coaching client as well.
Yeah,
I love Emeralds. Emeralds, that I know that I can offer them a shit ton of value, and they're usually the hungriest to learn because they know they can see.
It's either they can see that they could be like a diamond player, and again, they're pretty confident in their skills because they've had those good win streaks or games, or they've matched into diamond lobbies and done well.
There's a lot of stage 4 shit.
But yeah, a lot of stage 4 shit, but also the people in despair. You know,
you get some, I
so they
that.
come to coaching, right? Because Emerald will break you.
They break you. It breaks you.
Yeah.
I've had some
and the last resort is coming to Coach Curtis and Nathan Mott.
But we're saying how you don't really see long-term stuck platinum players. You definitely see long-term stuck Emerald players.
Yes.
I've had players that still just Emerald for many seasons, still splits, and it's just...
Yeah, for me, and reviewing their gameplay, I don't really see much progress as well. I can see that
you sometimes get those clients. They're just not.
I just know it's going to be an Emerald for some
for
time.
a long time. And I really think as well, Nathan, I'm really patient with the clients because you know what I've realized is that there's a decision you need to make in Emerald. It's like, how seriously are you going to take this game? You know, how seriously do you want to take it?
I mean, I was just looking at the graphs here. You know, Emerald 1 is in the top 8% of the player base. No, sorry, the top 6% of the player base, Emerald 1. You know, we're getting serious, guys.
Incredibly serious.
We're getting serious. Diamond's the top 5%. Diamond 4.
You know, so like I just think that a lot of people, I'm ready. I know they're not ready, like mentally. They're not willing to take that next step. And I do think as well, Nathan, a big part of Emerald is learning to just really take accountability and responsibility. I think really, again, like, you know, we're talking high level shit, like the details. It's details plus accountability. I should actually say that's the two biggest factors of Emerald. Are you going to take responsibility and be accountable for your mistakes and how you're contributing to this game?
Love it. All right, let's move on to Diamond now, Curtis. Now, for Diamond, some key words here. Let's see if they resonate. Adaption, speed, tempo. We're starting to play some serious League of Legends here, Curtis.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. I think, you know, again, I was mentioning kind of before in Emerald, the transition periods. The transition periods, like, so the way I categorize Diamond players is this. This is what I always do. I draw a timeline on the screen, right? I say, this is minute 0, this is minute 30. And I say, okay, you're actually doing all these major plays, you're doing great. Boom, boom, boom. These are all great. A+, A+, A+. And it's just those transition periods. You've really just slow here. That could have been way timed up, cleaned up there. It's just, again, really, speed, tempo, efficiency, and again, really going deep on saying no. And then I would say to follow on from that is really think a bigger picture about the game, win cons, and just big picture. Really big picture.
This is hardcore win con from a jungle perspective time. You know, you got to be playing, you know, especially if you're playing, you know, junglers that, you know, aren't really that farming. Even if you're playing farming junglers, you need to realize you have to counter gank this. You have to protect that dive.
Yes.
You can't just sit there and AFK farm your camps. You really got to be impacting the map as a jungler's Diamond, because you will get rolled over.
And champ mastery needs to be taken to the next level.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you can't. You got
to be extremely good at your.
You got to be very good at your champion. This is next level champ mastery in Diamond. So I would say I found that it's less about lane in Diamond, like less about early game. I would say, like, most people can, even if their lane's not perfect, they can probably work on it. Like, they kind of know and they could figure it out. It's more, win con. And I would say as well, just tying back to just LoL states, the quality of your LoL state usage. Obviously consistency of LoL states, but even the miniature LoL states, how aware are you of everything that's going on? Like, there's a next layer of awareness. So I talk about it in lane in terms of major LoL states and miniature LoL states. Now that you've played lane, you would probably resonate more with it. You have the big LoL states coming out of base, but in between the waves, you're not trading with someone, you could quickly dart your eyes down to the minimap, like that.
Or like, even the mini LoL states, the one where, like, during the end of a wave, you're like, you know, you're not going to get contest on the minions. You're going to clear the last castles. You're already thinking instantly, what's next?
Exactly right. That sort of stuff.
Just min-maxing information.
And that's where the speed and efficiency comes from as well. So I would say that's huge. Really, really, really big. And then I would actually say a little bit, you know, I would say, again, I'm just going to speak from it. I think champ, you got to really decide what path you want to go with your champs. Are you going to go really, really deep on champ mastery and kind of be a two-trick? Or do you actually want to have kind of like a bit of a diversification, like with a champ pool of 3 and like cover many options? I actually think draft
starts
matters actually quite a lot more.
Absolutely. I would throw that in for sure.
You know, you can't just be very mindless, and you got to be, you got to understand, I think one thing in Diamond, you got to understand what makes a hard game. Like, you got to like be able to say, okay, this is a hard game because, like, if you can't answer that question, this is an easy game for my champion because. If you can't really piece together comps and answer that question, that means you're probably not ready for Master Tier. Master Tier, getting to Master Tier is that test. It's like, you got to have a very good holistic knowledge. Start to have a pretty goddamn good holistic knowledge of the game.
Yeah. Well, we've said many times that Master Tier is when the real...
That's where League of Legends starts.
Yeah, like everyone's playing pretty good most of the time.
But I will say, just with Diamond, to get more specific, D4 to D2, very different to D2 to Master.
Yes.
Right? So I kind of think of Diamond in two segments. You've got low Diamond is more like high Emerald. But then Diamond 2 is nothing like
D4.
D4.
No.
It's very different. And but I would say again, it's just the quality and everything's tightened up. The amount of your LOL states, how much information, building that anticipation, all of it.
People are going to be listening to this episode. It's like Curtis has used the word tightened up so many times. Like Emerald, it's like how much more we tighten. Like people are going to screw. It's like we even tighten
Keeps
it
on
more
going,
in time.
but it keeps on
does.
going.
Like by the time we're challenger guys, we're like going to snap something. To be honest, it is brutally tight. Everything has to be polished up. Everything has to be perfect.
Yeah.
No leakages at all, Curtis.
No. That's actually...
No, not even no leakages. No even possible. Like the stress test. Like if you chuck this like underwater, like this little whatever it's screwed together, like 10,000 miles underwater, it's just not going to break. You know.
Yeah.
You got to build something. You know, like the Titan thing that broke under. You know that
What are you talking about?
when they went to see the Titanic.
Oh,
you know
the little underwater submarine thing.
Yeah, that's like that's like a master
And it got
tier.
popped at like so.
It's like I view that as like a master tier player that like is going to the depths of trying to get to the depths of challenger.
Just pop,
but it's just too much pressure.
Too much pressure. Yes, I love that metaphor.
That's like my analogy.
Yeah. I actually
like Emerald tightening is like above the surface, or like maybe a little bit down the surface. Diamond's a little bit further down the ocean, and like Master Plus.
Yes, how much pressure can you handle?
Pressure, yeah.
It is a bit of a pressure test, Diamond.
Yeah.
Actually, if you think about it, now that you mention it, it is a bit of a pressure test. It's can you stay calm? Actually, that's actually a big part of Diamond, isn't it? It's like you know what you got to do. Composure and poise. That's where poise actually. I never use the word poise. Very rarely in Emerald.
No.
It's actually a bit of a Diamond concept.
I will say relax. Relax is my favorite word.
In Diamond.
Let's just relax.
Relax.
Come on, we have a clear win condition here. You don't need to do this here. Just keep farming up.
Yeah, dude. It's exact same in mid. Another thing, tying back to metaphors or like analogies, whatever. Like I view it in terms of, you know, how we talk about at the start of being iron stuff. There's like 50%ers, 60%ers. That number just drops as you get higher and higher. So you get to diamond. We're talking, 2%ers, 3%ers, maybe 5%ers, absolute max, barely. Yeah. And then master's like, 1%, 0.05%, 0.1%, 0.0001% as you get higher. That's all it is. It's just the how much impact a mistake is going to have on your game. We're just really nitpicking things, But yeah, I think if we'll get a diamond, a word, it's poise.
Poise, speed, tempo.
Yep.
I used the word adaptation at the beginning.
Yeah.
I think adaptation.
Yeah, adaptability. Yeah. Adaptability. It's like, okay, time back to Cupcake's ACE framework. It's like, all right, you can probably do A, you can acknowledge the best play, you may even be pretty good at C, but when things start to get a bit chaotic, you're not really knowing how to adapt. I agree with that. I would agree, especially Diamond 2. A big test in that D2 to Master is you had a game plan. That didn't work. Yeah. What are you going to do now?
I find people, especially with jungle, like win condition assessment, they're very bad at adapting. Like they have an idea in this perfect world. It's like my Samira Nautilus is my win condition. That goes wrong, but they don't realize that they have like a scaling mid laner, like a Victor that's like actually really good into their team comp, but that won't compute in it's just that had to be the Samira Nautilus,
I want to... Okay, is there anything else a diamond?
Nope.
Okay, so I want to start with master or something here.
All right, here we go.
Okay, this is what I think master is. Ready? This is my term.
Okay.
It is the curiosity rank.
Ooh, okay.
You got I'm going to say straight up the difference. The difference between someone that makes it in master or doesn't is whether or not they're curious. If you are curious and you have accountability. Curiosity and accountability, you will make it in Master Plus. I guarantee you. Curiosity and accountability. And so I want to give you an example of this. All right. I did a master review today with a low master 030 LP Kiana player. Right. They went to this play. It was a bad objective to contest. He peeled back with his R as Kiana, but he didn't die. So didn't die. Not the end of the world, but he should never have been there. He should have made a play elsewhere. Now, a low master player would typically respond to that scenario. Their default response is, oh, I didn't die. That's okay. A Grandmaster, a real Grandmaster Plus player, think, this is terrible. I just wasted my R. Surely this is not the best response here. Surely there was something else I could have done here. That's the difference. Now, to what degree, in terms of curiosity you have, will dictate a lot of the time how far you're going to go. So I did a review with AJ, a little bit miniature review with AJ. So AJ is a coach in my program. Amazing player, challenger player in an like really good challenger player though. We're talking beating pros. We did a Revolve review versus APA recently, right? He's playing Syndra versus Azir. Was in a pretty commanding position. And then 30 seconds later in the VOD, APA starts getting prio. He's like, why is he getting prio over me? Now, nothing bad has happened. He's not taking bad trades. The enemy's not getting any neutral objectives. Nothing's bad's happening. But he's not content losing priority. And he's like, well, and I said, well, let me take a look. And I'm like, and I was able to work with him in terms of his positioning in the lane. I'm like, well, you're just losing prio here because you need to be standing over here on the left side and warding and leaning here and hovering and like being on the side of your jungler. Then you could actually contest this wave. You should not be bleeding prio on this wave. That's the difference. That master player is being okay with wasting an R on Rift. AJ here is getting pissed at himself for losing prio on a single wave.
Even though nothing happens.
Yeah. That is the difference.
That's the level.
That's the level of curiosity and just attention to detail and accountability. It's not about anyone else. There's no ego involved. It's just like, I want the truth. That's what he said. That's why I just want the truth. Give me the truth. Why is this happening? Yeah. That's it. If you just boil and just remove all the crap, that's what it is.
Yep. You got to be really hard on yourself. It's you talking about that sort of stuff gets me so excited. Like the Grandmaster Challenger is just the beauty of League. League is so cool. Like, getting that detailed.
You can't
if you have the opportunity to experience that.
But words won't do it justice. No. Everything we're going to talk about is just fucking useless because until you feel real League of Legends, and it sounds again incredibly elitist, and I apologize. That's not what I mean. The beauty of the game is where everyone has the muscle memory and then it's just so much details and creativity and free flow and just everything flows and everything joins together. Everything has a consequence. Everything is a choice.
Everything has a purpose.
Everything is done with intention. Every single thing.
As a jungler support, we're on this side of the map because we have to trade that side of the map. We're resetting it. We're syncing up our recalls together in the mid game. I need to hover my Ahri on this specific wave because she has no ult or there's threat on it or something like that. Just everything. Not a single moment you don't know what you're doing.
So the way I view this is why I say to Master Plus. When you play a game of League of Legends, if you don't know exactly what you need to do at every single minute, every single second of the game, you're not ready.
No.
A challenger player, and it sounds ridiculous. In your best games as Rek'Sai, my best games on
It's not even just every second. It's also what's going to happen in the next 60 seconds.
But there is not a single bit of confusion when you're playing your best games. When you were a challenger level Rek'Sai player, every second. There was not a single doubt in your mind about what you needed to do. And if something changed, boom, you would instantly come to the next thing. Yeah. Boom, boom. And so you're in this state of just permanent, like, I know exactly what I have to do next.
But the scary thing about challenger players, though, is that they're able to do that with low mental effort.
Yes, that's it's
almost autopilot. That's the level you need to get to.
And that's why challenger players can autopilot, smash their head on the keyboard, have their feet up, have the beer, and still play at a master tier level.
Yeah.
Because their muscle memory is so advanced, their mental stack is so advanced that they can do anything. They know exactly what the enemy is going to do. It's just so obvious.
It's where mind games start to kick in a little bit.
100%.
Fog of war.
The amount of concepts that you have to cover in Master Plus, we could sit here for hours. The amount of micro details, the amount of wing con stuff, the amount of role, it just.
Yeah,
we can't even do it justice, But that's why I just want to keep Master Plus more high level. I would say.
I will say in terms of big percenters, you talk about curiosity. For a jungler, I tell people to ping. Pings is really good to get into the mindset of taking control of the game, and I want you to lose the game.
You have to have amazing Pinglish.
Yeah, Pinglish. And I want you to lose the game from your Pinglish. You need to start taking control, and as a jungler, losing. It's like, okay, I'm spam pinging, I'm going to gank on this next wave, or we're going to go set up this, and I want you to lose the game. That's actually how I find a lot of, for me, that's what worked with me, is like taking control of a game, but learning to, like, losing from that and learning from that. because that helps you always think about what's next. That helps you get to the levels of jungler to that challenger point where you're able to think every single.
I think
second
that's a very
jungle
jungle-specific thing.
Yeah,
for sure. But I agree. I think pings are huge. I would say for me when I think of Master, I think it's just like micro, a lot of micro now.
Yeah.
I don't talk a lot about as much micro in Diamond. I go back to the micro in Master Plus. Like, you know, your micro and like the way you're interacting with skill shots and your positioning in lane and your trading and your skirmishing and your team fighting all needs to go up like by a mile. You know, just you need to get way better in every aspect micro-wise. Baiting abilities, faking skill shots, tethering and spacing, mind games. You know, you need to be able to doing that with a freed up mental stack and doing the fundamentals and think about win cons. It's just everything. All that micro stuff needs to just be completely just refined.
Yeah. Oh, for a laner for sure.
Like it needs to be, and you start again. It feels like you kind of get reborn again. You know, as a bit of a master. Like if you really want to make that push. It's funny. I had a game. So I had the luxury of actually playing versus one of my MLA members in, you know, and he's a master tier player in OS. And I versed him in solo queue. And I can't remember the matchup, but he came out of the game. And he's like, I just got absolutely destroyed by you. Like I haven't even felt like he's saying, I now realize the levels that I'm not even scraping the surface. Like I felt like I was a bot in that game versus you. That's the level. That's like if I'm playing like my champs that I'm good at versus an actual master tier player, you know, for him it was a great learning experience. But he was like thinking, holy shit, like this is just nothing like I've seen. You know, it just makes you realize how much there is to learn. How big the gap is mechanically and micro-wise. Because I had that exact same experience versus players before. It's just like, holy shit. And then there's people way better than me. That just goes to show there's people way better than me. And then the gap between me and this master player is that. It's just like, it's mind-boggling the levels of and that's why you look at players like Chovy and you're just like, I just can't even, you know, it's just like, can't say anything.
No, it's pretty much close to perfect League of Legends.
It's scary when you
robot level
when you get very very good at League and then you look at the best players in the world, your respect of those players, like people, if you're not, and again, this is going to sound elitist, I'm just going to say it as it is, and I guess this is for all sports. A semi-pro athlete is going to have a lot more respect for a professional athlete because they know what it takes. They know how it feels. You know, like if you're a master player, you're probably going to, when you look at like you verse a high shot, or you see a faker or whatever, you're like, holy shit, what they're doing is remarkable. But if you're like in gold, you don't even know. You can't even wrap your head around how good these players are. Like you can have respect, but you can't. There's no feeling attached to it. You know what I mean?
I'm going to use an analogy here, Curtis. I think of when you say that, I think of like in traditional sports, like a overweight 50-year-old like man watching like NFL, like saying like, oh, I could have done that, I could have kicked that, you know,
right.
like because they're just
so
detached,
detached.
They're so detached.
And you go to the footy in Australia, like the Australian Football League, and you get people in the stands saying, oh, that guy's, how could he miss that? It's like there's no respect for the difficulty of the execution of the sport. It's just like,
no, they're serious about that, by the way. They're serious when they say
it. They got a few beers. They're a few beers deep, but you know
there's a belief. There's
a belief. This is delusion. But you would never really hear that as much from like semi-professional athletes.
Yeah, someone who like, you know,
who's playing college or level or whatever,
who's like trying to get to that level. It's like, wow, I wish I could be that, or like, you know, I can understand that.
Well, I can understand exactly how they were feeling in that scenario.
Getting pressured by your opponent. And stuff.
It also makes me feel like I had a way, and again, very personal, but like I had a much deeper respect for professional athletes across all boards when I got to a high level in League. So even just very simply, like tennis. Like when I watch tennis, I love tennis because it's a mental game. I like watch tennis is on at the moment. The what's the one? The Roland Garros. I don't know. It's like I think it's the French Open. I've been watching it, and tennis athletes, I can like, wow, like my respect for their mental game and how amazing those athletes are is just. That respect has grown tenfold. Because like this guy's just had 3 unlucky shots in a row. Just very small details haven't gone his way, and he's still mentally and turns around. That's just like the respect I have is just so high.
Yeah, like most people just watch the ball going in and out, just clap for the point. But you're actually trying to, you're trying to look at their mental state. That's how you
look at the
watch
mental
the
state,
game.
and that's where you
And
look
you're
at the real
constantly
athletes.
how would I think in this situation? What would they be thinking?
Or that's when you look at athletes who get injured and come back from an injury. That's just mind-boggling to me. Or athletes that have like had sustained success. Like you look at a Novak Djokovic and they're still playing at a high level. Like even that stuff is just crazy. Or even the new one for me, when I look at the rookie tennis players, you look at like what's his name, Carlos or whatever. When they verse those real high-level tennis players, like when they were younger. How are they able to like overcome their anxiety? Versing like a 7-time Grand Slam champion, you're just coming in. This is like your first slam, and then you're like beating them. Like how? Like how do these? Like these are real, insane. There's a reason they are the top of their game. Like their mental game, obviously physicality, hand-eye coordination, training discipline, but the mental game of these athletes is just, for me, the most impressive thing. It's just mind-boggling. So. I think tennis is such a great sport to look at through that lens. That's what I found anyway. I mean, it's present in all sports, but definitely in tennis. Definitely in tennis.
All right, well, that wraps up our breakdown of all our ranks. We're going to jump into our school post of the week today. This one here was from Teddy. Teddy's a long time
OG Teddy, MLA member.
BBC MLA member. He's been in Salty for a bit. I've worked with his jungle for a bit, but he likes the mid-lane role better.
He cheated on me for a bit, but he came back.
Yeah.
Accepted him back.
He did, didn't he? All right, so the title of this post is The Reason You Play League of Legends. Number 1, he wanted to ask the community, what are some things about League of Legends that you view as fun? Number 2, why do you play League of Legends over other games? Great questions. Teddy answered this himself, saying, for myself, I really have fun when I'm getting better at a skill, when I can see the amount of work I put into my hobby and see results over time. I get a sense of pride of my work. I also have fun playing with my friends, being a long-term player. I have so many memories of funny moments in normals or clutch instances in Flex Clash. Lastly, the game rarely feels stale to me compared to other games, feels like a new experience every time I get on the Rift. And to answer his second question, why does he play League of Legends over other games? I haven't found another game like League of Legends. I view the game as a mental gym where I can try to improve myself, the ability to learn. When I want to play video games casually, I normally don't play League. I feel like League consistently changes and I'm forced to be learning all the time. I naturally enjoy learning and I think it plays a huge part of why I play.
Yep, League is a game of learning. That's when you get into League, it is a game of learning and it's a game of adaptation.
Great point as well in terms of, the game changes, patched, it feels fresh.
League always feels fresh. Awesome. That's the one thing about League. It never feels stale.
And it forces you to learn. It's always forcing you to learn. You can't, as we always say, if you're not improving, you're going backwards. There's no being stable.
It just forces you to really just, if you want to have sustained success in League, you got to just know yourself. It forces you to know yourself. It forces you to know how you operate. And if you don't know how you operate, you're gonna
emotionally, mentally, it pushes you to your limits.
Absolutely, it humbles you. League has that's the side effect of playing League. It humbles you.
Saren here says, I like a lot of the features of League. Specifically, if I make correct choices, I'm going to win compared to a game like Valorant where I can make correct choices and just get shot at and it takes a long time to develop good shooting. And then the second question, I have a really good relationship with League, which is why I keep coming back. I'm quite good and have put in a lot of time, so it is fun to play and climb higher instead of starting a new game from the bottom. I also have friends I play casually with, so the game isn't just about working hard.
You know, when you're reading the name out, I thought you said Sauron.
It almost looks like the picture. What is even that picture? Is that Jax?
I don't know.
Tim here said, I love solving the puzzle aspect of each game and trying to find new ways to win.
Love that.
You've always used the analogy, Curtis, playing League and challenges, there's 1,000 puzzles you need to solve.
Yep.
Jacob here, this is probably going to be for a lot of people. For me, it's all about the competitive aspect. League is the best competitive game out there, in my opinion. Absolutely agree, Jacob. The rank system does a fantastic job. The fact that we were able to do an hour and a bit of talking about the rank system and breaking down each rank is a testament to the rank system and how we're able to see trends in each rank. That is the reason why people are there or why people struggle there, and some things that they do well. So that's a testament to the rank system, guys. You know, like a lot of games really struggle with the rank system. Nikos here says, I love the complexity and depth of the game. I love the challenge and competitiveness of any ranked ladder. And thanks to Nathan and Coach, I learned to enjoy the game again. And it helped me a lot in figuring out a lot of things about my personal life that I'm super grateful about. Theo says, I love the champions, the map, the universe of League, and the concept originally based on Dota. What brought me back to the game is its complexity and learning aspect. I love to learn new stuff, especially when I love the aesthetic of it. As the game evolves perpetually, it's an internal competition, and I like that because the game can't be solved. And number 2, it's the only game where I find enough competition and enough challenge that makes me remind what I've done in combat sports. Adrenaline addict. Alina here says, I started League as a challenge trying to improve at something I'm not good at from the start. I usually stuck to the stuff I was talented at before, but once I started playing more and trying to improve, seriously, I really fell in love with the game. I like how complex it is and how many layers there are to everything. Combining the competitive aspect PvP with strategy and a lot of interesting concepts you can explore and use to your advantage. I actually really love the boring aspects of League, like beautiful wave management or very clean reset, and playing beautiful League from a fundamentals perspective is a huge goal for me. You know, it's really cool, just like with any craft, when you get more and more, as you said, sort of respecting the craft, the dedication required, how much layers there are to the game. I think that's the fun part of getting, you know, why people love hobbies. You know, it's like, you know, I always look at the hobby, you know, like the Dungeons and Dragons that people like paint and they like make them so cool. That's like the hobby, like they do it, or like they build like these crazy like Dungeons and Dragons, like, you know, sets and stuff like that. Like that's so cool, like how detail oriented they are, and I can see how that'd be such an exciting, fun hobby for them. So, you know, League I think is similar in those aspects. Thomas here says, I would say for me, League is not about fun, but about satisfaction, but also about its own richness. I love having a competitive terrain to play around, and League fits that part for me. While being so much complex that I can't see the end of the game in advance as a whole, and I didn't find any other game on a very long run with the same aspect after a deep dive into it. As well, I find that the whole universe that gravitate around the game, the lore, the esport, the discussion, and the forums makes it way bigger than its competitors, so it's an easy system to enter in, discover, and learn about. Finally, I really like the constant movement the game has, with 2 weeks patch strategy Riot has put in place since so long now. I can never stop learning, and when I'm fed up of the game and get back after a while, it's always a time I'm here for another 10 hours theory crafting for my champions and getting to test what I feel strong or not, and I really like that. Fang here, is he still rank 1 on our Soul2 school community? Always got to mention Fang. It's fun to play, period, just really simply put. And number 2, it forces me to constantly think with its level of depth. Never feels like I'm mindlessly playing something.
The hammer does most of the work.
Alexander here says, good execution of simple things like 3-wave crash, push, and fog, kiting, vision control, and so on. And I play a lot of other games. League is very far from being my favorite, but in my life, I've always had at least one competitive game to grind. And we'll choose one more here. We'll go from Justice. He's someone who's just joined our Top Lane Academy program. He says, I love the complexity and difficulty of League. I feel like every game is a challenge in one way or another. It's probably my all-time favorite game. Number 2, I think the lore and champion designs are cool. Number 3, I like to play with my friend group. There are about 8 of us. So easy to get a 5-stack. You know, with like, I saw there's the announcement Arcane's like coming out in November or something like that, the 2nd season. And yeah, people like the lore. Like, Curtis and I, we're not lore people. I know nothing about the lore. It's funny, like, remember Biopanther, we've talked about before. He's literally read like the lore of every champion. You can like ask him what's this specific aspect of their lore, like why is that? And he'll like go on like a rant about it. Yeah, I think that going to, I can't remember the other point. The cool thing about League is that getting into it, even though it's a complex game, there's so much you need to know and learn. There's so much content, so many people to guide you through it all, that I think it actually becomes a bit more appealing, actually.
Yeah, as it's become, I guess, more sophisticated, like the educational industry, within leagues become more sophisticated, it's kind of made the journey a lot more, I guess a lot more user-friendly, right? It's just, you don't have to figure everything out yourself, and you can actually get to these points in your journey whereby you can actually play the game of League of Legends a lot faster, which is great. 100%.
Okay, I admit it.
All right, mailbag time. Yep. Away we go. Welcome back for Nathan's mailbag. Jingle, jingle, jingle song. Alrighty then. Our first question here comes from Max. The title of this email is Half-Assed Process. Hi Nathan and Curtis. I'm Max. I'm a diamond jungler from OCE. I was in Nathan's program in 2022 as a Volibear main and an on and off listener of this podcast since about episode 50. I am writing in today about an issue that is hurting my progress as a player and has been affecting me for years now. This is the issue of a half-assed process, particularly relating to consistency and amount of games. Once a week, I am playing and reviewing a good amount of solo queues, and then the next week I find myself playing flex queue, TFT, or even sports such as golf and basketball with my mates. I find when I'm committed to solo queue that it is very isolating and has little to no purpose given the time and effort. However, when I play other games with friends, I get frustrated as I'm not putting the reps in which I need for improvement, therefore hindering my ability to enjoy or fully commit to either option. I've tried to drop solo queue altogether, however when I'm playing flex, I find a desire to express my best self on the Rift and push myself to new heights. Thanks so much for giving this a look. Big congratulations on 200 episodes. Half-assed process. So we actually didn't talk about process.
No, I don't think we did, because process is just a whole different beast.
Yeah.
I have, I guess, a take on this. I don't know if it's what he was looking for, but I think it's bigger picture than League. I just think that, in general, when it comes to hobbies, you know, you're better off really doubling down, you know, on one hobby. Like, I think that
you'll enjoy it more.
Yeah, you want to avoid being a bit of a jack of all trades, like playing a bit of this, a bit of that. You want to really specialize, and that's how you're really going to min-max your enjoyment. And now, look, ultimately, I'm not saying say no to your playing golf with your mates, you know, but you got to be in a different mindset. You got to make a decision. Okay, what am I casually engaging in, and what am I seriously engaging in? And you're only going to be able to seriously engage in one thing. You don't have time to seriously engage in multiple hobbies.
Yeah, so what he's doing right now is he's playing ranked, sometimes flex queue, TFT, and then golf and basketball, half-assing all of them.
He's half-assing all of them. So I think you can casually engage in other hobbies, but you can't get pissed at yourself because it would be a casual hobby, right? So you got to make a choice. Which of these hobbies, which of these ones you actually want to dedicate time to and pursue mastery in? Which one? Now, it doesn't really matter which one it is. It's whichever one you feel as though gives you the most satisfaction. So honestly, I think you got to have a tough conversation with yourself and say, okay, which one am I drawn to the most? Which one gives me the most contentment, satisfaction? Which one leaves me the most satisfied after I finish it, or while I'm doing it? And that's it.
I don't know if, Max, you've listened to golf podcasts or if there's basketball podcasts or whatever, but you've listened to this podcast for 150 episodes. You know exactly what you're getting yourself into, pushing from diamond to master. We've just explained on this episode here, right? So you got to make a decision. We've given you the information. You know, I've reviewed a lot with Max. Remember, a lot of it was like, information collection, win condition assessment, get into the details. If you're not up for that, then no, push in.
I really don't think League is one of those games where you can just touch base with it every few months. It's just don't. I would honestly prefer you move on from the game. It's one or the other. You're going to take it seriously and actually take your gameplay to the next level. Otherwise, League's going to be actually very miserable.
Especially Diamond.
And it's actually going to be a negative experience in your life, and it's actually going to drag you down.
Yes.
Like, I would much prefer you either move on or commit. It's one or the other. You can't do this half-ass shit with League. It's just not the game for that. It's really not.
Done. All right, next question here comes from Bishop. The title of this one is Expanding Champion Pool in Master. Hello, Nathan and Curtis. I'm an EUS Masters Urgot OTP. I've been one-tricking Urgot almost exclusively for almost 5 years now, which is pretty much my entire League journey. I have roughly 2.8 million mastery points on him across all my accounts. I've started playing in Season 9, unranked, Season 10, Gold, Season 11, Plat, Season 12, Diamond, peaked in Season 13, Masters 365 LP. What an awesome journey.
Very impressive.
I love those journeys. Throughout all these years, I don't recall getting bored with the champion, at least, because the most fun part about League for me is winning. However, from time to time, and to this day, I tend to get upset about the fact that I'm one-tricking such a simple champion for so long now. And there's two reasons for that. Number one, something just tells me that a good player wouldn't one-trick for so long. Number two, I can't follow meta, so I have tried learning other champs in the past, but with no success, and I was always giving up quickly. However, I recently come across this Curtis video and started using the strategy from it to learn Camille. This is your video called The Fastest Way to Learn Champions.
Bit of an old video. Can't even remember what I spoke about in that video.
So use that to learn Camille because A, this will give me a fresh new perspective on the game and will generally make me a better player. B, she's OP. C, she's kind of fun too. And even day for 6 days a week. Let's skip to the next one. She's kind of fun too. So talking about learning Camille. The issue is, in one of your podcasts, you recommend using a 2-to-1 ratio for learning new champs. 2 blocks of a champion you want to learn for every 1 block of your main champion on your main account. And if you, let's say, would have played 2 blocks every day for 6 days a week, taking 1 day off, that would be 24 games a week on your Smurf and only 12 games a week on your main account, which is an extremely small amount for Master Plus. League of Legends is, for me, is a competitive hobby. My goal with the game is to climb as high as I possibly can. However, I do believe that improving, becoming a better player is what I should focus on for that. So, for me to improve and to achieve my short-term goal of escaping the purple hell, what process strategy would you recommend? Should I use something else rather than the 2-to-1 ratio to learn Camille? And maybe even something else in the future? If so, what strategy should I implement, or should I maybe stick to the Urgot?
Okay, so very, very simply, in League of Legends, you're either learning a champion or learning the game. You cannot do both. You can't improve at the game holistically and learn a champion at the same time. So, unfortunately, if you want to introduce Camille into your champion pool, you're not going to get better at the game. You're not going to push. So the way you want to view it, the only reason you're doing those 3 games, so for example, you know, the 6 games of Camille for every one block of, or 3 games of Urgot, is purely to touch base with Urgot so you don't like lose your skill. That is it. You're not playing Urgot to climb. You're not playing Urgot to get better at anything. You're not even having learning objectives with Urgot. You're literally playing it to keep touch with your champion and actually not lose your mind only playing Camille, right? So with that being said, you need to allocate, literally think about it long term. Think, okay, this next month or 6 weeks, whatever the hell it might be, I'm going to specialize on learning spend this time. I'm in the learning champion mindset. I'm on the learning champion part of my journey. And then once you've got to a place with your Camille where you're happy, you learn your matchups, you're feeling quite confident, you've got that muscle memory, you integrate Camille onto your main account, then you kind of play them both. And then you might want to go on a stint where you're actually learning and trying to climb and getting better at the game and actually thinking maybe less about the champ specifics and more about winning the game, win cons, whatever the hell it might be, whatever you're working on, right? And then you might think, okay, I want to do that again. You might want to add a 3rd champion in your pool. So what you might do then is the exact same process. Again, delay your climb and then revisit the 2-for-1 ratio with a 3rd champion if you wanted to, or you'd be happy with a 2-trick. I don't care. That's up to you. But it's very important that you don't set these expectations that you're going to climb while learning Camille, because that's just bullshit. Now, the second thing that I heard, which was a bit of a red flag, you said 24 games a week plus the 12.
So 36 games a week.
36 games a week is it's a lot. That's even for a Master Plus player, that is a lot. I've got players in my program right now that have made the Master to Challenge or Climb now, and they're ranging somewhere between 24 to 30 games a week.
We're talking about high intensity games.
It's about quality. You need to be getting, okay, the way I say it, if you want to just barely maintain and get by, like you're not really getting that much better, 15 games, high intensity in Master Plus. If you want to
count
push,
the smiles.
I think
I am the blade in the darkness.
Ignorance is fatal. Only the worthy can survive. Cut the last breath from them. Wisdom. Shadow wins. The mirror is shading me.
To summon your wind. 50 seconds until minions spawn.
Gathers no rust.
Minions have spawned.
Precisely. magic calls to me. Rolling golem gathers no rust. As long as it takes.
First blood. Has been slain.
The magic calls to me. I remain focused. Big rolling golem gathers no rust. As long as it takes. Precisely.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
As long as it takes.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
The magic calls to me.
Receive your fate.
Bone is a poor alternative.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
I remain focused. A rolling golem gathers as long as it takes.
Enemy rampage.
Precisely. The magic calls to me. I remain focused. As long
Enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
precisely.
Shut down. Enemy double kill.
The magic calls to me. as long as it takes.
Turret plating will fall soon. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree. Your turret has been destroyed. An ally has been slain. An enemy is unstoppable. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.